Yo, let's go. We're gonna do this one. We're skipping Charlie for now. We'll watch
A
it.
battery bank allows you to charge your cell phone while you're on the
Oh
go.
my
So
god!
the question is, which battery bank out of the $10 is the best? Well, let's find out. In the first test, we'll compare the maximum output for each of the battery banks. Then we'll see which battery bank offers the most capacity. Finally, we'll see how long it takes to recharge a completely drained battery bank. At a very affordable price of only $9 is this S22 Mini. This is a very popular power bank with about 9,000 of these units sold in the last 30 days. This power bank is supposed to deliver 5,000 milliamp hours, which should be enough to charge most cell phones. They claim that their battery is
If you don't hook up
advanced compression
something
technology.
electrical like an oscilloscope, a meter,
They claim you can charge two
I'm
different
gonna
devices
really
at the same
be
time. The
disappointed in what
S22
you're
Mini
doing.
is made in China, and the S22 Mini is very light at only 106 grams. I'll use two different battery analyzers to test out the USB-A ports on the power banks. The analyzer provides information on the volts in the top left corner, and amps is on the right. And finally, the information in watts is just below the volts. The analyzer allows me to increase the power demand on the power bank until the power bank is overloaded and gives up. I increased the voltage until the S22 made it to 11.13 watts. I continued to increase the power demand from the S22 and the voltage in amps dropped quickly and finally gave up. Let's move the USB cable to the other port and see how it performs. And 11.25 watts is very close to the same as the first port, and that's all the second port can deliver. Let's simulate charging two devices at the same time using two USB-A ports. I'll connect port 2 to the other tester. Port 1 is supplying 1 amp or 5 watts to the tester. And I gradually increase the power demand on both testers, and the S2 is giving all it has at 6.11 watts on the right side tester and 4.91 watts on the left side tester. That's a total of 11 watts. So whether you're charging one device or two devices, all you're going to get out of the S2 is a total of 11 watts. USB-C ports are a little trickier to test, and the two analyzers that I just used won't always work. And the USB-C cable that I'll be using can handle up to 240 watts, which is plenty. I'll use a tester that'll keep track of the charging speed for a Samsung S20 Plus. And the S22 is charging at just over 5 volts at 1.36 amps. So 5 amps times 1.36 volts equals 6.86 watts. That's a pretty slow charge. Let's see if the S22 can do any better charging a Chromebook. And the S22 is still performing about the same at 7.3 watts.
No shit, bro. What are you expecting
At a price of
from it?
$14 is this Miati power bank. What's nice about this deal is you get two different power banks for $14.
The
Each power
fucking
bank
computer
is
is
for
what's
5,000
pulling
milliamp hours.
the
Just like
load.
the S22 Mini, the Miati is a very popular brand with 6,000 units sold in the last 30 days. The Miati is made in China, and the Miati weighs 116 grams. I bought two Miati power banks, and neither of them have the functional USB-C for charging devices. So the port is only good for charging the power bank. Let's test the USB-A port. And the Miati made it to 12.61 watts, or about a watt better than the S22 before it finally gave up. At a very reasonable price of only $16 is this Lovelady brand. It's a 15,000 milliamp hour dual USB power bank. It claims to offer fast charging capability. It also claims to be compatible with all smartphones and USB devices. This power bank uses a high-density lithium polymer battery. The Lovelady is made in China, and it's 215 grams for the Lovelady. The Type-C on the Lovelady is only for charging the power bank. Starting off the USB-A test on the left side port. And the Lovelady power bank is performing the best yet, holding steady at 13.29 watts to move into the lead over the Miati. I'll go ahead and connect the Lovelady power bank to both testers. The analyzer performed the anchor at, and the X9 Sophia, and Kiel. The charging rate ranged from 14 to 17 watts, which had a huge impact on charging speed. The Fiab and S22 Mini did charge very quickly, but they have a very small watt-hour capacity. On the other hand, the NUB61, Kiel, Bashis, and Sophia charge relatively quickly considering their capacity. Possibly, a more helpful way to make sense of input current and charging speed is to consider how many minutes it takes for the battery bank to gain 1 watt-hour of energy storage. And the $92 Anchor is simply amazing at less than 1 minute to charge a full watt-hour of energy. Finishing in second place is the NUB61, performing extremely well at only 5.3 minutes to bank 1 watt-hour. When it comes to power banks, there's quite a bit of difference regarding size. If it's all about size, the S22 Mini is the smallest at approximately 73 cubic centimeters. The Miati is also very compact at around 80. Finally, the Fiab is at 85.4. So which battery bank is the best? I've converted raw scores into an...
I say we land here. Hell yeah.
We have grading scale to help make sense of the results.
Yank
And the
one.
Keel earned A's in every category and seems like a great battery bank for under $20. My personal favorite and battery bank that I would choose is the NU B61. It also earned A's in every category and outperformed the Keel for charging speed and has a little bit more storage capacity. The Batches also earned A's in every category, but the storage capacity is a little bit less than the NUs. Finally, if power bank size and money isn't the factor, the Anker 737 is by far the best. Because of the time of year and weather, I didn't have a chance to test the solar charging capability of the power banks. If I put together another review on power banks, I'll try to include this in the next review. Please let me know if you'd like to see another review of larger power banks. Also, I'm going to be at the Math Off-Road Recovery Games this year in March, so if you'd like to know more about that event, please check out the video description. All the videos in this channel, include this one, are viewer suggested, so if you have a video idea, I hope you'll take time to leave a comment. Thanks so much for watching, please take care, and look forward to next time.
Yes, see.
Say, what?
If we don't get our ass in the ring, it's gonna be a bad day. Contact with hostile.
Yes, sing.
Contact with target. Being hostile right here. Disabled. Need help.
We got
Help.
a couple things happen when you do that. First,
Making contact with enemy. Healing. I'll walk it off. I need some help over here.
so Mackie, who, if you don't remember, Mackie released that giant mixer called the DLZ Creative that I actually fell in love with. A long time, very professional audio company, but they just released this little device called the Mainstream. Like they made it very clear that they want to be taken seriously by the content creation industry, or I should say by content creators. And this is, I think they did a very good job, by the way. This is a really cool device with a lot of really cool stuff. Also a lot of really creative stuff, but also a couple potential deal breakers for you. And some of you actually, if you've got a very trained ear, might be able to hear one of those deal breakers. This microphone right now is going into this device, and it sounds pretty good. I'll be recording the entire thing through this device. And I'm not trying to say it sounds like garbage, but some of you, if you know, you know, and I'll explain it. So this is the Mackie Mainstream. Welcome, and it is an all-in-one device, meaning it's both an audio interface and it's a part of for your camera. And that might sound familiar to you because recently, Rode released the Streamer X, which is an audio interface with a capture card built into it. But when this device first came out, and I did a video on it, I had some concerns about it. And it seems like Mackie has fixed a lot of the concerns with the device. Like, for example, it's $100 cheaper. Also, you can plug a webcam into this, or even plug a Stream Deck Plus into this. So, let's talk more about this thing.
Grappling.
Hey, can I show you the before and after the lighting in this shot? You ready? This is the before. This is after. This looks a lot better, doesn't it? Every one of these lights, by the way, and there, we'll start it over and we'll turn them on one by one. First, we've got the F22C panel on my face. We've got a 150C as my fill light, a 60X as my hair light, their PT4C tube light to light up this side, and then another 150C with a spotlight on it to light up this one. Listen, the 150C and 300C here, super cool. C stands for color, so you can make it any color you want. So you get super flexible. That's how I get this bluish tint on the right side of my face that looks really cool. I've been using this in our merch photos lately, and I don't have to use any of those like colored gel inserts, which I would lose so fast. And then also the Spotlight SE is really cool. You can drop in filters for really cool light effects. You can also use the built-in shutters to light a very specific area. Anyway, I will link to both the Spotlight SE and the 150C in the description down below. I'm obsessed with Amaran lights, but if you've watched any of our studio tours, you already knew that. Huge thank you, Amaran, for sponsoring this video and just making every video on this channel look good. So look, summary of this whole thing, all-in-one devices can be really cool. There are a lot of reasons why someone would get an all-in-one device. First, it makes the experience simple. You have your audio and your video all in one device. All in one device. Two, if you plan on moving your streaming setup to a different room, like maybe doing a kitchen screen, it's very easy. This is your entire setup right here. And then also, cost savings. For $300, which is the price of the Mackie Mainstream, you get a mic interface, mixing hardware, you get hotkeys up top, and you get a capture card. I'll have Dustin do the math of exactly what that would cost with Elgato stuff. The problem with all-in-one devices is it's all in one. So if you want to upgrade a single portion, you kind of have to cost the whole thing. When the Rode Streamer X came out, I had a hard time figuring out who it was for. because it feels like it's designed for a new streamer, someone who doesn't have an audio interface or a capture card, but it's $400. So it's not really priced for someone who's new to this, but then it's kind of missing some cool features you should get at that price point. You can't really upgrade it because it's an all-in-one device. Anyway, you can see my problem there. So it became very niche. Like, only the people who needed exactly what this did ended up buying it, and it wasn't really useful for anyone else. Enter the Mackie mainstream. Let's take a look at exactly what's different on this thing and how they made it better. First thing you notice is that it's a lot bigger and there are a lot more knobs on this thing. And I like a lot of knobs. You can quote me on that. You got 5 dials on this thing. You have a microphone gain dial right there. You have a PC volume dial there. You have an HDMI dial there, and we will get into that in a second. And so those are your input dials on the left side. On the right side, you have your output dials. So you have your headphone volume right here, and you have your monitor, like big boy speaker volume dial right there. And we will get into that in a second. Then you have these 2 nice little rubber clicky mute buttons on each side. So on this side you have your aux in mute and your microphone mute. On this side you have your HDMI mute and your USB mute. And these buttons on here, like every button on here, is a very satisfying clicky button. Like it just feels.
Enemy right here. Joker here.
And these buttons can basically do anything you want them to do. So they're essentially F1, F2, F3, F4, F5, and F6. So in OBS you go to hotkeys, you want to change to this scene, and you set that hotkey as F1. This will change your scene. So it's like a super simplistic and minimal stream deck up there. Alright, let's get into the ports on the back of this thing here, because that's where it gets really interesting. So starting from this side, you can't see it because it's covered up by my mic jack. But this is the combo port, so you've got XLR as well as quarter inch. Let's see if you can see that this side. You get your gaming headset jack, and then you have this phantom power button, as well as this little hardware button to take on the mic monitor. If you want to hear yourself, or not hear yourself, you click that button right there, which is kind of neat. Then you got an aux in, which they label with a phone, but I'd say that's probably going to be more commonly used with dual PC setups. So it's just a line in jack. You've got a quarter inch headphone out right there, as well as big boy speaker outs. That's a big deal. I'm kind of pumped about that. I love that Maggie's entire lineup has big boy monitor outs like this. For people like me who love using speakers, as well as big boy speaker outs. That's a big deal. I'm kind of pumped about that. I love that Maggie's entire lineup has big boy monitor outs like this. For people like me who love using speakers, or people who want to sit at like an editing desk with, you know, bigger speakers at them, that's huge. So really cool addition right there, especially since you have a dedicated knob just to that. Then you get your HDMI in and out, as well as 3 USB ports. There's a lot different here from the Streamer X. Not that this needs to be a giant comparison video between the two. This is its own device. But the fact that you've got so much more I/O, so much more control, and it's still $100 cheaper, there's got to be reasons for it. And there are a couple here. First off, the microphone preamp in here is not the same preamp you see in the giant DLT devices. It doesn't have 80 dB of gain. It only has 60 dB of gain. And one of the deal breakers, in fact, this might be the biggest deal breaker for you guys. I think 60 dB of gain would be about the minimum that you'd need to power an SM7B. I'm using the SM7DB that has its own preamp built into it, and it's powering its own 28 extra dB of gain. So I'm only using about 30 dB of gain from this device. And this was kind of a bummer. I don't know if it's specific to this one device. Maybe I got a little bit of a bum one, but let me show you what happens if I turn off the preamp and I just use a regular SM7B and I crank up the gain here. Because so far, and you probably agree with me, this has sounded pretty good. Let me change this. Okay. We got this cranked up to maybe 95%. I'll go up to 100. This is it at 100%. You hear that? I'm sure you do. I don't know if I got a bum preamp in this thing. I'm going to reach out to Mackie and send him an audio file of this and say, like, hey, is this in all of your devices? Is this what happens when you crank it all the way up, or is this just on mine? So I heard back from Mackie. Looks like it was a problem with my particular device, because I asked him to send a clip of him using it with an SM7B and then show me the gain dial. Here's what he said.
I'm Ty. I'm with Mackie. I'm here at the Mackie booth at NAMM 2024. If you're at NAMM, feel free to come check us out. We're here until Sunday. We'd love to see you. And you can check out the new Mackie mainstream. You can use any microphone you would like. These preamps sound amazing, and they will get the job done for you.
So I don't know if it was the preamp or some kind of interference, but it's good to know the device actually sounds great. That was the deal breaker I mentioned at the beginning of this video. If you like crank this and listen really closely, you can still hear it. really small, but it's definitely nothing anyone's going to notice, at least in a live stream, and probably not in a YouTube video either. Did you notice it before this point, before I pointed that out? Leave in the comments.
Yes, but
Write it down,
also
maybe
when you
like that,
crank it
that's
up,
how
but
the video
they're gonna
launches.
try to fucking take that out.
Another area that
Automatic
takes money
fucking
is the
filter.
capture card. Right? Just like the Streamer X, it's got
Wow,
this
this is
pass
not
through,
what I
but it also means that I wouldn't put anything like a PS5 or any current gen console through with this. There's not going to be any variable refresh rate. You're not going to get high frame rates, just 4K 60. But the capture is only 1080 60 versus the 4K 30 inside the lower stream. So it'll work great for a camera, it'll work great for a Switch, it'll even work great for a current gen console if you're only playing at 4K 60 anyway. And if you're only streaming on Twitch where you can only stream in 1080 60, it's actually fine. And I think for most streamers, that's probably a good way to save money. This is where it gets really interesting. I thought this was going to be like the Streamer X, where this one is power, it's got a little lightning bolt next to it, and then these two go to two different PCs. That's not what this is. This is your power and your connection to your PC. These two are additional USB ports like a hub. You get a built-in USB hub into this. This one is USB 2.0. This is a USB 10 gigabit port, which is why I mentioned you could have your console plugged into here and then plug a webcam into your HDMI 2.0 or 3.2 spot. Or let's say you've been using this for your capture card and you want to upgrade to a mirrorless camera and you want to upgrade your capture card to do HDMI 2.1. You can plug your camera into here and then plug something like a new, the new AverMedia capture card into this USB 3.2 spot. And get that 4K 144 pass-through as well as higher-end capture. Or, if you want to get really crazy here, and you want a virtual mixer that can separate your teammates from your game sound from your music, you can plug a Stream Deck Plus into the USB 2.0 spot. And you would essentially feed this through the Wavelength software and use this as your microphone. And this just becomes like your hardware mixing interface for your headphones, your speakers, your TV setup, while you're mixing your software interface in Stream Deck Plus. I kind of plan on doing
What the fuck are all those
Switch
things?
to make this an audio interface for my Twitch and my TV.
What game is this? It's not.
I
Is
don't
this
wanna
ranked?
play through my TV speakers. I want to play through my giant Mackie speakers, so I can plug my Switch through here through the HDMI into the TV, capture the audio, and then go out through the speakers. This is kind of a really cool, versatile device because all the hardware has got built into it. Something you should know, and I think this is a really weird choice, even though this input right here is a 10 gig USB, this port is only a 5 gig. So yes, you could plug one of the brand
Yeah,
new
so it's
HDMI
not gonna ever
2.1
even
capture
send
cards
out
into
to your
here,
computer,
but you
can
need to
it?
make sure you're not maxing out the 5 gigabits per second bandwidth right here. Especially if you're using the camera capture right here, you probably have to turn down the capture to like 1080 60 max. I don't know what theoretically you'll actually be able to do with these capture cards, where the threshold is going to be, but just know that there is that maximum bandwidth of 5 gigabits per second. Last thing about this you should definitely know, they're also releasing software for this called the Mackie Matrix, which gives you that mixing capability that I mentioned before with the Stream Deck Plus, where it gives you a bunch of virtual inputs and outputs so you can separate your game volume from your teammate volume, from your music volume, and you can also output a different output to your stream and to your monitors and to Discord, and even a fourth one in case you want to do a VOD track to Twitch. This should be coming out within the next week or two tops, is what they told me. It's definitely not as polished of software as like the Beacon software or the Elgato Wavelength software, so you should be aware there, and that's why I mentioned plugging in a Stream Deck Plus, because that will be a better experience. You'll get a better software mixer and you'll get hardware dials to control it rather than using your keyboard and mouse. But it's worth knowing that if you don't have some of that hardware and you want those capabilities, that will be coming out in the next couple weeks. In fact, I've already tested it and used it. I've sent them a laundry list of things I want them to change, but for the most part, it does what it's supposed to do. But what are your thoughts on this? Do you have any? If so, leave them in a comment down below. And if you don't, just leave your favorite emoji for engagement. Thank you. And also, while you're here, go ahead and run to Senpai.tv, pick yourself up the Vitruvian Waifu t-shirt, because this thing's dope and it's available right now. And also, YouTube members get $5 off of anything they buy. It's 2 a.m. and I'm sick, so I'm going to end this. Like the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and I'll see you in the next one. Happy streaming.
Dumb.
43.
I know it's dumb how old I am.
It's
I
unreal.
try to, of course, maintain a youthful mindset. That's the way that I. No, I'm old. Whatever, it's fine. I was born in 19.
just can.
This place is something else. Let's go. Battery, check. Vitals, check. Mostly stable.
Introducing your champion.
Hey, Rack.
Good, I'm the jump master. Get ready, moving up.
Attention. First blood. Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Good thing I'm inside the ring.
Sorry, I was in the middle of change. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? It's just me. Is that not ranked? Oh, because it's duo. Oh, I can't really hate him for that. I can't really.
80. So yeah, I'm a cusper. Gen X millennial.
Yeah.
Xennial, whatever you want to call it.
Sure.
Uh,
Millenniax.
I mean, I like who I am. That's a weird thing to say. I've often reflected on my life and what I've experienced, and thought like this is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Like because I totally grew up, in the 80s. I was born in 80, so 80s 1 to 10.
Yeah.
90s was 10 to 20. And I got to experience that pre-internet growing up existence, and I
Right.
feel very privileged somewhat at this point
Yeah.
that I was not living in an era where every single thing you do, especially at a younger age when you're maybe still figuring stuff out,
Yeah.
was not filmed or recorded. Or posted to social media.
Right.
I
That's nice.
I don't know how, like I deal with social media now as an adult, but I don't know any of you young people who watch Kyle's show. I know there's a lot of you.
What are you trying to say?
How do you?
They're not that young, all right?
How do you?
Let's not get it twisted here.
Well, I mean,
Come on, dude.
what? Don't you try to appeal to the youth?
This set already looks like a casting couch, dude. What are you trying to do to me?
Oh well. I'd be more like the old, we're waiting for the talent to arrive. Is that what
Yeah, yeah.
It's such a tangent.
You're the DILF, dude. You're the DILF.
The point being, I liked being able to grow up in the pre-internet era.
Yeah.
And I was able, in my teenage years was when the internet started to become huge,
Right.
and that's part of why I feel very like I really like the internet, and I felt somewhat conflicted and frustrated with some of the ways the internet has gone.
Yeah.
And that's like with anything. Once it gets popular enough
Exactly.
and there's enough people looking at it,
Can't
and
stop.
like it's gonna get consumed by large companies who want to maximize profits in some way from it. But yeah,
But that's also
like-
how we're making a living.
it is. But we try to be honest with people. And that's,
Of course.
That's
Yeah,
the,
yeah.
That's the differentiating factor there.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I loved the early internet when it was more chill
Yeah.
and when you know like early days of Twitter and social media even
Right.
when you could be like, here's people I want to follow,
Yeah.
and here's what I want to see, and then
Exactly.
that's what your feed would be.
Yeah.
And then over the course of the last 5-10 years, I mean, hard to put an exact point on
Sure.
when the shift started to happen, but
Very
like
gradual.
it's why I'm like I don't mind TikTok because if you watch TikTok, there's interesting things that pop up, but
Yeah.
I still miss that. I still miss when the most popular things allowed you to choose exactly what you saw.
Exactly.
And TikTok and YouTube Shorts and Instagram,
This is your champion.
whether it's copying TikTok, whatever thing, like all of these things are built in a way that the algorithm can feed you what is most effective. And I
Don't hard drop me.
that way,
You know,
but
it
I'm
should
also
be
like,
Ball Master.
you
Let's
know,
land there.
I try not to something else to do. I call it garbage brain time. Yeah. And that's what I call it in my head. It's like, if I'm just
Silence,
done
go over there.
with all my stuff, and I'm at the end of the day, and I just want a little bit of Bitcoin, and I'm
Swallow the bug.
Green XDK.
Are we alone? No, we're not. I'm dead. Off the start. Off
my
the
mind's
rip.
not in a place where I'm going to do anything productive.
Yeah.
I'll scroll through TikTok and
For
some
sure.
stuff will pop up that's absolutely fascinating.
Of course.
And it's never something I would have gone out and found
Exactly.
myself.
Sometimes the algorithm slaps. Sometimes it will feed you something good.
Yeah. And so there's the benefit there of
Yeah.
being exposed to new stuff, which you might not have otherwise done. But unless
Can't
you're
turn it off.
unless you're only scrolling on your personal feed, which like no one ever does.
Yeah.
It's just the for you, and it's
Right.
what they want you to see.
Right.
And I don't know.
I think every social media platform, like, they should have a premium option. Well, a lot of them do, but I think within the premium option, you should be able to just disable the algorithm.
that would be cool.
Just a switch, like, just turn it off.
yeah.
Like, I just want what I want to see.
It's just pretty evident that many of the social media companies realize, like, we got a platform, it's popular, people are on it. You know what would be great is if instead of showing these people the things they want to see, we show them that what we want to see.
Yeah, right.
We could make a lot more money that way.
Of course.
And I know
they do.
again there are some nice things about that. There is some cool ways of discoverability. And I will say one thing that YouTube has been doing recently is they've been feeding a lot more really small channels. I don't know if you've noticed that.
No, I haven't.
YouTube definitely did another algorithm.
Yeah.
All I care about now, but
Yeah.
but yeah, as that changes, it seems. I think the term for it is churn. Instead of only showing the most popular, viral, whatever stuff that everyone's watching,
Right.
they want to dig down and they want to find some more of those lesser-known channels that maybe aren't getting a lot of views, but if you start popping that into the recommended feed and people start watching it, I think it's also a TikTok reaction.
Exactly. I would
Because
think so.
TikTok is really good at that.
Yeah.
If you start on TikTok, chances are they're going to pick one of your videos that actually gets a fair amount of views on it.
Right.
And that's how TikTok is digging up good content creators who are
Exactly.
making interesting content.
They have a chance.
And it's a good method.
Yeah.
And and for as someone who, as we talked about earlier, I think came from a little bit of a point of privilege where we had kind of a boost going into it.
Yeah. Which shout out to Linus. He was the one who gave us that
Yeah.
initial shout out when we started our channels.
And I appreciate YouTube doing that because I think smaller creators and people who are just starting out should get some exposure.
Definitely.
And it shouldn't be an environment where there's no chance that you're gonna get
Right.
any views on your content because you don't have any followers yet.
Yeah, exactly. It's like also don't be fooled. Like
Yeah.
YouTube doesn't care about you,
Yeah.
your small channel.
Not you personally.
Not you personally.
They want to find something that will keep more eyeballs on it. Yes.
More eyeballs on it, and they're probably realizing like, dude, we're losing creators, or like the potential for creators. No one can scale on our platform like they used to, so they're all going to flock to TikTok, Instagram. We need to get back some of that market share. We're losing a lot. We're losing the battle here. So it's for better or worse. It is giving those newer guys that are young creators more of a chance to actually thrive on this platform.
And so what those people should do is get in touch with us and tell us how to do TikTok.
Yeah, dude.
Properly.
Let's shake some hands. Have a meeting.
We need to absorb the life. I mean, metaphorically, of course, the lifeblood of the young people.
Yeah.
No, that's edit that out, Kyle. What?
Would you? I missed it.
Nothing. I was just
Okay.
talking about eating. No, that's
Eating what, Paul?
yeah. I don't
What's
know.
Paul eating?
I was trying to make something that sounded like a vampire, sucking the blood
Oh yeah, of the youth.
of the youth.
Yeah. Picking their
But
brains.
I'm speaking metaphorically again.
Of course.
To reiterate that, I wouldn't actually do that.
You've been drinking kids' blood with all the presidents. We'll get into that.
Back, we're going towards a different subject.
It's getting bleak.
Topic right now.
It's getting dark. Thank you so much to MSI for making the CES 2024 talks possible. So MSI unleashed some killer tech at their booth, but one thing that totally stole the show, literally towering over everything, was the Mag Maestro 700L PC. This beast of a dual-chamber chassis supports eATX and MSI's Project Zero motherboards. The ones with the sleek cable action going on at the back for that clean look. But hold up, it gets even cooler. The case is a single piece of CNC
Scrappy
aluminum,
DP says,
meaning zero
I'll
panel
BRB.
gaps. Add in that one-piece glass panel wrapping around, and you've got yourself a stunner. Ready?
I'm the jump master.
MORO says,
I'm the jump
bro.
master. Here we go. Ready up. Careful. Hostile landed near me.
Getting hit over here. Opening fire.
Broken enemy.
Getting shot.
MORO says, or actually a bot.
The enemy is here.
In progress.
Enemy that way. Come on. Enemy very close.
Kill leader appointed.
Peacekeeper here.
Medkit here. Shield battery here. Optics here. Close range. I see an enemy. Écoutez, it's raining enemies. One landed near me.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
Syringe here.
So there's no joke. Biden's been hoping Trump is paying attention, and people close to Trump tell CNN he is. CNN, I think the smartest thing, it's the smartest thing that Biden kept getting done yet, is what Trump said. It rattles him and takes him off message. The Trump campaign sneaks the strategy and talks in a statement to CNN, but if the Trump insider is to be believed, Biden's talks are having an effect on the audience of what? Even though I don't think it's necessarily the best trash talk to say that you're the only person who's beating the guy. It means that you're good at beating him, but that he usually does win. Side note, but still, I do like the line. Jay.
years ago. So, look, some of the story means I love this calling a loser. Embrace some, you know, yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, oh, yeah, that was TYT's Loser Donald segment. We had 100 of those in the election. We did 100 of them in the
Who cares? We did it first! We did it first.
For some extreme water quality, 360mm radiators, kind of extreme. This unique bad boy, the Meg Maestro 700L PZ, is hitting stores in the next month or two with an MSRP of $379.99. Now, if that's a bit too rich for your blood, check out the Mag Pana. This one's got a more budget-friendly price tag, coming in ATX and micro ATX sizes. U.S. market gets 4 pre-installed fans, or you can choose the fanless version for the international crew. It's available in black or white, and that wraparound glass panel gives you the ultimate wide-angle views. The case features solid cable management behind the motherboard with plenty of room, and these cool hinged cable covers to make stubborn side panels a thing of the past. With so many Project Zero builds on display, it's no surprise that MSI is also flaunting their line of clutter-free boards, featuring the B650 chipset for AMD's Ryzen 7000 series, and Z790 and B760 chipsets for Intel's 12th, 13th, and 14th gen CPUs. Back Connect design for effortless cable vibes, robust power delivery, and extended M.2 SSD heat sinks. They've got it all. Not to mention 20 gigabits per second USB, Wi-Fi 7, and 2.5 gigabit LAN for that extra sauce. Available now, so get them while they're hot. Hats off to MSI for making these CES 2024 interviews go down. Scope out their latest gear with the links in the video description. Thanks a million to Thermaltake for backing my CES 2024 chats. Now about those fans. Thermaltake's kicking it up a notch. Forget the old
God, the
these new
reads are
Tough Fan
just
EX and
horrendous
Fan
on
EX
this.
and Thermaltake's not just stopping at fans, no. They're diving into the Logitech
No.
Quad HD resolution.
They're not
I'll put the
stopping
link in the-
at
a bit more-
fans.
A little bit more. Put the link in the description. I don't know, like YouTube tech has gotten so serious. It's gotten really
In
serious.
some ways, it has.
More
a
serious than
a
it
little
used to
bit
be.
more, a little bit more combative.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't know how to assess it. I don't know how to say, because I mean, you can't have everything all nice and peachy and everyone's friendly all the time. Because you gotta have some a litmus test.
Yeah.
At times for, to make sure people are, just generally speaking, doing the right thing. That's a very vague, but yeah.
Well, I think what it is like if you look at all the platforms, YouTube definitely has the one with that's seen the most growth with its creators. So it's like you're no longer dealing with a bunch of individual creators on YouTube. You're dealing with companies. These are now companies that are interacting with each other and running the show. Production teams of just massive scale for some of them, and it changes the vibe. It's not just 2 dudes getting together. It's not 3 dudes.
Yeah.
That's starting to sound weird, but I don't want to go down that route. But you know what I mean?
Goat.
You're choosing
I don't know why I feel the
Man.
there, but certain channels.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's so like, generally speaking, for most people out there who are like normal people and aren't like insanely rich or running companies or that sort of thing, I think most people have some amount of distrust for large companies.
Yeah.
And I think that's very warranted, and I think that's something that's natural and should be, people need to hold companies accountable for what they do. People need to get up and arms when companies try to do something that's horrible or anti-consumer or unethical or something like that.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of the long-established YouTubers, and I'm not just talking about Max, others too, since
We were all thinking it.
I'm
Thanks for saying it,
I'm
Paul.
gonna say that out loud.
They were all thinking.
But they like you said, the simple operation of just a few people making videos and stuff. And just as people have held the large companies, done their best to hold large companies accountable,
Right.
and have that sort of inherent level of distrust.
Yeah.
I think as some creators have gotten to that size where they are cutting big deals with big companies that are big contracts, whether they're going into manufacturing of their own hardware in some way, or just in general, whether it's hardware, merchandise.
Voltus and Rampage
I don't know.
here.
It's just you want people to be operating on the up and up. You want people to be just behaving ethically, and I guess in the YouTube space in particular, it seems like because there's this fan mentality a lot, and people are really enthusiastic about this channel or that channel or whatever.
Yeah.
I think it's a weird crossover where, as someone who is very popular starts to cross over into more merchandise, brand partnerships, manufacturing stuff themselves, setting up some form of certifications or awards and stuff like that might conflict with others that exist out there.
Yeah.
I don't get too nebulous or anything, but so I think that's
We
why
all know what you're talking about.
we see a little bit more reticence from some people to just be like, oh yeah, I'm still all in with that. But that also is, I think, why you have this big boom in like TikTok creators, Instagram as well, just smaller creators, often people who are younger, people who are less established, because I think there is a freshness where like, oh well, they couldn't be corrupted yet, maybe.
Right. Yeah. Still hope.
But yeah, and then it's like the conflict of interest thing. So, I don't know. I mean, personally, I think the best way to go about it is to just try to be as transparent as possible about what you're doing, about partnerships that are being set up, and also consider to some degree that it's going into sort of like if we've had YouTube for a while, whatever YouTube was in 2006 or 2005, 2006, whenever it started, to let's say mid 2010s.
Yeah.
I feel like there was kind of a shift there.
Yeah.
From kind of the initial stage of YouTube to the current stage of YouTube as it gains popularity and views and eyeballs and all that. And then you have
Let's pick up this material.
Second phase now, but I feel like the second phase is almost ending. It's been like almost another 10 years.
Phase 3, man.
And now we're seeing what phase 3 is going to be.
Right.
And how YouTube exists, as time progresses.
Yeah.
How it balances with stuff like TikTok and other platforms.
Right.
And
dude, I think YouTube is just going to turn into TV.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a while probably, but I think at some point some channels, or the biggest channels, will just have 24/7 content. I really believe that.
They do have, YouTube TV already, although that's slightly different.
That's just actual TV on YouTube.
Yeah.
But I really do think, let's take Linus for example. They already have a 24/7 live stream of just all their.
Are they still doing that?
I don't know if they're still doing it, but they were.
Yeah.
And it was just like a constant feed. And I think at some point that's going to become more sophisticated, and it's going to be a mix of actual live content and just replaying videos, or just have the videos are already in queue.
Yeah.
And just imagine that's just a 24/7 revenue stream. YouTube would be into that. Any platform would.
YouTube's into anything that will, again, keep the eyeballs on the video.
Yeah. So I mean, are we growing, or are we just kind of
Yo.
like this old school?
Why are you over there?
That is TV. You know what I mean? Where we're just constantly plugged in.
Why did your mic become an open mic?
Just as many ads, if not more, than TV.
That would suck.
Dude, the ads have gotten in. I know that it's like a broken record. People say that. It is wild how exponential that was.
I feel bad because I have YouTube Premium, and I never pitch that and say, hey everyone, get YouTube Premium or anything like that.
Yeah.
I have it because it's a platform where I make my living and stuff. So I was like, oh, all seems reasonable for me to sign up for that. But maybe I should turn that off from time to time, or just go in incognito mode to see exactly what what's being fed
Yeah, dude.
on the videos. 'Cause, yeah, this stuff, like, I would always, in monetization of my videos, and I did a video on this back
I would suggest getting out.
November.
Yeah.
I was like,
Because you're going to be squeezed between two teams right there. Let some of the team third party that while they try to come down and chase us.
Videos, you know, and I've tried to stick to this principle. Like, I've always tried to make videos that I would want to watch.
Yeah.
And I've always tried to set up monetization and ads and everything in a way that I personally am okay with. So that's why I do short form, 20 to 30-second ads that are inserted towards the beginning of every single video that's clearly separate from the rest of the content.
Yeah.
And I always do timestamps so anyone can jump past it. And I've always done, not the bare minimum in terms of ad monetization, but I've always done just basic monetization, short ads, and never mid-rolls. And
Yeah.
pre-rolls, the post-rolls I've gone back and forth on, but I think that's not.
Yeah.
So YouTube took away the ability for me that I don't want any long. I don't want the possibility that a 5-minute ad's gonna pop up, even though they're skippable after 20 seconds or whatever.
Right.
Like I still just find it
It's
irritating.
Dude, I don't know how long they've been doing this, but like, if you're watching a video and I think mid-rolls are enabled, even if you like scrub back to go rewatch a part of the video, like an ad will play.
You have to watch the ad again?
Yeah.
Frustrating.
Crazy.
Yeah, so.
And it seems like it's just so long, like every 10-minute video, there's like 3 mid-rolls now.
And
Pretty rough.
and it's kind of just it's like the story of how everything has gone in our lifetimes, of like, something gets good, people like it, and so you get a large amount of people who like this thing.
Yeah.
And then eventually it's like, oh, someone comes in who's like, well, obviously we could be making more money with this.
Yeah.
Let's try to optimize it.
I worked with New Ed with you.
Let's try to there. I think of it as min-maxing. If you guys are any of your World of Warcraft players, old school out there, or it's terms used elsewhere, whatever. You're trying min-maxing, basically like the trend for like ultimate optimization of something.
Yeah.
That's like, I don't know.
Why does it say min? What's the? I know minimum, but what is
minimum input, maximum output?
You're trying to minimize extraneous waste. You're trying to minimize extraneous time. Like in World of Warcraft, it's talking about like how you kit out your character and how you optimize like your skill chart and everything, your skills. So
We got a long ways to go, buddy. I would start running if I was you. I can get this fucking
I've always gotten understood the max
shooter right here.
Like you're minimizing resources.
I think it's minimizing waste. It's like you're getting rid of anything that might be considered wasteful or extraneous or taking up time that might be otherwise.
I'm gonna hit this cannon.
Yeah, it's a general kind of like that.
Yeah.
And if I'm mislabeling it, like
they'll let you know.
Please correct me in the comments. But on a fundamental level, it's still the same thing. It's like with your Twitter feed, TikTok feed, anything like that. We would love to have that nice, comfortable experience.
Basically in right there.
5-10+ years ago, where I'm just scrolling and it's only showing me the people I want.
Right.
But someone at the company and someone at Twitter at some point was like, well, if we could show them these other things, we could be making more money. Whether it's showing ads or, that optimized content to grab your attention more effectively.
Well, this was the reason that you and I are doing what we're doing now, is because that's why we left Healer for the most part. Yeah. Well, Heather being the name of our old boss, not my ex-wife. We should mention that. We should clarify. No, I mean, at least in my mind, like, we started the YouTube channel, or I guess you did, and I came in shortly after. We grew this really small team, just kind of like a little rogue department. And it was cool in a way because no one gave a shit what we did, really. We were sort of hands-off. Why? Because we weren't making any money.
Yeah,
it wasn't lucrative.
Small.
And then at some point, we started getting some traction, more views, and then people started, like, the higher-ups started seeing dollar signs.
Yeah.
And then suddenly, everyone wanted their hands on it, and they brought in a new creative director, and there was this whole shift in the entire department.
Yeah.
And the direction that the YouTube channel would be going, and it was not good. It was not good. Slady was like, from QVC, like Home Shopping Network or something. And I was like, why did you pull someone from home? Like, she was trying to sell computer parts to nerds like they were diamond rings. I mean, she has no idea. She might know like Hollywood and TV production side, but she was clueless, and
I don't think she even knew that very well.
probably not, dude. Just she was good schmoozing or something. But you and I were like, this isn't fun anymore. And so I was like, I'm putting in my 2 weeks. I'll never forget the day, dude. It was just me and you in like the back room. And I was like, I think I'm gonna quit. And you were like, this is me. You're like, me? And I'm like, yeah, dude. I think I'm gonna put in my 2 weeks. And you're like, I'm gonna quit too. And I was like, dude.
Yeah.
I'm gonna that's exactly how it went down, and
I remember very well.
45 seconds till ring closes.
Idea,
Don't let me carry you.
and it was thanks to the support of my wife. It was like, me too. Sure. I think it was actually.
Me Too movement.
Yeah, it was absolutely the right decision for both of us. So thank you for.
We gotta go. We gotta
catalyst-
go.
being the
Like
catalyst
quick.
I feel like if I waited much longer, you probably would have done the same.
I might have, but you know, sometimes it helps.
Trying to hit the zip line over here so I can move up quicker. I'm going up that way.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more of a risk.
It was less scary. Just then you didn't see all the
So that was cool. But yeah,
we're like a married couple at this point. Dude, you're the only interview guest, by the way, who I haven't made my bed for. I made my bed for everyone else. Like, you and I are basically, we're like a married couple that stopped trying.
Rings closing. I
You know
like
what I
pushing
mean?
limits as much as the next guy.
I didn't
But we
mind. I was
got
like,
gold.
oh, Kyle.
Yeah.
So you had a good night's sleep last night.
Yeah.
So I see that as a sign of respect.
Exactly.
I think it's sort of comes that too.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
One on me? Oh, I thought that was you.
if I can try to crystallize my thoughts on that in some way, it's that I think that the wasteful part, the frivolous part that a lot of companies look at, and talk very generally here, that has been like minimized so that they can maximize the amount of dollars. Like, that's the thing I miss.
Yeah.
I want there to be some inefficiency with my social media feed, in terms of making money for the company. I want the businesses who have crazy amounts of control over these things to be okay with doing something that is going to help people's like mental health.
Yeah.
Or like just feeling positive about themselves.
Yeah.
Versus going for the thing that they know is going to drive the most views and most eyeballs, which is often stuff that's negative and controversial and hateful and, you know, people yelling at each other and everything like that.
Right.
Reddit is probably the social media that I use most often.
Yeah.
And I've developed a heavy filter for myself, because I'll often go to the main Reddit page just to see what's bubbling to the top. And there's a bunch of stuff I just never look at, because I know it's something that's like people fighting, or like this, even if it's making fun of some exploitative, like TikToker or YouTuber who's going up to someone and just like doing some dickish thing to try to get a reaction out of something, a reaction out of somebody so they can feed it on their channel. Like, I filter that stuff out. I never look at it. I'm like, I don't want the feelings that elicits.
Yeah, right.
But for a lot of people, those feelings.
There's too many people I'd craft you right now.
And stuff like that can create the same dopamine response that happiness can create, and it's why people get addicted to, you know, hate scrolling or doom scrolling and stuff like that. So I have no idea if there's any way out of the current path that's like social media in general is on. Man, I don't know if there's going to be some higher level of people that, you know, some group of very powerful executives who actually aren't assholes, who get together and like, you know what, guys, we have billions of dollars each. We've made enough money. Let's try to make the world a better place.
That'll never.
Like, nothing.
Never happen. Everything you said was like would be so beautiful it happened, but it probably will never happen.
But you know what gives me hope, Kyle?
What's that?
The RTX 4080 Super.
Thank you for watching, ladies and gentlemen.
The RTX 4080 Super, Kyle. Nobody expected it to be $1,000. Everyone's like, of course it's going to be $1,200 or $1,400 bucks.
And again, it's like YouTube. It's like NVIDIA doesn't care about you. They don't want you. They don't want to save your wallet.
Yeah.
They just don't want to look like assholes, and they don't want people flocking from their platform, from their product.
But you know what? They made it $1,000 instead of $1,200, and all of us like beaten dogs.
Yeah, we're done.
It's not $1,200.
Yeah, right.
Thank you, NVIDIA.
Are they going to lower the price on the 4060 then?
No.
Probably not.
The only
Just like
the
the
only
one that
card,
people can afford.
the only card that has an official price drop is NVIDIA.
Sorry, that's all I could do.
They hate to drop the price of the card. It shows weakness and vulnerability, and nobody wants that. The only card they got the price on was the standard 4070 non-super, which went from 600 to 550. So that they can make the 4070 super 600.
Right.
So they can make the 4070 Ti super.
What do you need?
800,
What do you need?
And you do the stack like that. So
Sure.
there's no more regular 4080.
Yeah.
I think that's
Technically, we're in right here.
Two variants.
Yeah, let's see.
16 and 12 gig, and that's done enough.
We may just have to wait this out. There's 3 squads. It's just us and 2. Wait, once they start fighting third party, it.
Part of the 4080 reference. If you step back,
They're taking long distance shots at each other.
Or we didn't.
Right.
We stay here, wait for them to drop.
Too in depth or whatever. But and you know the progress of society.
One's coming out.
Even though we have lots of companies.
Yeah.
Nobody, I don't want to say.
Over here by the window.
The vast majority of people living now would have had a much horrible time.
Yeah.
100 years ago, 200 years ago.
Totally, dude. You
Even
don't want to go
though-
back in time.
Even though they're assholes who want to hoard everything for themselves and
Yeah.
make all the money and don't care about making life over, there is still, I think, a base level of people who just don't be a dick.
Right.
And enough of those people to sort of treat progress and
Dude, we have a it's the best it's ever been for in so many ways. It's like, you've seen Back to the Future. You know how that shit goes. They go back in time once.
yeah.
Everything's
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah.
They spend the whole movie just trying to get back to present day.
Yeah, I
I'm
agree.
thankful. I'm very
But
glad.
that's
It's great.
but good is not an excuse for not pushing towards making things better.
Of course.
But that is, I mean, and I as I've gotten older, I've gotten very, very pessimistic about a lot of things. I've lost faith in many in humans
Yeah.
for a large chunk of everything.
Yeah.
But I do have, that's what I fall back on. Is like, you know, things are a lot better now than they have been in the past.
Yeah.
And I really and sincerely hope that, you know, humanity as a whole can continue to push forward in a way that makes life good for more people,
Right.
not just for, you know, a few people who are running the show.
I think that's a very good and wise approach and difficult approach to take. Paul is one of
I can't influence it. I can't do anything about it.
No,
It's
sure.
just, it's like what I want.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
It's just like butterfly, flowery thoughts in your head.
Yeah.
But to be positive, like to know that things are kind of f***ed up, but to still have some hope that things could get better.
Yeah.
But also to not let your guard down and be critical where you see fit, because that's really the way that we've progressed.
Yeah.
You know, I think that was very well said. I couldn't have said it better myself.
Thank you.
But we've been running for a while, dude. Thank you for taking the time to sit down and talk.
Thanks for inviting me over.
Of course, dude. Always a pleasure. I
We
love you,
got
dude.
another beer to drink.
Yeah, we do. Let's
We'll do that off camera
We'll do this one off. Adios, ladies and gentlemen.
for the after party.
Cheers.
Bye, guys.
So, I initially thought I would end this week with a video that goes into a performance and sales analysis of the 7600 XT, and of course a sales analysis of the 4070 Ti Super as well, but that assumed I had anything hot to say about these launches, and well, yeah, I was happy to comment quickly on the RTX 4070 Ti Super performance because it was surprising to a lot of people. I had something to say. And I was also happy and able to quickly comment on RTX 4070 Super sales quickly because, good lord, they were so bad that I could draw a conclusion about them immediately. But the fact of the matter is that I have far more important things to leak to you all tonight,
considering I don't have anything further that's that hot to say about the 7600 XT and 4070 Ti Super. Well, except I guess let me say this. I really do think that we need more time to assess 7600 XT and 4070 Ti Super sales, because they both seem to be selling some, but they are not selling well enough or bad enough for me to really make a big conclusion about their levels of success yet. Although I will say this for now. I saw some people talking about the 4070 Ti Super sales like they were good. But if you actually pay attention to this one data point people all seem to be quoting on screen right now, and it is just one data point once you zoom out to a global scale, people, it shows the 4070 Ti Super selling worse than the 4070, that I think a lot of people are already forgetting was a sales disaster, according to all reporting at the time. So at a minimum, I don't think NVIDIA is happy about 4070 Ti Super sales. Although, again, I don't think it's ready to say how bad or good it is. And the same goes for the 7600 XT, that if you look at this one data point, you could argue is selling 3 times as well as the 4060 compared to the 4060 launch. But again, it's too soon. I'm not going to conclude that overall, over time, the 7600 XT will sell 3 times more than the 4060, because, well, you really should assess low-end graphics card sales when they launch late in a generation in the middle of a work week, because that's just not a type of card people usually drive out and get after work in the middle of the week. Alright then, so moving on to the main stories of the night, it has to do with some alarmingly bad details I have just been sent about Intel's Battlemate generation that I have proof of in writing, that I insisted on being allowed to show you so that you'll actually believe me. Now, before I get to that, and actually other details about ARC that aren't all bad news, well, I want to say something first. If you came here to see somebody dunk on Intel and hate, you came to the wrong video. This video is going to mostly strike a somber tone, like that ARC Effectively Cancelled video I put out a couple years ago, although I'll try to end on an uplifting note. But actually, yeah, if you don't believe me that I had a somber tone 2 years ago when I talked about ARC being effectively canceled, and you might not because there are some truly deranged people online misquoting this channel constantly, go watch that video. It is one of my shorter ones, and in it you can see that I am clearly sad to report that the GPUs I had exclusively leaked and been excited about for years were being effectively canceled, and there was a lot of nuance in there that you would have missed if you didn't watch the video by what I meant by effectively. And I'm tired of the people that aren't paying attention to the nuance. There's a ton of people that seem to downplay any good developments out of Intel ARC because they misunderstand how pessimistic I was. Then there's another group of people that definitely overhype any ARC news out there in some weird misguided attempt to prove this channel wrong. But I'm absolutely sick of it, and I feel like it's time for this channel to hit the reset button when it comes to talking about ARC, because I'm tired of it being poisoned by all the fanboys arguing below. So when it comes to Intel ARC being canceled, let's just be very clear about the things that were said in that video 2 years ago and what has happened since then. Since then, there has been no Alchemist Plus generation. It was fake, and my contacts at Intel directly tell me that roadmap was made up. And then there was also no ultra enthusiast launch of Battlemate in 2020, despite Raja Kadori sharing a roadmap that had basically nothing on it actually happen before, of course, Intel Graphics Division itself.
That guy's almost broke.
And Raja Kadori was fired. Brutally, actually, if you want to know the truth, because I have a video that talks about how bad it was behind the scenes. So let's recap. No Alchemist Plus last year. That was made up. No Ultra Enthusiast Battlemates last year. And still not this year. I'll get to that in a second. And also, the Intel Graphics Division was literally dissolved at one point and Raja was fired. Guys, if you watch what I said 2 years ago in the Intel Effectively Canceled video, I was right. It's already all the things that I said were going to happen have happened, and it's time to stop dwelling
Oh, he's
on
broke.
points so that, well, we can look at new ARC developments with fresh eyes and without that.
He was broken when I hit him.
Today, I tell you about, yeah, more ARC cancellations that might be happening, but also what I'm starting to see might be leading to a sort of hibernation that might actually see ARC.
He just went across to go heal, to go revive.
Years from now, I want to talk about that.
But first, an ad from a sponsor. This past New Year's Eve, we brought my dog Jessie with us to party in Chicago, and she loved it. To our surprise, the big city didn't scare her, it excited her with all of its possibilities. And for me, that's how I feel about outer space. Like endless opportunities and adventure await around every star, and you can experience that feeling yourself by playing Star Trek Fleet Command. This piece of content is brought to you by Star Trek Fleet Command, a cross-play game that is available on desktop and mobile with a Scopely account. In Star Trek Fleet Command, you can customize your ship, fleet, and crew to
Damn, they had 3!
filled with all of the characters and lore you love. That includes characters from the Next Generation, the original series, the J.J. Abrams films, Discovery, and more, including Kirk, Spock, Michael Burnham, Data, and Geordi, as you boldly go where no one has gone before. And remember that this game is free to play, and every month they are still adding new content to the game. Recent additions include the first stage of the Enterprise arc that allows players to explore the aftermath of the temporal Cold War plotline from Season 3 of Star Trek Enterprise, and that includes new core missions and side missions that you can also be playing with your new Enterprise officers, Chris Tucker and T'Pol, before you take a break with the new Wave Defense. Wave Defense introduces a new way for players to socially interact based on Wave Defense teams that transcend alliances. Download Star Trek Fleet Command using the link in my description, and then use the code WARPSPEED to get 10 epic shards of Kirk for free and kick off your adventure. Doing this helps you kick off your galactic adventure with a bang, and it also helps the channel a ton. And that's one more time. Support Moore's Law is Dead by clicking on that link in the description and using the code WARPSPEED to start your Star Trek Fleet Command adventure properly today. Alright, now before I get to the good news, I think it is best if I get the bad news out of the way first. Believe it or not, the original script for this video that I actually have finished weeks ago and then put on ice while I talked about NVIDIA Super endlessly, it feels like. Well, I plan to use this uplifting thumbnail that you're seeing on screen right now to try to convey a positive turning of the page for the ARC brand. In fact, the original title for this video was something like Intel Battle Mage, the next chapter of ARC. But like any good analysis, my main thesis that I start with when I begin writing a script, well, it's a thesis based on what I've been hearing before that needs to be tested to see if it's partially wrong or entirely wrong. And so, well, I had an initial thesis about what Battle Mage might be, which, to be honest, I was hoping it would be some laptop-focused graphics card that lied low for a while. The lied low for a while might be true, but apparently the graphics part of it in laptop, that's the part that is not true. Once I started digging really hard with my sources on exactly what is going on with Battle Mage, double-checking everything, dotting I's, well, honestly, people, it seems like discrete Battle Mage for laptop, it may be canceled already. Now, I want to be clear that it is going to be a maybe, because it's hard for me to be 100% sure about anything going on at Intel anymore with how many firings and cancellations they have there. But this will be a drastic reversal if it happens, and when I put this on screen now, you can see I have it in writing. What you are looking at here is a master document. There are these things on databases at AMD, Intel, and NVIDIA that outline the current plans for Battle Mage for people who need to know. And this was recently updated in December, apparently. At least now is when I'm finding out about this. And without telling you where it came from, I can just tell you that it goes to the very top. And clearly in this master document, it says that while desktop and workstation cards are still planned to be made, there will be no mobile video cards on the Battle Mage product roadmap. And it says that clearly, and it also actually confirms PCIe Gen 5 x16, but whatever about that. And I didn't stop there, of course. I also reached out to my contacts and asked them to ask around and look at as many things as they could. And if I put this quote on screen here, this comes from one of my best Intel sources that said, once I told them about this, they started digging, and when they looked into it, they saw that the Battle Mage documents they had access to, which they swear not too long ago were referencing mobile, actually mobile launches first, they now have the mobility versions of Battle Mage erased from most of them. And they all still list Battle Mage dedicated cards as of now, targeting an end of 2024 or early
2025, just to be clear, not coming out anytime soon, if it does come out, by the way, but that the laptop references are basically all gone, and based on this, this person is questioning if the desktop lineup will remain intact as well, because, well, what would be the point of Battlemage without having a laptop version of it to be paired with their Ultra CPUs? And here's a weird thing, by the way, that I've also seen in some documentation. Now, the first thing a lot of you would probably say if Battlemage's mobile versions of the discrete cards are canceled is it's probably because their efficiency is terrible. And to be clear, I cannot rule that out. And I would not bet, as you're about to see, by the way, that Battlemage's efficiency will be even remotely close to RDNA 4 or Blackwell. That's not what I'm going to say. But what I will say is that while I cannot rule out that maybe, you know, once you scale Battlemage from a tiny Lunar Lake-sized tile to something big that uses over 200 watts, that its efficiency goes to complete crap. That might be true, but at least what I've seen so far, and I did dig with some sources today at Intel pretty hard, of Lunar Lake's integrated graphics efficiency, it at least seems like Lunar Lake's graphics are quite a bit more efficient than Meteor Lake, possibly beating 45-watt Meteor Lake integrated graphics with a 15-watt Lunar Lake integrated graphics chip. That sounds really good to me. But at the end of the day, the best explanation I can give for why Intel would be canceling their laptop variant of dedicated Battlemage cards actually has to do with the quotes I'm going to put on screen right now from OEMs. So, the first...
That's a whole third party, isn't it? Fuck.
At a very large laptop OEM says that they haven't seen literally
Grenada.Dragon says,
about Battlemage. Now, a second source at a major laptop OEM told me that they have seriously not had a single brief or email about Battlemage yet from their contacts at Intel, that they cannot speak for their competitors, but what they can say is that it is already too late for them to implement Battlemage into any notebook class in 2024 if they were to be fully recent given the specs on Battlemage today. And to be clear, this person already has some details about RDNA 4 and Blackwell. You have to wait for that, by the way, people. Sorry.
I tried, baby. I tried.
Source number 3 here, who works at a major OEM who's also in an album, told me that they don't know one single thing about Battlemage, and frankly, they don't ever want to. This person told me that Intel can quote them whatever they want about Battlemage, but after the debacle that was Alchemist and the other debacle that was Meteor Lake, they don't believe anything Intel tells them about performance or efficiency anymore, and so they're going to need to watch and see Intel successfully launch Battlemage by themselves and have it live up to the hype before they'll consider supporting any future ARC graphics generation in a laptop again. And honest to God, the impression that I get is that, number one, OEMs are showing absolutely no interest in Battlemage. And then number two, Intel is noticing that, and they know deep down that by the time discrete Battlemage is ready, if it is ever ready, and plenty of people at Intel tell me they cannot promise it will ever come out because they're still having so many issues finishing this thing, that it's for sure going to miss the window for a comfortable launch to OEMs for laptops in Q1 of 2025, which is the latest they would want this thing to come out to have any reasonable chance of success in laptop because, well, number three, no OEM that I speak with, and I mean I spoke with half a dozen of them, let's say roughly half a dozen OEMs, not a single one says they're going to choose ARC graphics cards for any of the laptops they're planning over Blackwell or even RDNA 4 because they know that, remember, in 2025, Battlemage isn't competing with Lovelace, which they don't expect it to be as efficient as. They'll be competing with Blackwell, and there's no way they can justify risking putting a vastly inferior Battlemage into a laptop, because if that laptop does not sell because of an ARC sticker with an inferior Battlemage graphics card, they didn't just waste money on selling a graphics card, or should I say, trying to sell a graphics card. They'll have a laptop sitting there that has wasted money on an OLED screen that nobody bought, on a battery nobody bought, on a chassis that nobody bought, on a CPU that nobody bought, and on RAM that nobody bought. They're throwing away all the components they put into making a laptop
if someone doesn't buy it. And so that's why they're trying to only make safe bets. And it sounds like that's mostly going to be Blackwell graphics cards and AMD APU systems, like that hyped up Strix Halo thing. They're excited about that. They are not excited about Battle Mage. And so and it definitely is still an if. So many things keep changing at Intel Arc. So if that document doesn't get updated again, if there is no mobility versions of discrete Battle Mage, then I do believe it is because OEMs just don't want it, and Intel knows it will not be competitive there. But if Intel does launch a dedicated desktop card in super low volume, which it sounds like they're probably going to do, what will it look like? Well, remember, what I'm about to put on screen here, everything having to do with Intel is subject to change. All I can tell you is that as of right now, these are the designs that could go forward as a discrete Battle Mage lineup. But it really would not surprise me if they were cut down for the top version or the top die was canceled. Plenty of people tell me they still think the top die won't come out. But what would that top die be? Well, let me put this on screen here. So yeah, Intel Battle Mage update late January 2024. So the top die, G31, uses a TSMC 5nm family node. It is 347mm squared. So again, using a smaller die for the time than what they used with Alchemist, meaning it is more low end. And anyone who says that's a high-end die, remember, this would be a product that's effectively launching in 2025. That is not high-end by 2025, and Blackwell is going to be 3nm. Anyways, though, 512 execution units, same as Alchemist, 16 GB again, and then there'll be a cut-down variant as of now that is planned, that is 448 execution units and 16 GB. I've also seen a 384 execution unit variant in some documentation, but I'm not sure if it's just for testing or if it will be released publicly, but at least there's two 16GB cards planned right now. And then there's a smaller die, G21, 271mm squared, 192-bit bus. Again, remember, a 271mm squared die from a gen that when this launches will be at least a generation old for the node that is not high-end. And yeah, 320 execution units, 12 gigabytes at the top with that 192-bit bus, and then cut down to 160-bit, 10 gigabytes, 256, and then 256, 8 gigabytes for the ultra low and probably like B380 or something card will be that one there at the bottom. And yeah, as released by the channel last year, Battle Mage is listed as supporting GDDR6 and GDDR6. I did double check this, by the way, still no documentation on this GDDR11, even though I hear that NVIDIA is likely to support that for Blackwell, but going back to the link here. Unlike with Alchemist, though, curiously, top performance targets are not something listed frequently on documents. And I want to be clear what I mean by that. I cannot tell you how many documents said like 3070 competitor, 3070 Ti competitor for the A780. They constantly listed their performance targets, like A750, 3060 competitor or something eventually, what they said. And the documentation I've seen for Battle Mage, they don't tend to list performance targets. Now, I think a lot of it is because the ARC team is shell-shocked and they're scared to make any performance claims anymore. It's either that, though, or more pessimistically, it would mean that they actually still have no clue how well Battle Mages will perform, because it's not anywhere near being done. But just telling you that you don't see the performance targets for these cards that you used to see with the previous generation. And so I know this sounds silly here, but the best I can confirm based on unideal Lunar Lake tests, which I tried to like reverse engineer per execution unit and add it up in a best or worst case scenario, based on what I have seen, which again, it's not really meant for this type of a comparison, but what I've seen in the limited amount of testing and projections for Lunar Lake, integrated graphics performance on documents, I can say that I would suggest Battle Mage, if the top die launches, which it might not, it would place it between a 3070 and a 4070 Super. And again, remember, I mean, Intel was trying to hit 3070 Ti performance, and this is an imperfect comparison, so do not double down on performance right now. But just keep in mind, that's like a best case scenario. It's around a 4070 Super, maybe 4070 Ti in performance. And I think that's important to remember as a best case scenario because, well, okay, that is roughly double the performance of the A770. All right, but think about it. If RDNA 4, based on at least what I have heard, is going to be around 4080 performance for $400 to $600. Split the difference, say $500. AMD has a graphics card at the end of this year that's as strong as a 4080. Well, then 4070 Ti, that's like 25% weaker than that. And the cut down version of top RDNA 4 is probably going to be about the performance of a 4070 Ti itself for like $400 or less. And these dies are not small. So I don't know how Intel would make a profit selling something weaker or the same performance as cut down RDNA 4 that costs more to make. They probably have to sell for $350 at a loss, a gift. That's not an optimistic scenario for them actually going forward and launching this, by the way. But going back to the leak, though, here's where things get really interesting. Celestial right now is listed for a launch in mid-2026, and Druid for a launch in late 2027. Not canceled, it could be. And both of them only have 2 low-end dies left that aren't officially canceled. They had 3 or 4 dies before, but then those have been axed in the documentation. All the stuff is low-end stuff launching years from now. But also, new documents have arrived in the databases of Intel that
No
say that both
backpack?
Celestial and Druid have a single tile config listed as an alternative flagship for the top variant of
I want a
their hardware.
backpack out of that crafting machine. What
That
the fuck?
directly suggests that now Intel is considering saying that top Celestial is not a discrete GPU, even though their own website will call it that, of course, but might actually just be a tile that they put into some APU like Panther Lake or Nova Lake. And so that tells you right there that there is real evidence here that not only is Battle Mage canceled for laptop, not only does it seem questionable that it will come out to desktop, but I've already seen evidence that Top Celestial may now literally just be a tile they put in one of their APUs. So, yeah, things are going about as well at AMG as I told you they would go a couple of years ago. But I can't tell you I was going to try to end this video on a positive note. So, well, here we go. Ultimately, I was depressed 2 years ago when I leaked that Intel Arc effectively canceled video because, well, it seriously sounded like there was a chance that Arc wasn't headed downhill, but that it might make Intel go out of business if they throw more good money after bad, funding something that isn't going to make them any money for years. Either that, or it seemed like they were just going to abruptly cancel it sooner rather than later, when we were going to lose our third entrant into the GPU
We should move
market.
off, bro.
I've wanted for a very long time. But as much as I do want a third entrant into the GPU market, I was excited about that for years when it seemed like it might happen. Well, I'm not going to lie to you for clicks. And so
Let's
I
just
was
craft
forced to
them if
tell
you
what was
can.
Going well years ago. Today,
Throw the craft
today
down
I'm
while you
actually
can.
happy to
I'll do
see
it.
that even if they aren't seemingly going to compete with NVIDIA and dedicated laptops directly this year, which I really think we could use considering OEMs seem allergic to putting Radeon in laptops right now. What I am looking at here is my hibernation theory that I outlined years ago, where I suggested that what Intel needed to do, clearly from what I was seeing behind the scenes, is massively reduce the scope of
Just cover me while I
Intel
get
Arc
'em.
generation so that they can keep working on their drivers for years, gain back some goodwill, and then once they have money again with people, they do not have right now money to gamble with. If you look at the news, once they do have money again, hopefully they didn't burn all of it too soon and have to cancel Arc. Hopefully they hibernated Arc long enough to be able to reboot it quickly once they have the money. And so I think Intel is just cutting Arc segments left and right now so they can survive. And that's a good thing because, well, fucking admit it, haters. Half of you got mad at like 2 years ago because it meant that Intel wasn't going to make their RTX 4080 cheaper.
Dude, I'm getting third party from
Half
some
of
other
you
angle
here
too.
just want Intel to keep running the company to the ground, funding stuff that can't make money because you want your 4080 cheaper. That's not what I want. What I want is this person here wearing an Intel shirt that I own. This person here who actually is very proud to have this graphics card that basically no one actually has in their offices right now. I'm someone that actually wants Intel to succeed long term. to be able to compete with NVIDIA and AMD long term, and not to just make one generation cheaper temporarily while they run the company into the ground. And if they hibernate, only release one or two little discrete things that don't matter that much, but at least don't lose them a lot of money, they can keep working on drivers for years, well, then this disaster that Raja lied to about may be effectively canceled. But with death could come new beginnings, and I am one hoping that Intel Arc lives to see another day and a real day.
I am
I'm also hoping you all live to see my next video. That's the best transition I could come up with quickly.
I am hoping to see this.
Enjoy this video. If you did, please remember to hit the like button and double check that you are subscribed to the Moore's Law Z YouTube channel, as I have a lot more Intel leaks coming. Actually, this was just going to be one part of like a 40-minute long Intel over the next few years leak, but I decided to break it up into different parts. Yeah, I will be later this year and over the next few years. I've got new information for you. I've also got new exciting information about PlayStation 5 Pro, coming Zen architecture. I've got both good and bad news when it comes to that. RDNA 4 leaks, Blackwell leaks. I hope there's enough hours in the week to get these videos out over the next couple of months. So make sure you're subscribed to the Moore's Law YouTube channel so you don't miss all that upcoming content. And again, ring the bell button so you actually see the notifications. And then also consider supporting Moore's Law on Patreon. You'll get ad-free exclusive content every week. Just today, actually in the past 24 hours, a new die shrink came out looking at concerns me and Dan have with hardware reviewers and just the industry itself right now reviewing PC hardware going on. That's just an ad-free hour-long video for supporters of the channel. $2 if you add something good, and hundreds of other exclusive pieces of ad-free content. We cannot do this without our patron. But for everybody else, if you made it this far, thank you for watching.
And I promise this is not a Apple Vision Pro only channel. That is not the point of this channel. But one of the cool things about this kind of product is a lot of people who have not been in XR or have maybe been interested in technology or Apple products, they're kind of like looking at this device and some of the hardware, especially the specs page that was kind of launched with the pre-orders. And it's been fun going to a lot of these more public, big consumer-facing channels and them not really understanding what a lot of these tech specs even mean. A lot of that has to do with Apple speak, right? Like Apple has other different naming schemes for things, but there's also generally some different specifications, more complex ideas compared to what consumers are used to for other products. So I thought this was like a really good opportunity for me to like kind of go over the specs page and go over some of like the actual differences of what you're seeing in hardware like this compared to what you're used to from like iPhones and Macs and whatever other Apple stuff you use. So yeah, that's the point of this video. Also, this time I don't look like a goblin because I actually slept. A lot of people were complaining that I was half dead in my last video. Yeah, we all have goblin days, right? And that was mine. So yeah, obviously specs page, it's pretty detailed, but it's also not detailed enough, and I'll probably get into that, my complaints about that as we go on, because I was very brutal when the Quest Pro came out on the Meta side of things. They ended up updating that specs page to be a lot more clear, and I have a lot of those same complaints for this spec page, even though they do give a lot more information of what's going on. But obviously capacity, I did complain about in my last video. The starting prices for this low tier, and yeah, I think that low tier will be kind of filled up fast if people actually do use this device as like a computing device. I don't have much more to say. Very standard, you know, you're used to that. Now the display is probably a thing where I get into my people like to make fun of me because I'm very obsessed with XR display technology, especially this one. And I just want to talk about this especially because my biggest gripe first off the bat is they don't want to share what the resolution per eye is. They just keep saying the 23 million pixels number, which is spread across both eyes. Now, I'm not trying to say this is not a impressive number, or it's like I'm trying to discredit it or anything. I just think that having raw numbers per eye is what the basics for resolution measuring for XR should be for devices, and them not being able to admit that is really... I don't like when companies do that. I don't like when Meta does stuff like that. I don't like when Apple does stuff like that. Luckily, when you are kind of deep with the supply chain and like research of display stuff, you do get things like this where you kind of have a good idea what the actual resolution is based on, again, supply chain notes. And this is kind of the display that they're using. It's, as you can see, pretty much exactly as it says here with the micron pitch, which we'll talk about in a second. But per eye, it's around a 3648 by 3144, which again is much higher than anything else on the consumer market. And it's micro OLED, which we're going to get into some of my micro OLED comments because, again, this is a technology I'm very passionate about. I've been wanting this for XR for years at this point. And a lot of people don't understand what micro OLED is. They think it's like a marketing term for OLED in these headsets when I look at more consumer-facing channels. So micro OLED, let's talk about OLED first, right? So OLED you would see in a smartphone and TV. They're different, but they're also quite similar. They're built on what is known as mother glass backplanes. Basically, in production, they have this giant pane of glass, and then they put transistors on top, which will be like basically each pixel. And those transistors will also have deposition of organic materials, which is what the O in OLED stands for. It stands for organic light emitting diode. And that technology has gotten quite mature by now, right? Like it's in a lot of smartphones. You're starting to see it in a lot of IT products like monitors and TVs. And you're also a lot of murmurs about iPads starting to come out with OLED technology, which is a big deal, right? Now, the problem is with standard OLED built into these products like smartphones, the pixel density is actually very abysmal. Now, this is not a problem for everyday consumers because when they stare at their phone, they're usually at a distance, and they're also pretty high resolution, but if you actually put up a microscope or a lens on top of those pixels for those standard OLED panels, you will see there's a huge gap between the pixels, which is why you can't really use this technology for standard OLED. You can, which you do see that in PSVR 2, but PSVR 2 has a massive screen door effect compared to something like the Vision Pro, as people who have tried both units will definitely tell you. So what is micro OLED? How does micro OLED differentiates itself from standard OLED? Well, the biggest thing is they are actually built on silicon wafers. It's basically OLED on silicon. Micro OLED is another name for a technology called OLED on silicon compared to OLED on glass, as I was just talking about. Now, silicon wafers...
Bro, I'm not going to do this right now. We're 6 minutes in. I'll come back to that later. But I don't like you. It's just that I'm not going to deal with it right now. Let's do that. Let's do that. You're staying. Okay, QT.
Suggestions to post streamers reacting to their nominations on the Streamer Awards page. That's so fun. I would love to see, if you guys have reactions to people getting their nomination, I would love to see it. You should watch Mari's reaction. Okay. You guys already have them. You guys can link them. Our second nominee for a Rising Star is... Our second nominee for a Rising Star is... That's so cute. Rising Star.
I hit my hand on the ceiling. What the?
Yeah! Oh, it's the fourth.
Yeah! You did it!
Oh.
You did it! Yeah!
That's so cute. I'm excited. This is why I make this stupid show.
Boy 1000
Aww, that's so nice. Shonda Black. Both two. gone to black.
Yes, baby! That's what I'm talking about! That's what I'm talking about! That's what I'm talking about! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Aww. That's so sweet! Yay! How exciting! Oh, that's also sweet! Yeah, that's nice. Valkyrie tweeted about it. I wish I could free scroll on Twitter without the fear of accidentally showing boobs. Iron Mouse reacting to streamer of the year. Iron. What? That's so cute. You were just what, nervous? I was nervous and I was having tech issues, and it's a lot of people watching and it scares me. Anna Cramley. My heart. That's Chess Streamer, and this one is actually presented by chess.com. Big shout out to our sponsor of this award. Thanks, chess.com. Chess Streamer. Gotham Chess. Okay, Gotham. Yeah! She had the best year, genuinely. Like, she had such a crazy year. With, like, training virtual and all that shit. Nominee in this category ever. We're nominated! What? What? Wait, sorry, what? What? Hikaru's gonna get nominated? Everyone. Awards isn't necessarily about the best at the game, but the most entertaining at the game. Tiger One got nominated for Hikaru? Sure. Wait, what? People were very Yeah. Yeah. I don't think Hikaru never tells people to nominate or vote for him. I don't know why. I know it is such a wild card pick. I was kind of blown away, but he does deserve it. I saw people voting for Tyler. He had a great year. He had a great chess year. I always watch chess, and I think I watched more Tyler play chess this year. He's playing right now. Chess? No, he didn't. No, he's not. Oh, in between games. Sometimes he does that. Does he even know he's nominated? I don't think he gives a shit. I don't think Tyler gives a shit he's nominated.
Where is it, chat? We watch? It's on Twitch or no? Not. Well, shit.
That's so nice.
Wait, I don't think she'll.
Oh fuck! I'm in. No wonder.
Now here's the thing, guys. You know it's playoff football when you get a little bit of pushing and shoving, some tall, some trash talk. Little pushing and shoving. It's all about intensity is love when that's right.
This guy don't know what he's talking about.
She's gonna cut.
Oh,
It's me!
Final.
The goat!
Ken.
Oh, dude, I lost, man. I just lose. I just lose here, God.
That's so funny.
Streamer awards. Me, Carrick, Super TF, and Pence. I just lose.
Yeah, you lost. No one tell him I said his name wrong. That's so sweet. Yay! Double reaction. Best Minecraft streamer. I know a lot of you are excited for this one. Minecraft. Sonic the Hedgehog.
Oh, I'm not the loser again. I'm not the loser again.
Introducing
We're
the
going
champion.
away.
Yay! Come on, LA!
Switch came from the moon.
Oh, it's over.
You're gonna
It's over. It's over.
It's all over. It's all over.
Leading the way.
All over.
Supply ship over there.
Dude, every category is.
It's good. It's good. It's the same as last year. Oh no, Tina. Oh.
Looks like I'm the jump master. Lucky you.
That means we have like a good show this year, though. If you look at every category and you literally say, we're fucked. Genuinely, I think in the past I've been able to look at categories and kind of have a guess of who I think will win. I kind of have no clue this year. Like, I'm being so serious. I really don't know. It could go. Of course, she was gonna call him Nick. That's so funny.
Oh shit, actually, let's go.
I know who that
Nick's voice. I don't know.
Wait, did you take a picture? No, I didn't. I swear I didn't. That's why I told you.
You didn't even know.
No, that's why we don't let people pick their picture or their clip, because then they're not surprised. So I'd rather people be surprised, you know. Also, that's what's funny is Nora is an interesting one because last year she did average on their house, and this goes off of last year, so it was like, oh, okay, so she got the nom, even though she has more viewers than that now. We like her. We love Nora. She's great. She's very funny.
Charging up my shields.
This bar of gold came from the trash. In fact, the materials inside the electronics thrown out every year are worth an estimated $60 billion.
There's palladium, there's tantalum, there's tin, there's lead, there's steel.
He's broke! He's broke! He's broke!
Or
He's just dropped to the ground. Oh, that's a different guy. There's two of them there.
the scavengers who process e-waste can't afford proper safety measures. So now, a growing number of solo recyclers are proving they can make money by safely handling it in their own garages.
We could potentially recycle all of our e-waste domestically instead of exporting it overseas.
Wade Cawley is a dumpster diver on a mission to keep electronics out of landfills. His work led him to partner with a startup that grinds the circuit boards he collects and recovers metals from them using a secret brew that comes from nature.
Carbiol, Tangol.
So, how much money do solo scrappers really make? And can they change the way the global e-waste trade works? We went to Sydney, Australia to find out. Everyone knows when Wade Cawley is coming through town.
Family nicknames it Flash because it's red and it's electric and it buzzes around everywhere.
Today, he's on his way to a local repair shop that puts aside devices it can't fix.
They didn't really have a way of recycling things, and they really don't.
Over the past decade, electronic waste around the world has grown by at least 60%. As of 2019, it's over 8 million metric tons of trash every year. Wade works alone, breaking down tech with drills, screwdrivers, and...
These are actually electric garden pruners, but I have repurposed them to be able to cut through cables.
Doing this work comes with risks, but Wade takes precautions.
So I have to put my respirator on to take these fluorescent tubes out, because if they break, they contain mercury inside of them, which is obviously poison.
After a few minutes of work, he finally uncovers the treasure he's after.
So this is the main circuit board, and this is where all the gold and silver is, and all the little black chips.
Wade works to ensure that every part of a device is properly handled, even the hard-to-recycle plastic. Recovering the copper, gold, and palladium inside circuit boards is possible at massive recycling facilities, but it's expensive and requires corporations and consumers to properly dispose of their devices. Today, only about 9% of e-waste in Australia is formally collected.
The US is only slightly better at 15%.
Yeah, right. I doubt that.
So, unwanted tech piles up on the curb, waiting for treasure hunters to find it.
Oh, there's another nice board. I envision that small recyclers and scrappers are going to continue to grow as a force both within the United States and a lot of other developed countries.
Ernie Pietrek is a retired Navy captain who started scrapping in 2019. His YouTube channel, Shark Scrapper, is one of hundreds teaching people about this business.
Every minute that you spend scrapping stuff down is eating away into your margin. And sometimes you might only make a couple bucks an hour on something. If you're just doing this as a one-person operation out of the back of your truck, you'd be better off to just go work at McDonald's.
Scrapping doesn't really pay off until you can invest in heavy-duty equipment that can cost tens of thousands of dollars.
When you put it on one of our shaker tables, the metals go one way and the waste goes another way.
Jason Gaber comes from the world of underground mining, but now he sells crushers that can be used for e-waste.
E-waste is going to be the richest ore of the future.
For many, e-scrapping remains a
No,
side
it's not.
business. But for some of the world's poorest people, it's the only way to make a living. Every year, rich countries ship thousands of tons of e-waste to places like Delhi, India, a world capital of unregulated e-waste recycling.
इस काम में थोड़ा बहुत तो रिस्क है लेकिन करना पड़ता है मजबूरी में.
Gulzar was 14 when we talked to him in 2023. He's one of about 50,000 people who scavenge here, mostly from piles imported from countries like the United States and China. Gulzar starts his morning selling breakfast at his father's food cart. After school, he heads to trash piles like this one to sort through old cell phones, computers, and few people doing this work have access to gloves or other safety equipment.
अरे खोल देने इसको तो ये लग जाता है और ये पत्ता जो है इसका ये सब लग जाता है हाथों में कभी कदार.
And to get at the valuable metals, many scavengers burn e-waste. That's a problem that experts say has long-lasting impacts on human health, including stunted growth, miscarriages, organ damage, and bone density loss. In 2021, India recycled a third of the 1.5 million metric tons of e-waste it produced, a recycling rate about twice that of North America. But only a fraction of Indian waste was handled by authorized recyclers. Not to mention,
Authorized?
the country imports an
You're not
estimated
authorized.
50,000 metric tons of e-waste each year. With his business rekindling,
I'm giving you
Wade's trying to prevent
authorization
e-waste
to
from
touch
getting
your
shipped
own
overseas.
equipment.
Would have a really good impact globally if
Oh,
instead of
thanks.
exporting it overseas and putting it on the less fortunate, being able to take care of our own waste.
Today, Wade's dropping off a truckload of materials he's collected at Mint Innovation, a local startup that grinds circuit boards.
How's it going?
Oh, good.
Thanks for coming past.
No
Looks like
worries.
a nice couple of batches here you brought past.
Mint pays him about $3.50 per kilo. So today, he made about $3,500.
How much did you bring along today?
1 ton altogether.
Typically we're going to get something like, I don't know, 250, 300 kilos of copper could be in there, and maybe, anything from 100 to 200 grams of gold. We'll see where we get to with that. But I've got a wee sample here of gold from the processing. I'll give it to you now, the down payment. Maybe you have to give it back. That's
Mint runs electronic waste through a liquid bath of bacteria, fungi, and other
Got a
organic
bogey on my
materials.
marker.
Business Insider first visited Mint's pilot facility in New Zealand in 2021. Now, the company scaled up with a facility here in Sydney, Australia that's nearly 5 times bigger.
So this is our first plant, and what we are gearing up is being able to build these in multiple cities around the world.
It's almost entirely automated. preventing workers from coming into direct contact with hazardous materials. The circuit boards heading up the two-story conveyor belt contain about 70% plastics and 30% metals like copper, silver, palladium, and gold.
I don't have a
This
gun
machine
yet.
crushes them into smaller particles,
I don't
which
know
will then
about
be
this
trapped
drop.
in liquid.
Got a big plastic tank behind me here. It's 25,000 liters.
It'll sit in this mixing tank for a few hours.
After that, it will be sent over to one of the filter presses.
This blue fluid contains a high concentration of copper, tin, and other less valuable metals. Mint uses electricity to pull out the copper.
We simply put that through a series of plates, pass it over that have electric current flowing through them, and that plates out the copper from solution.
Now, the solution is ready to extract the gold. That's where Mint's special sauce comes in. Mint's team identified these tiny helpers in 2017 through a series of research trips to places like abandoned mines or fields with rusty equipment. They collected species of bacteria and fungi that evolved to bond with specific metals.
You can see this residual dark purple colour that's left over biomass that's got the gold stuck to it. That's formed these beautiful purple nanoparticles.
The purple cake will go to an off-site refiner to be turned into something easier to recognize.
So this gold bar that I'm holding in my hands is about 1.2, 1.3 kilos, and that's the amount of gold that this facility is recovering each day it's in operation.
At today's prices, that's nearly $85,000 worth of gold. The company says its Sydney plant could recover more than $30 million of gold every year. Mint also says its process has a smaller environmental footprint compared to other forms of industrial recycling.
What we've created is a closed loop system where what actually leaves the plant is benign and not a chemical waste stream.
That's what helped.
Wasn't there another team here?
Process his treasures here.
It feels amazing to see that my circuit boards have finally made it to the right place, and I know they're being recycled properly, and it's really good to see it all in place now.
Wade started collecting old electronics when he was just a teen. He'd store them in his mom's garage.
And I'd constantly say to Wade, do you think there's a way of, condensing this a little bit just so that we can get out the front door?
This is a 1960s TV made in Australia. This was my first old laptop or piece of technology that kind of started my obsession with just anything vintage and electrical and stuff like that. Yeah, I just like to tinker on them and see if I can get them working again. But I think it's important as a historical standpoint to keep things like this because there's getting less and less by the day of these older systems, and yeah, they're actually worth far more than the gold and silver inside of them, in my opinion.
But Wade may want to consider mining some of his own collection. Ever heard they don't build them like they used to? Well, it's true. Starting in the late 90s, many companies began using gold-plated wiring instead of solid gold to lower costs. For example, integrated circuits from a 1982 IBM PC now sell for about $180 a pound. An Apple CPU, something you'd find inside a Neon iMac from 20 years later, only fetches about $4 a pound.
Most of the computer hardware is not that valuable. There is, of course, going to be some gold, some copper, some platinum, some palladium, but minute amount.
Environmental activist Jim Puckett started the Basel Action Network, or BAM, in 1997 to monitor and stop illegal exporting of hazardous trash like e-waste.
We need to think of handling our waste as a service to society because we don't want to be trashed with waste. We don't want pollution.
Wade says his business will continue to earn a modest income until he can invest in new equipment. But doing the right thing is what keeps him going.
Motivates me knowing that it's actually going to be recycled and not going to landfill, and then my hobby kind of feeds into that because, when I get old stuff, I quite enjoy that. So it's a really good feeling job for me.
Barrel stabilizer here, level 3. A helmet here, heat shield here.
This is unbelievable.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar, and welcome to another episode of Ready or Not. Now, if you all know, I love SWAT games, and this level is so important for me to play. Ladies and gentlemen,
OLED differentiates itself.
The Taliban and ISIS are both Islamic extremist organizations, both with similar interests. Their overarching goal is to create a state governed by a strict, extremely conservative version of Sharia law, the religious doctrine that's part of Islamic tradition. While Sharia law is meant to protect the practice of religion, as well as safeguard sanity, family, personal and communal wealth, and life, ISIS and the Taliban have their own, far more brutal interpretations of Sharia law, and have shown that they are prepared to use extreme violence to enforce it. Despite both belonging to extreme branches of Islam and seeking to establish authoritarian states that adhere to their versions of Sharia law, both the Taliban and ISIS are two forces
Wow, you guys
that
are
have
really
been in
far away
perpetual
from me.
conflict since 2015. Why have these two extremist forces fought against each other for so long? In what ways are their goals and beliefs different? Well, join us as we investigate exactly why the Taliban and ISIS both hate each other. Before we begin, there's an important bit of nuance we need to cover. While many of their beliefs are born from specific interpretations of Islam and how they believe religion should be applied to the governing of countries, neither ISIS nor the Taliban speak for all Muslims. Both of these forces are extremists who have pushed the tenets of their religion to the most extreme interpretations, which do not reflect the interpretations that ordinary practicing Muslims have of the Quran, their central religious text. The world first witnessed the Taliban begin growing to prominence during the Afghan Civil War in the early 90s. They originated in the Pashtun areas of eastern and southern Afghanistan and northern Pakistan. By this point, Afghanistan was already a country that had sadly seen a lot of turmoil and conflict in its already long history of instability. To keep things brief, the Civil War had been largely caused by the government of Afghanistan at the time being allied with the Soviet Union. Given that the world was in the midst of the Cold War at the time, the United States saw this and decided to covertly offer their support to insurgency fighters who opposed the Afghan government and sought to overthrow them. These fighters were known as the Mujahideen, and given that they were devout Muslims, they disagreed with a number of social reforms that had been instituted and resented the government for introducing a more democratic process to Afghanistan, as well as having ties to the Soviet Union. So, the Mujahideen launched a series of violent insurrections and attacks against the Soviet-aligned Afghan government, eventually leading them to seek help from the communist allies who invaded Afghanistan in 1979. In response, the Mujahideen rebellion grew, bolstered by weapons and support from the United States Central Intelligence Agency. America might not have been ideologically in agreement with the views of the Mujahideen, but the enemy of your enemy is your friend. As such, they sought to aid the insurgency and overthrow the Afghan government as a way to reduce the Soviets' influence. The Mujahideen began as a handful of fragmented independent groups. They weren't a coordinated military force yet, and throughout the war their tactics were sporadic and disorganized. This, however, would gradually improve with their growing experience, and thanks to the large quantities of weaponry sent to them via Pakistan by the United States and other countries, including Great Britain and China. However, the invading Soviet troops managed to maintain a foothold in Afghanistan, controlling most of the major towns and cities. The Mujahideen were situated out in the countryside, but their familiarity with the terrain allowed them to evade Soviet attacks. That is, until the Soviets began bombing rural areas in an attempt to eliminate some of the civilian support for the insurgents. The Soviets' attacks and attempts to reduce support for the Mujahideen drove nearly 3 million Afghan people away from their homes in the countryside, with most of them migrating toward neighboring Pakistan. Think about it from the perspective of an ordinary Afghan citizen. Your country has been through a lot of conflicts, and it's long affected your livelihood, perhaps even since you were born. Then a foreign power invades. It's likely you'd be willing to see the Mujahideen rebellion more as freedom fighters, acting with your best interests at heart, fighting to end the perpetual conflict you and the rest of your country are tired of, especially once that invading army starts bombing your country, forcing you to leave your home and travel across the border to seek refuge. Those who had been displaced by the war between the Mujahideen and the Soviet Union, many of them students, began to form a group under one Mullah Muhammad Omar, a Mujahideen commander and eventual leader of the Taliban. The name of the group was a Pashto word meaning students. Pashtuns are an ethnic group primarily residing in southern and eastern areas of Afghanistan, as well as northwest Pakistan. A lot of Pashtun people from Afghanistan would have been displaced into Pakistan during the Afghan Civil War, with the younger among them being educated in traditional Islamic schools there. This is where the Taliban traces its roots. Back in Afghanistan, the Mujahideen eventually neutralized a lot of the Soviet air power, thanks to shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missiles that had been supplied by the United States. By the late 80s, the Soviet Union was beginning to fall apart, eventually leading to their troops leaving Afghanistan entirely. However, even after Soviet withdrawal, things didn't automatically become peaceful overnight. A transitional government that had been supported by the various Mujahideen factions took power. But disagreements over the sharing of power led to violent conflicts between the groups. During this time, Mullah Omar was a teacher at a madrasah, an Islamic school, in a small village in the province of Kandahar. With the end of the war leading to escalating political and ethnic violence, Omar claimed that he'd had a vision that instructed him to restore peace to the country. He then led a group of madrasah students, the Taliban, in taking over numerous cities throughout the mid-90s. By September 1996, they took control of the entire country, overthrowing the current ruling regime and establishing themselves as the governing body of Afghanistan. They ruled with an iron fist. Any opposition to the Taliban was massacred. Citizens who were left starving by the conflict were denied food supplies sent by the United Nations, and preventive famine that had been reformed and gradually improved under the previous Soviet-backed government were oppressively rolled back. The Taliban's rule over Afghanistan came to an end in December 2001, when a United States-led coalition of armed forces invaded the country. This was a retaliatory response to the terror attacks of September 11th, led by Osama bin Laden. At the time, bin Laden was hiding in Afghanistan, and given he was in power, Omar had refused requests from the United Nations to extradite bin Laden. This was what prompted the U.S. invasion of Afghanistan, which overthrew the Taliban and led to 2 decades of subsequent conflict. Then, in 2022, the U.S. and the Taliban reached a diplomatic agreement for American forces to withdraw from Afghanistan. The moment they did, the Taliban once again seized power over the country, and at the time of the making of this video, have been restored to their previous positions of control. The Taliban are a fundamentalist Islamic extremist movement, meaning they believe in, choose to adhere to, and enforce a literal interpretation of the Quran scripture. A number of the principles stem from traditions of the Pashtun people's nomadic tribal ways of life. They practice a branch of Islam that is known as Sunni Islam, which is one of the largest branches of the Islamic faith in the world. This is why it's important to remember that the Taliban don't represent all Muslims, not even all Sunni Muslims, despite their assertions that they do. As part of their enforcement of the interpretation of Sharia law, the Taliban have prohibited women over the age of 10 from going to school, or even being seen in public, unless accompanied by a man. Television and social media are also banned. Other methods of control they employ are executions, detaining journalists, and even persecuting their own citizens who try to advocate for basic human rights. Perhaps the most important principal difference between the Taliban and other Islamic extremist groups such as Al-Qaeda is that their objectives are localized. The Taliban only wanted to maintain religious control over their country, whereas Al-Qaeda wanted to impose their version of Islamic law on an international scale. Then there's ISIS, or the so-called Islamic State. The group traces its origins back to Abu Musab.
You look like
al-Zarqawi,
anime.
a man from Jordan. Al-Zarqawi was part of another branch of Sunni Islam known as the Salafi Jihadist. This religious political ideology seeks to establish an Islamic
You
state
tape your
in the state
nostrils.
and advocates for military attacks against non-Muslim targets and other Muslims deemed to be heretics according to Salafi principles. The Salafist interpretation of the Quran is taken in its most literal and traditional sense, and it's the goal of the adherents of these extremist beliefs to reestablish what they believe to be true Islam. Abu Musab al-Zarqawi ran a training camp within Afghanistan and later rose to prominence after he traveled to Iraq and became responsible for carrying out a series of bombs.
That guy's a, I know that guy. He's a variety streamer. He's like a Junior Tyler 1.
In the area against American troops and formulated the so-called Islamic State.
Yeah, you know who Tyler 1 is? He freaks the fuck out. That's like what Jinx tries to do all the time.
Western part of the country in 2014. A number
Oh,
of
well,
commanders
Tyler
from
1
the
is the
Taliban
original
also
freaker outer.
defected and swore allegiance to ISIS leaders. Many of these commanders had found themselves dissatisfied with the leadership of Mullah Omar, who was still the head of the Taliban at the time, leading to their defection to the so-called Islamic State. ISIS has since actively recruited defectors who have abandoned the Taliban, in particular anyone discontent with the leadership and lack of battlefield success. While the Taliban retains a much larger following than ISIS, there exist various factions affiliated with them. This included the lesser-known ISIS-K, who are self-proclaimed splinter group affiliated with ISIS. The K in their name refers to Khorasan, an eastern province of the Iranian plateau. ISIS-K intends to act as an affiliate group representing the so-called Islamic State in Afghanistan and Pakistan. Initially formed in 2015, ISIS-K was started by militants originating from Pakistan, along with more discontented former Taliban members. They operate within the northern and eastern regions of Afghanistan, near Kabul, the country's capital, which is now once again under Taliban control. Much like the larger group they're affiliated with, ISIS-K is actively hostile toward the Taliban. This is in large part due to them possessing an even more extreme interpretation of Islamic practices and teachings. This has led them to conduct a number of high-profile attacks against the Taliban in recent years. Despite contrary reports that ISIS-K numbers had dwindled, their ranks have actually increased, especially as the Taliban, the newly instated leaders of Afghanistan, made their advance across the country, which saw numerous prisoners freed as a result. In terms of their tactics, the Taliban predominantly employ the use of guerrilla warfare, meaning they practice more unconventional and unorthodox methods of approaching a battle. During the war in Afghanistan against the US and their coalition of allies, this meant the Taliban would often conduct violent ambushes while operating in the Afghan countryside, as well as conducting attacks using bombers in urban areas. While not hard to see that this comes from the Taliban's historic links to the Mujahideen, who initially founded the group, it makes them extremely difficult to defeat through the use of more traditional combat techniques. On the other hand, ISIS tactics are far closer to those of a conventional organized military. Additionally, while such a thing is banned in Afghanistan under Taliban control, ISIS also managed to utilize social media as a way of spreading their propaganda and swaying new recruits to their cause in a way that no other terrorist group has before. Although crackdowns on the spreading of this propaganda have since taken place on all these platforms, ISIS has been known to have a presence on YouTube, Twitter, and WhatsApp. Most frighteningly, they use social media to lure in potential recruits, predominantly young people, from overseas to join their fight against not only Western culture, but against the Taliban too. The fundamental difference and the source of their ongoing animosity toward each other is that the Taliban and ISIS share different beliefs on the practice and enforcement of Islamic law. While both might consist of extremist Sunni Muslims, the Taliban follows a variation of what is known as the Deobandi branch. On the other hand, ISIS has its own interpretation adhering to the even more extreme Wahhabi Salafist tradition, the same one practiced by Al-Qaeda. Currently, there's still ongoing conflict between the Taliban and the so-called Islamic State within Afghanistan. When ISIS-K was established in early 2015, it prompted the Taliban's leader at the time, Mullah Akhtar
What a
Mohammad
dumbass!
to contact the leader of ISIS. Given that the group was recruiting Taliban defectors, Mullah Akhtar requested that Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, ISIS's leader at the time, abandon this recruitment of disaffected Taliban members. His position was that if there was to be a war for the cause in Afghanistan, then it should be conducted under the Taliban's leadership, not that of ISIS. Shortly after, on the 2nd of February 2015, a group of militants associated with ISIS-K killed Abdul Ghani, a senior Taliban commander operating in the Logar province. Fighting then continued to escalate between the two extremist groups in June 2015. Two separate factions of the Taliban in the Zabul province even began fighting each other over whether or not they should join forces with ISIS in November of 2015. More battles took place in April 2017 after ISIS-K captured a trio of drug dealers in the northern Afghan province of Jowzjan. These men had reportedly been selling opium in order to raise funding for the Taliban. Later, in May of that same year, a group of 22 militants were killed in a fight between the Taliban and ISIS at the border to Iran. Eventually, the Taliban would launch a brutal offensive intended to eliminate any ISIS presence in Jowzjan province during the summer of 2018. That conflict ended in a staggering defeat for ISIS-K, who were subsequently almost eradicated by the United States forces working alongside the Afghan military in late 2019. Despite various setbacks, there are an estimated 2,200 members of ISIS-K who remain alive and active within Afghanistan. In February of 2020, when the United States signed a dubious peace accord with the Taliban, they pledged to eliminate other groups of Islamic extremists, including driving ISIS out of their country. Now that the Taliban have seized control of Afghanistan, There's concern that this will encourage further terrorist activities by ISIS and its affiliated groups, and that the country will then become a safe haven for them. The Taliban recapture of Kabul initially left the country in turmoil, with many who were opposed to their control and ideology forced to flee from Afghanistan. Allegedly, this included members of ISIS, given that they don't share the Taliban's principles or follow the same branch of Sunni Islam. However, if the reports are to be believed that there are still ISIS-K members active in Afghanistan, given the shared history of hatred between the two groups, it isn't likely that they'll become allies anytime soon, even now that the Taliban are in control of Afghanistan. Now watch what really happened to ISIS, or look at what actually went wrong in Afghanistan.
I'm the jump master. No straying now.
I suggest this landing location. Landing in this area yields a high probability for success. Never mind. This landing area will prove beneficial.
Get ready. Moving up.
Let's check out that way, friends.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
We find ourselves inside the next ring. How serendipitous.
First blood on the enemy. Using grapple. Caution, opening hold with explosives.
Join the ring console here.
Warning. Ring movement in progress.
We are inside the next ring. A net positive result. I've discovered the location of the next ring. Check your map.
Care package being delivered.
Grappling. Incoming care package.
The Joe Rogan experience.
No boy. Oh shit.
Inspecting this area. Be aware. I hear subjects in this direction. Beware. I've added a variable.
Wow.
Care package over there.
Never seen a book we would have thought same
Subject
job.
spotted here. Beware. I've added a variable. Recharging shields. I have a subject in view.
I think me and Drake jinxed.
Yeah, he's the kiss of fucking death.
Very interesting. I wonder how the people online feel about that.
Spotted a subject.
Because, you know, we're not scoring it while we're watching it. We're watching it. We're just having fun.
Throwing arc star.
Healing my target spotted.
Were we wrong?
Firing.
Man, we watched this more.
It was close, man.
It was
And then
good.
you got
3-2.
you don't know.
Listen, fourth round, he did awesome.
Thermite grenade out.
Wow. I think Izzy will go make it a easy dead match.
My vision is
Bro,
clear.
how about him versus Hamza?
Hostile right here.
Is Shock Count 185 or 177?
70. How about him versus Hamza at UFC 300? Ramadan. Ooh, that's true.
Spotted one.
Will Hamza fighting Ramadan?
Gas trap deployed.
No? No. Won't do it? Says he won't do it? I think it's all of April, right? Yeah. They would be fighting during Ramadan. Yeah. But can't you just sleep all day?
Eat at night.
Yeah, can't you do that? Can't you just adjust your sleeping schedule?
Subject spotted.
But I know that Bilal's done camps through Ramadan. Yes.
Enemy spotted.
Wow. Jamie, what do the people online think?
Taking. I have a subject in view. Recharging shields.
Out of the
Opening fire on the enemy.
early rounds, Drickus.
They gave the early rounds to Drickus?
Placing gas trap.
Really?
Pretty much a hashtag UFC 297 feed doses.
Target spotted.
Interesting.
Getting shot.
They're going crazy in South Africa.
Drickus got cheated, triple one.
Who's saying stripping random people? What about check down
Grenade, watch out. Spotted a subject. Enemy spotted.
How about Luke Thomas?
Enemies are shooting at me.
Good
Cracked
first
an enemy
shot.
shield.
Spotted a subject.
Cracked an enemy shield. Using my shield.
I have a subject in view.
This one will be close. I can see 40 or 47 either direction.
You and me now.
New kill leader appointed.
Broke that enemy shield.
New kill leader. Go on, watch out.
Recharging.
Throwing thermite grenade.
So this is the last I definitely didn't win the fourth. Did you win the fifth? Wow, man, the fifth seemed like it was Sean with only more shots in the lot. Yeah.
Look at the copy strike numbers too. Sean has a shit ton of punch.
Eyes on the new kill leader.
We're taking out the kill leader. Good work.
So total strikes 154 to 116. Takedown 0, we got 6.
Chewy Roo says TNKS.
Significant strikes 143 for Sean versus 114 for Trekkus. The thing about that though is like a lot of them might have been in the early rounds, just give them a 10-9 round for those significant strikes. So it's not necessarily if you see like a big number like that, it doesn't necessarily mean that the guy won the fight.
No.
Yeah, if you're doing it the right way, interesting. Tough fight. Hopefully, if Izzy wants to come back, he'll punch him up by Jerkins. Let's run it back, he said. How about a rematch at 300? Why not? If Adesanya can't make it, that's a good fight. A rematch? That's a good fight. That's a very.
There's someone else coming in.
One of these guys, though. If they're gonna have a rematch, if you have a split decision loss, that is one of the best indications that it was a close fight. And the kind of fights you want to see a rematch of are the ones that are close fights. But still, if you can't, that as a rematch is better than penalty. Stitch that fucking eye up. Let's go.
Good job, experience.
That seems so crazy to think there's not a list.
I mean, Jimmy the tinfoil hat guy.
There's a lady in jail for sex trafficking. To no one. Like, there's no one who's been arrested that she sex trafficked to.
That's what they're saying. Well, there's a list that's out. Who knows if it's fake? I don't know. It could be a fake list. Who knows? But Chris Tucker's on that list. And they asked Chris Tucker on a podcast, what's up with you being on the list? He didn't do what Jimmy Kimmel said. Jimmy Kimmel said it's a fake list. Who cares what that list says? It's fake. Right. Chris Tucker goes, yeah, I did go on that flight, but we went to Africa and I was with a bunch of diplomats. I didn't know who the fucking Mexican guy was. Like Chris Tucker says, like, I had no idea. We were on this plane. We were going to Africa, do some diplomatic shit. And
Shield swap. Don't.
I didn't know.
Well, they definitely got people connected to him by using famous people. Because like,
my
if
point
you
was,
find
my
out,
point was, Chris Tucker basically confirmed that the list was like legit because he's on it.
right? There's a dude that was inviting me to this conference once, and he was like, Kanye West is gonna be there. I'm like, oh, Kanye West is gonna be there. Next thing you know, you're there, right? And if you don't know who's there, and some dude, this was just a conference, it was like a tech conference. They wanted me to come and talk about like the influence of social media and podcasting and shit. I was like, I talk about that all the time. When am I gonna go there? But point is, they were trying to lure me by saying that some famous dude I know is gonna be there. So if you hear like, oh my God, you know, Richard Dawkins is gonna be there, he could say, yeah, all these famous people are gonna be there. World leaders gonna be there.
What was Stephen Hawkins doing on this so much?
Stephen Hawkins was a freak. He used to go to strip clubs.
Really?
Yeah, because he could feel, but he couldn't move. You know who told me about that? Eric Weinstein. Eric told Weinstein that some famous dude I know was going to be there. So if you hear, like, oh my God, you know, Richard Dawkins is going to be there, he could say, yeah, all these famous people are going to be there. World leaders are going to be there.
What was Stephen Hawkins doing on this so much?
Stephen Hawkins was a freak. He used to go to strip clubs.
Really?
Yeah, because he could feel, but he couldn't move. You know who told me about that? Eric Weinstein. Weinstein told me about that back in the day. He would go to like swingers clubs. He would lay there and they all dry right on him. Sick. Because it probably felt good, and he can't move, but he could feel. He had Luke Garrett's his body. Does Zig still get heartburn? I bet. I mean, he's not stupid. He's smart as shit. He just can't move.
It's crazy because why he go to the effort to blackmail Stephen Hawking.
Well,
like, you know how easy that would be if like, you really want to blackmail.
I don't know if that's what they were doing.
He had a bunch of handlers. But you know what I'm saying? How easy, the guy's in a wheelchair, he can't even move.
Yeah, but you gotta think of it
in any
as
situation.
right.
And what is he gonna do? Say stop. Like we're gonna wheel you in. I'm just island that like.
But you have to think of it in terms of a long picture. Like, what is the picture? If you have esteemed scientists, Nobel laureates, scholars, all these different world leaders, bankers, famous singers, famous actors, they're all there. So that's the way you get people to do it. You invite people to this immense, lavish celebration with intellectual world leaders, geniuses. And you think, well, how could it be bad? All these geniuses are there. And then next thing you know, you're doing yayo, and you got some girl from some Eastern Bloc country that's rubbing you. You don't know she's 16, and she takes you in a room, and the room's full of cameras. That's
blackmail.
Yeah. And I think it's all about. We're probably facing the effects of that right now. I bet there's decisions that were made. There's influence that got moved around. There's people that support a certain narrative because they were on it.
Here, I've got some heavy ammo.
Isn't that what I was saying all day today? I think everything that's going on right now in the world is linked to Jeff Bezos. That's what I think. I think everything. I think everything.
Trump shit, everything.
Take this thing back down and get the fuck out of here.
UFOs have been around. They've been talking about them since Jesus left Chicago. Right? But the last 3 fucking years, everybody's seen something.
Yeah.
How about that Miami? Come on,
the people who did the 40 years. That's what you saw. You didn't see no fucking aliens. But that's what they're selling over. Now people from the Navy, all of a sudden, I was going in and there was something right next to me. They was still fake. Really? You decided to fucking dump me.
This is what I think. Tell me. There's a lot of important people that were on that list, right?
Right.
A lot from all over.
Right.
Politics,
music,
actors. You saw it left out now. Right there. Chris Tucker pretty much said it in prayer.
Yep.
Not that everybody on the list did shoot. Who knows? It would be easy to, like you said, drag. Like if in the 90s or in the 2000s, if people would have liked my music and I would have had a record deal, sometimes nobody liked it.
And then somebody said,
"Don't push them."
Let's go to an Iron Dog. There's the ability.
I have no reserve ammo.
I think I would have went there. You know what I mean? Then you go, right? You go, and then you're like, dude, people brought their kids. Like, no, dude, those are the bitches.
I have no reserve ammo.
Sorry.
Put one over there. Put one over there.
What do you think?
Make this area walled off.
What do you think the UFO?
I think the
But I'm asking Joey.
No, this is the point. My point is, the people that are on the list would rather, like, if they had a choice, you want to go to jail for this shit as a pedophile, or would you rather have World War III? Would you rather have fucking Civil War? Would you rather have fake alien invasion where the world changes, like the whole world changes right away? Where would you go? Would you rather go to Guantanamo Bay? Would you rather go to prison? Or would you rather have World War III, Mad Max, alien invasion? That's what I think. World War III would save them. Alien invasion would save them. And a civil war will save them. So they want all that shit. They want all that. They want complete chaos so they don't go to jail. That's what I think.
I don't like that the list only released 300 people. A lot more than 300 people on that fucking island. And I think they took the...
Throw some traps out here.
People on that list? I don't know. I guess
So they can't climb up in this area.
This has been released.
You got more traps.
No. They just releasing the list, but they're still covering up the fuck up.
Don't go too far down, bro. I can't protect you much further down.
He said, yeah.
You can only, I can't see around it. Yes, you're up. Yep.
Africa, but you didn't say went to the island. I think the people that went to the island, that's where things get real weird. And he also had a place in Manhattan.
I only have a little bit of heavy ammo. I got no havoc ammo.
He got the guy who owned Victoria's Secret.
The most expensive mansion.
That gave him this
$75 million mansion.
There's other guys that were like these big hedge fund guys that gave him $100 million. Gave it to him. They can't track it.
I have a little bit of heavy ammo if you want to come get a little bit, but I ain't moving.
We pitched a ride to Trump Tower.
What you gotta look into is Ghislaine Maxwell, yes, his partner, but Ghislaine Maxwell's father.
Try to stay up there if you can. They'll probably think you're just a solo and they'll push through here.
Look into her father, Robert Maxwell.
Yeah.
All the answers are right there.
Because he was a spy.
There you go. That's a good toss. There's one there. Someone just got one.
Enemy spotted. Close.
Hello, internet.
Wait to shoot him. There's 4 squads left. We can get this win. There's one all the way across. That guy ain't coming. That guy. That team's gonna die. There's a team down here. And then there's a team over there. We found all 3 of them. Let's go. Wait for this team to go down. And we're good.
We're not equal properly, but that's not the problem. The problem is that the what's his name? Owner said that it stopped working after replacing it. And this, by the way, is a 30 lap in 90.
Let the experiment begin.
And it's already dead.
Counter subject. Spotted one.
Well, let's see.
Trap set. And waiting.
I'm really hoping
That
that
enemy shield. The ring is in close proximity. Less than 1 minute.
the fan pack that he got
I am taking
from China
fire, friends.
Independent variable.
basically came in with the reverse connectors. You know, ground.
Keep throwing those barrels down there. Keep throwing those barrels down because they're gonna have to get to the center at some point. But don't reveal yourself. They're inside. Yep.
End of the world. So everything's upside down. Over there. I just want to see if there's any short before we take it apart.
Firing on subjects. 10 seconds remain. The ring. I'm out of heavy ammo.
Enemy down.
Okay, no short there. No short there. Okay.
Only one squad
That's
left.
promising. No short there. 1, 3,
Woo! Good job, bros! Champion, motherfuckers!
But I don't know what it, because this is tech.
I didn't really do anything, but I'd take a win.
Do we have a short and
Woo! That's how you do that.
we have a short on 1.8. And yes, fans do feed off of the 1.8 volt indirectly. I think either the transistors are powering the
So they do have a pull-up.
Like this better be
1.8
Windows
will
12.
coming from the core, feeding the
Oh, I did get a kill, but they got 6 and 3.
PDM signal.
Man, we
to
won. I
the,
wasn't even playing for the
transistors.
beginning.
That are then applying, that are then switching the 12 volt power going into the fan on and off.
And it recognized the drive immediately, so we're good
That
there,
PDM signal is
baby.
what tells the fan how long
Try to stop.
to feed that 12 volt to the fan.
Feeling good about that.
Each opening and closing to the fan. The more often it opens, the faster the fan will spin. I want to disconnect the coil and I want to inject 1.8 volt into here. See what happens. Because I think I'm just wasting my time. We could have a dead core. And I'm just here trying to find the enable signal for really for no good reason.
Nothing like cold steel on a hot day.
I accept the challenge.
We this together. Remember that.
I think I just found a way to kill your soldering tip. Is you take two different soldering stations and you start, you connect the two tips together.
I may kill you.
Then this guy turned red, almost. He went into like 800 degrees or something, I don't know. Stupid. Anyway, where do we have a short? Okay, so we're lucky. We, if I'm not mistaken, are we lucky or are we not lucky? Let's double check. With this 1.8, we have a...
This might be a good place to
Oh no, we're not lucky. See, we have a short here, not there. So this end comes from
enough lambing around.
the
We drop
controller.
it.
See, we're not lucky. We have a short either on memory or the core, or we may even have a short on this transistor here, which is the one that's feeding the PDM signal, and then it has the pull-up resistors feeding the 12 volt basically into the fan. So if the guy plugged in a phony fan from China, that may have shorted the 12 volt and the 1.8 volt and cut 12 volt into the core. I have no idea. Oh boy. Let's see if more amps will show up. We're pulling. Oh yeah. Finally. That took a while. Okay.
Backpack
There.
here. Level 1.
You'll see it. Right there.
Backpack here. Level 2.
Well, that's it for this repair. Unfortunately, this card's gonna go home, back to its original owner. And I'll be honest with you guys, I do not know how this GPU got killed, but my suspicion is that the fans came in with a questionable origin. I don't know if he actually killed the original fan, and maybe that's what drove him into buying a different one.
Level 2.
I don't know, to be honest. So I don't think it really matters right now. So I'm gonna have to clarify with him. Okay, so I read the message, and he said that the original fans
Close range.
started making noise. And then he bought the replacement from AliExpress, put it on, and that was it. So needless to say, this card was killed by a phony fan. Fake fans, not fake, I mean they're obviously real, but they were probably not correctly wired or something. I don't know. Anyway, this card's gonna get assembled and sent back. Unfortunately, with a no fix, there's nothing here to fix. Basically, everything is dead. I mean the core, not everything, but dead core. What can you do? I am most certainly not the kind of person that can do anything about this, except maybe to replace it, which fortunately I do not have a replacement for a 3090 core. And even if I did, it would cost as much as any 3090 on eBay listed for parts, condition unknown. So you could go on eBay and buy yourself a 3090, hoping that you would get a core working, but you may end up having a dead core from that. So that's why you don't buy card on eBay to be used as a donor. It's just a waste of money, and the risk is too high. Too high of a risk, and fortunately,
Come and get your birthday present.
that's the reality of the GPU repairs someday. So, hope you guys have learned something. Please do be careful buying fans from AliExpress, from the sellers that you do not know anything about. Only buy from trusted sellers, and the only place to find a trusted seller will probably be some places on Reddit, maybe on Discord servers, maybe somebody on my Discord server knows a seller that sells legitimate fans for, you know, whatever GPU out there. But until then, as you can see, just replacing a noisy fan, you're running into a risk of
You should get the
completely killing
OEM
your
same
GPU,
model fan.
which is very unfortunate.
Bro.
And the other unfortunate thing is that now I have to take it out. Well, actually I won't, because I forgot to solder the coil back on, but I will. There's actually enough room for me to squeeze my soldering iron in between, so I'll do that real quick. And until then, thank you for watching. I'm really sorry this was not a fix, but you know, I can't fix everything. So.
Backpack here.
Goodbye.
Leather too.
I just got a big wormhole of some of the episodes, like just the dark things that you cover. Like, are you ever like, I need a break from the murder and the cyanide and Tylenol. We were talking about the Tylenol murders. It was just an episode where someone just basically injected Tylenol into random bottles of Tylenol. It was in Chicago.
Yeah, cyanide and Tylenol, Chicago. Yep, and just like drugstores, whatever. Just, it was back when they didn't have the safety seals on bottles, and it was just all capsules. And so they would just, you know, take apart the capsule, dump out the Tylenol powder, and replace it with, I think it was potassium cyanide. And then beyond lethal. Like, these people would die within hours. But it is crazy where it's like, a 5-year-old, 80-year-old, you know, anyone, baby. Like, you have to give a baby extra strength Tylenol, but like almost anybody. But I think on that stuff, it's like, I just finally accepted, or maybe understand more what true, you know, sociopathy or sociopathy, I think is how that one is. And when those people, when they truly, like, chemically have no empathy and no care for others, there's nothing they can't. Like, I feel like I've studied evil so much at this point.
Yeah.
It's almost become banal in some ways where I'm like, yep, that's just what people like that do. They don't care. They don't care if it's a baby. They don't care if it's an 80-year-old, because they truly, at a core level, do not care about other humans. They only care about consequences of being caught for doing bad things, because that would affect them.
When were the Tylenol murders? That was
1982.
Okay. Because I was fascinated listening, because it was like he did all these very sinister kind of things that were clever and you know, whatever. And then when called to blackmail, it was like, send me $1 million. You're like,
right.
It's like a weird cartoon amount of, like, it's just like, ask for Tylenol. Ask for 50.
Right,
Like,
it's a huge company, yeah.
Yeah, like I just got obsessed with the
Yeah.
amount of money. Like I was like trying to figure out his psyche of
Yep.
like, is $1 million like the amount that he could probably get away with? And that, like I just am like, you probably could have gotten more, homie, but also getting caught in such a dumb way
Yeah.
too.
Well, that guy just wanted to frame what was so weird about that suspect, and I can't remember his name right now, is that he did. I mean, it looks like he probably was the Tylenol murderer, and gets all these innocent people killed just because his wife, one check bounced. Like the guy who hired his wife, the company goes under, this travel agency goes under.
Come back
and
to
the
me.
final check to her bounces, and that was enough for this woman's husband to be like, "Oh, I'm gonna ruin you," and then he just like dedicates his life. First, he wants to.
Because she worked for Tylenol?
Because she worked for this random travel agency. And so the Tylenol was just a random thing. It was just because he knew that's a good way to poison people. What he wanted to do was kill people and then set this guy who owned the travel agency up for that murder, make it look like it was him. And make it look like it was him trying to blackmail Tylenol.
James Lewis?
I think that was the guy, yeah, that's suspect. And then that guy also...
I also love that he thinks serial killers sociopaths have to be married, and I'm not.
Oh.
That's the most nuts about some of these stories. Like, the Pismo Beach killer kills all these Craigslist prostitutes, da-da-da, and his wife had no idea, which means he was like a lovely husband and happy.
Mhm.
He can figure out how to make a relationship work, and I can't.
Well, if you don't care about, if you're not ruled by emotion, if you're like a robot inside, that you know is not affected. I think there was like a little fruit fly. I think I just ate it.
Did you just eat it?
I think I was flying, and I felt
mark that so we can make sure to go through it and see if that's slow motion.
I think I just ate it. Oh, all right. And that was perfect. It didn't get back in the throat. Like I'm a lizard. And then just keep talking.
Seems like Windows 12,
No, it was like the
11,
perfect,
whatever.
just gone. But these guys, they can compartmentalize, have a family, go to kids' softball games.
Yeah.
It's why a fair amount of like CEOs, I guess, also test really high as far as like this sociopath scale.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, how much easier would it be to
Because you
climb
have
your
to
career?
live with the fact that you're paying people $10. You have to
Right.
reduce, you have to dehumanize people
But if you,
and go, well, if we just pay them $8 an
Yep.
hour,
Right.
and if we just make it so that Amazon drivers have to in a bag,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
instead, you know, and then if we just time them
Right.
and they lose money if
Right.
they, you know, stop and pee, then like they have
Yeah.
to think in terms of human beings or just numbers.
Exactly. And I think in a weird way with all this, that our obsession with true crime and like Hitler and these terrible people is actually really healthy. I think we're obsessed because we don't understand why they could do those things, how they could, because we're not like that. Like, how much more stuff would it be if that stuff was just boring to all of us?
Yeah.
You know, or just like, well, yeah, of course. I mean, if I had the chance, I'd kill a bunch of people too. I mean, of course I would.
Yeah,
That's
now
not-
it would
that's
be
not
our vision
interesting.
board. It would be
Right,
inspo.
right. Yeah, we all
But-
think like that.
And I think there's like the rubbernecking 101 of the reason we rubberneck is like to
Yeah.
study it,
Yep.
so that we can figure out and like try to have
Mhm.
some modicum of control,
Exactly.
and to go like, okay,
Yep.
here's the common denominator and all
Not
the
gonna happen
crazy
to me.
people.
Right? They're not going to get me because I've been studying these things.
Mm.
I think that's why women are more fascinated by statistically serial killers and stuff than men.
Yeah, we're studying.
Yeah,
In
studying
school,
how
yeah.
do I avoid. I mean, most of the serial killers are men who target women.
Mhm.
You know, there's way more violence towards women than
Mhm.
there is towards men. So I think it's a self-preservation instinct of like, I'm going to study. I'm going
Mhm.
to feel like, okay, yeah, got to lock
Don't
the door.
date a guy with an ice pick.
Don't date a guy with
As
an
a
ice
general rule.
Yeah. Look for these red flags.
Yeah.
And like you're asking like these questions, like what common denominators? It's like it makes sense to have these curiosities because it's like then I can look for those red flags in somebody that I might be dating or that I might meet or befriend, and
Yes.
then I'll know so that doesn't happen to me.
Mm-hmm.
So some people get like worried, like some moralists about like how that our culture is being interested in these things. It's like no, it's a very healthy thing
Mm-hmm.
to be fascinated by this stuff.
We just got a huge Battle Mage update and it's looking really good. Let's talk about it. Before that, this video is brought to you by VIPCDKdeals.com. CDK Deals is a website dedicated to getting you the best prices on games and software, and right now you can get a Windows 10 Pro OEM key for an insanely low price. Just find the best price and apply my special discount code GPC20 for an additional 30% off. You can also check out securely with PayPal, and once the payment is cleared, you should get access to the code both in your account as well as in your email. In order to activate the new copy of Windows 10, just search Activate under Windows and type in your key. So if you want to learn more, be sure to click the link in the description below. Okay, so no camera today because I am feeling a little bit sick, but enough about that. Let's talk about Battle Mage because that's more important than my health. So, yes, Battle Mage, we've been talking about it for a long time, and I mean, it's been looking good since day one, with a lot of leaks pointing towards it being potentially faster than an RTX 4070 Ti. And if that sounds good, well, I have some even better news, because actually there were some new leak specs that just came out from the YouTuber Red Gaming Tech, who definitely does have some sort of inside sources when it comes to GPUs, and has gotten quite a few things right in the past that actually make me even more optimistic about these graphics cards. Now, when you first see these, you might feel a little bit disappointed because in some regards they've been technically downgraded, but I think it's actually a good thing, and I'll explain to you exactly why. Now, real quick here, I'll flash on the screen for you guys. He did put some updates out on the two GPU SKUs which have been getting leaked. We have a 56 Xe core variant and a 40 Xe core variant. And instead of looking at his sides, guys, let's go ahead and throw them into a chart that I put together with the previous specs, which are likely now incorrect, and the new one. So as you can see here, previously we were talking about a 56 and 64 Xe core type of GPU with two different SKUs, and they were going to be incredibly fast. And at first glance, you might notice that these new leaked SKUs do look like they might be a little bit slower, but fear not, I don't necessarily think that's going to be the case. At least not in all aspects, and here's why. So first, starting off with the B970, or at least that's what I'm calling it, as the ARC A770 is the current flagship they have right now, and the B980 would be significantly faster. Anyway, that one's going to have 40 Xe units for a total shader count of 5,120, a boost clock probably somewhere around 2.8 to 3 gigahertz, and according to Red Gaming Tech, 8 megabytes of L2 cache, which is going to be a little bit higher than the A770, but not quite as much as some people were hoping. Also, apparently it's only going to be 12 gigabytes of GDDR6 at 20 gigabits per second on a 192-bit bus, which is not quite as good as the 16 gigabytes we're getting now, but to be honest with you guys, 12 gigabytes is totally acceptable for a mid-range card if the price is right. And also looks like we're talking about probably 480.
Is there a team there in the middle?
Which is technically less than the A770, but to be honest with you guys, the A770 had way more bandwidth than it realistically needed. Now, next up, we have the B980, which is a 56 Xe core unit. It's going to have 7,168 shaders and a boost clock, once again, between 2.8 to 3 gigahertz. Now, here's where things get really crazy. Apparently, it's going to be 8 plus 512 megabytes of cache. Now, I almost find that hard to believe because that is an insane amount of cache, but if that turns out to be true, then this thing, it's going to have a lot more actual memory bandwidth than what's being shown over to the right. Now, apparently, this is also going to be 12 gigabytes, or at least that's what it's looking like, based on the leaks, at 20 gigabits per second on a 192-bit bus. So it is a bit of a shame that we're talking about 12 gigabytes, 16 gigabytes here, but again,
you're about to get third-partied over here.
12 gigabytes will be enough for this card in most scenarios, and it wouldn't be a reason for me to tell you not to purchase it. But let's go ahead and talk about performance, because what does this mean? Because yeah, going from 64 to 56 and 56 to 40 is going to be a performance downgrade, and you're probably wondering, why do I think this is actually a good thing? That makes sense. Well, first of all, let's go ahead and start off with ARC B970. Now, this thing is going to range somewhere between 29 to 31 teraflops, which would mean that at best, we're talking around 157% of the 100% in the ARC A770, otherwise known as 57% faster. Now, with the same TDP of 225 watts, and very, very likely the same MSRP at $350, well, to get a GPU that's nearly 60% faster for the same amount of money, not too much later, is a really good deal. In fact, with the same TDP as well, yeah, this is going to be an absolute banger of a card. It does seem like, guys, if you take a look at their specs, that they're making moves to make these cards as affordable as possible. In fact, I wouldn't even be surprised if we saw this card come in a little bit under $350, but who knows, maybe I'm just being a little bit unrealistic at this point. But the B980 is where it also gets very interesting. Now, it sounded like Red Gaming Tech wasn't 100% sure whether or not they're going to go forward with releasing this card, and I do really hope they do, as this would be a fantastic card, but this would likely have a teraflop range between 40 to 43, making it well over twice as fast as the ARC A770, and yes, faster than the RTX 4070 Ti, and it's doing it, I think, should be around 250 watts. If we do some math here that I'm not going to bore you with, that would actually make this a very efficient GPU as well. And also, I believe this would actually only cost around $450, because once again, look at what they have done to the updated specs according to the leak, assuming that it's correct. I mean, we're talking about moving from 16 to 12 gigabytes and 256 to 192-bit bus, which is going to make the card more affordable. Now that cache is probably going to bring things up a little bit, but also the core
need
count
ammo.
down from 64 to 56, and the die size of what I believe Red Gaming Tech was saying was roughly 250 millimeters squared. That's a very, very affordable GPU to produce, and definitely should be able to be brought in at $450. In fact, I think this GPU might not cost hardly anything more to produce than the A770. Of course, it depends on the silicon cost itself, but overall, I don't really think it to be that much different, making this probably more profitable even at $450 than the A770 would have been at $350, meaning that yes, this card, $450, is actually very realistic, and I wouldn't see probably it coming in any more than $500. And if it
For us. Crafting. I will not be long. Let's go that way.
Careful. Opening this hold.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
they have done to the updated specs according to the leak, assuming that it's correct. I mean, we're talking about moving from 16 to 12 gigabytes and 256 to 192-bit bus, which is going to make the card more affordable. Now that cache is probably going to bring things up a little bit, but also the core count being cut down from 64 to 56, and a die size of what I believe Red Gaming Tech was saying was roughly 250 millimeters squared. That's a very, very affordable GPU to produce, and definitely should be able to be brought in at $450. In fact, I think this GPU might not cost hardly anything more to produce than the A770. Of course, it depends on the silicon cost itself, but overall, I don't really think it's going to be that much different, making this probably more profitable even at $450 than the A770 would have been at $350, meaning that yes, this card, $450, is actually very realistic, and I wouldn't see probably it coming in any more than $500. And if this card is trading blows with a 4070 Ti between $450 to $500, yeah, $300 cheaper, that is a huge savings, and this would be a complete market upset along with the RP 970 as well. If that card truly does end up being 50% faster or more than the A770 and comes at the same MSRP, you can kiss the RTX 4060 goodbye. This thing is going to absolutely destroy the budget and the mid-range of the entire GPU lineup from both NVIDIA as well as AMD. So yes, they have been seeing, at least according to these leaks, a little bit of cut downs, but I do think to make them far more affordable, and also they're still going to be super fast and a really, really good option when they come out a little later this year. Here's hoping they come out sooner rather than later. Want to know more about ARC? I'm obsessed with it, so go ahead and get subscribed. But hey, that's just what I think. Do you think the ARC B980 and B970 really will be this affordable and this good, or do you think that I may be seeing the illusions of grandeur? Let me know your guys' thoughts down below, and of course, I'll see you in the next video. If you made it to the end of the video, be sure to drop a like. Every time you do so, AMD and NVIDIA release new GPUs. Also, if you want to see more, check out one of these related videos. You won't be disappointed.
That right there is a float wheel. I'm an avid one-wheeler. First time ever riding a float wheel. That's pretty fun. We are doing a free setup to a ride of the flow wheel because it is -6 degrees here in Minnesota, so no one wants to freeze. Good friend Jacob here, been here all night actually, because we had this email from Frozen Pipes. It's a story that we don't need to bore you with, but he thought in his short amount of time to get ready to come in here by 3 a.m. and go to the ring, his flow wheel. We have a flow wheel in studio today. Which one is this? For everyone watching, because
this is just the standard flow wheel. It's the lightest one that they offer with a smaller battery package, so it don't have a high output battery.
Power button's right here. It lights up, which is pretty slick. And then you have a light bar that is extremely bigger than the light bar on a GT. Foot pads do feel different than the concave, all the foot pads of one wheels.
I'm really happy with the grip, the concave, the pads themselves, the super thick. It's a totally different thickness and feel than any of the other ones I've been on.
One of the unique things to a flow wheel is that you have choices of height and where the rails sit. So you can be high one setting, lower, or standard middle. And because of the snow, going up to the ice levels, allowing him to ride in more snowy conditions. So it's all inside in here. You can't see it.
Do you have a tower at all? Because otherwise we're gonna get trapped here.
There you go. So now we're all suited up. Before we start breaking the sweat, let's get outside, mob this thing. Welcome to the debut of Mike.
We're gonna get trapped in here unless you have a tower. I guess there's one sliver we can get back out, but we're gotta go back out the same way we came in.
And really,
I don't think he can speak.
Ghostrick MX says, I have.
Your personalized settings to your style, to the terrain you're riding, and things of that nature. The power of that is, if you don't like it, you can figure out where you need to go into the settings.
Do you want to take that tower for real right now? That guy's not even here yet. He's not gonna make that tower. We're not gonna get up and over here. Where are we going? All right.
This is in the highest setting on the rails, so you can adjust that to, again, your preferences. Highest setting right now for mobbing in snowy conditions, because when you get 3-4 inches of snow, that's not groomed, it's going to be hard to ride over that. So that setting is very nice to have. The overall very first impression is when you step on the float wheel, you know you're not on a one. Good, bad, and indifference. It's different. From the foot pad to the tire. First off of a slow ride in through the right. I mean, the stock tire is pretty grippy. It's got a lot of power coming downhill. This feels really nice.
There's a shield swap for you right here on me.
On the Nico tunage, but modified to his kind of preferences. But I can, it's pushing the nose up on me. That's all customizable. Anything you don't like in a vest, you just tweak it. Go in and say, I want the nose less, or whatever you want. The reason he has the nose up is to fight the nose dive, if you will, as he's on a GT with 5-inch hub, wet compound Vega tire, and it's just not handling the icy conditions of -6 degrees, feels like -24. This tire is a softer compound and is handling it quite well. I was very impressed with the overall performance of the tire. As you can see the nose coming up there. As you're going down the hill, it's keeping you from having your nose dig into the bottom. I don't care for that setting. I'd rather be able to tweak it in my style of riding. I think sometimes the best settings, my opinion, can short circuit your learning ability on how to get the most out of your board by you as a rider, whereas the board now is powering against me pushing it forward. You still can get it to nosedive, however, as you've already seen. Here's a question for everybody watching. I'm riding a flow wheel, and I said I was going to ride my one wheel every day in the new year. Would this count? I think it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. Let me answer the question because it's a flow wheel. It's not a one wheel. It definitely doesn't ride like a one wheel. That's not bad. Someone would say, well, are you saying it's horrible because of the ride? No, it's just a unique ride. My front foot at this point is starting to have foot fatigue because it's such a different ride. Everybody, did you see that where I just turned and the board kept going? There's some things that you're doing in riding that you go, that's different. That feeling right there is different. I know that's a setting. Very noticeable to go into a turn and be on the sidewall of a float wheel and it to bite. That was cool. I was blown away. by that sensation of coming into a turn and being able to turn it, and it just powers through it. Yep, I like that feature. And I'm sure in the GTS, they're setting to mess with that. It's his tunage. Nico, great job on your settings in the best path. That's pretty sweet. Just to be able to have that tuning, man, I could see that in Trails being awesome. For sure, in Trails that would be spectacular, sublime, if you will, because it would keep you from falling off your board. It just was a unique ride. I mean, that's what I've noticed outside of my P and just the overall comfortability on the board is the tunage on the vest. It does make you want to go try all kinds of different means out there where you can just download and upload onto the float wheel. It makes that a lot of fun and unique. I think the danger is as you tweak more and more settings, because you can goof out on it, the more and more you can get lost in it and go, what did I do? How do I get it back to what I just had? I don't know enough about how to speak to that. How do you get back to that? How do you overcome that? I just know that my first ride experience, I was smiling through it. It was powering through the terrain that it was presented with. Now,
let me out.
Understand this, and this is not necessarily a comparison, but just so
I got him!
This outshines the GT. Okay, this just has a lot more power. But when we got the GTS out, they're neck and neck. Obviously the ride, the feel was different, but they were neck and neck, and they were doing everything that each other could do. There were no hills that the GTS series couldn't climb, that the float wheel could climb. It was just, you saw it. There are some tweaks in the one-wheel GTS that I do prefer because of my capabilities. But it's not, I mean, the versatility of the best subject right now, it has a higher feeling. That's not to be said that when we won't release something else, they've already shown that they're adding customization to the GTs and GTS in the latest software. So they're on that road, and I have high expectations that they're going to continue to release updates, give us more creativity and flexibility in their one wheel. So I don't feel slighted and I don't feel let down. I realize seeing where one wheel will take it. Okay, I'm gonna give it back to the owner. This is a lot of fun. He is clicking all over the place. I've not clicked out one. I do think that the setting's the best. That setting really does well in the snowy conditions. I'm impressed, Jacob. Here, you can have it back. I'll let you ride it. Thank you, Jacob, for letting me ride it. You're welcome. Thanks for 15.
Guy in the window.
Good human.
Anytime.
Don't
14 left.
Yeah, we gotta
So,
work it.
where's the...
Everyone else, subscribe to the YouTube channel. We have podcasts every Wednesday. You don't want to miss it. We talk about whatever is the latest thing in the community of Home Wheel and the Flow Wheel stuff. He's always in the chat a lot of times. Sometimes during both. So everybody have a great day. We'll see you later. Do something! Yeah, come on. It's -6. Feels like -20 something. And we're mobbing and we haven't had that much sleep. So if we can do it, so can you.
The Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra is here. But how does it compare to last year's S23 Ultra, or another top-of-the-line phone, the iPhone 15 Pro Max? Let's break down the specs of each of these devices to see how
They're hurt right there.
Hopefully this can help
They're hurt
us
bad.
looking for a new Android. We're deciding between Samsung and Apple.
You can slide and get me after this.
Idea of what phone is right for you. But remember that the specs can only tell us so much, especially since the S24 Ultra has a number of handy AI features not currently found on the S23 Ultra or the iPhone. So subscribe to CNET so you don't miss our full review of the S24 Ultra once we have it in hand. The S23 Ultra started at $1,200 when it was released, but now that the new model's out, you can find the 2023 model for less. The new S24 Ultra starts at $1,400, and the iPhone 15 Pro Max starts at $1,200. So the base S24 Ultra is $100 more than the base 15 Pro Max, and $100 more than its predecessor was. The S24 Ultra features Qualcomm's latest Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 processor, which has been designed to support on-device AI processing. More specifically, the S24 Ultra has a suite of AI features called Galaxy AI. You can, for example, live translate calls or remove unwanted shadows from a picture.
Whoa! I did it, baby!
We
I
also
can...
saw AI
How the fuck did we do that?
For example, there's a
That's my second one, baby! 2 in a row!
Pictures into another photo from the same sequence where you maybe don't like your expression as much. The S23 Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 processor, and while it doesn't have Galaxy AI yet, the suite is expected to become available
Champions!
as well. The iPhone 15 Pro Max has
Damn, I did a bunch of
A7
shit out there
chip.
too, bitch.
The iPhone doesn't have AI photo editing tools like the S24 Ultra, but I'm interested to see if it ever gets them, especially because AI is such a hot topic right now. The S23 Ultra runs on Android 13 and comes with 4 years of software and security updates. The S24 Ultra runs on Android 14 and comes with 7 years of major OS and security updates. And the iPhone 15 Pro Max runs on iOS 17. While Apple doesn't promise a specific number of years it supports its iPhones with software updates, iOS 17 currently works on models dating back to 2018's iPhone XS and XR. The base S23 Ultra comes with 256 gigabytes of storage and either 8 or 12 gigabytes of RAM. You can also upgrade to either 512 gigabyte or 1 terabyte storage options, both with 12 gigabytes of RAM. The S24 Ultra comes with these same storage options, but all of them have 12 gigabytes of RAM. So Samsung nixed to the 8 gigabyte RAM option on its base S24 Ultra model. While Apple doesn't disclose the RAM on its iPhones, the 15 Pro Max comes with these same storage options as the S23 and S24 Ultra. 256 and 512 gigabytes, as well as 1 terabyte. And neither the S23 or S24 Ultra nor the 15 Pro Max have expandable storage. Another similarity I have to point out between the S23 and S24 Ultra and the 15 Pro Max is that all of these phones have a USB-C port. This is worth noting because all iPhones before the iPhone 15s either had Lightning ports or 30-pin connectors. Samsung phones have been on the USB-C wave for years, and for good reason. I have a 15 Pro Max, and it's so nice being able to charge so many devices with the same cable. My phone, my Nintendo Switch, my laptop, and more. Speaking of charging, both Ultras support 45-watt fast charging, while the 15 Pro Max supports 27-watt fast charging. All 3 phones also support wireless charging, but Samsung phones also support reverse wireless charging, so you can juice up other devices from the back of the phone. And none of the phones include a brick in the box. Both the S23 and S24 Ultra have a 5,000 mAh battery. In her S23 Ultra review, CNET's Lisa Edichico found that after 12 hours of use, that is, longer than a full workday, the battery was at 66%. She used the phone to take photos and videos, check her email and social media, and stream some music. You know, normal stuff. The new model is supposed to have a slightly stronger battery because of its new chip. You know we'll be putting the S24 Ultra's battery to the test as well. Apple doesn't disclose battery capacity, but claims the 15 Pro Max has an all-day battery with up to 29 hours of video playback. In his 15 Pro Max review, CNET's Patrick Collin found that after 15 hours of use, the phone usually had 20 to 25% battery left. Now let's discuss design. The S23 and S24 Ultra both come with the S Pen stylus that you can store inside the phone. I really want something like this for the iPhone. I sound like a broken record at this point. Maybe one day. Tim Cook, I hope you're hearing this. The S23 and S24 Ultra have an under-the-screen ultrasonic fingerprint sensor that you can use to unlock them. The 15 Pro Max unlocks with Face ID. The S23 and S24 Ultra both have a 6.8-inch AMOLED display and a 1 to 120 Hz variable refresh rate that changes based on how you're using your phone. So if you're doing something with lots of screen movement, like playing a video game, the refresh rate will increase. But if you switch to an activity that doesn't take a lot of movement, like reading an article, the refresh rate will go down. The S23 Ultra display has a 3088 by 1440 pixel resolution at 500 ppi. At the time of filming this, Samsung has only said that the S24 Ultra has a Quad HD Plus display, which should be around the same 1440 pixel resolution as last year's premium phone. When I get the exact pixel resolution and pixel density specs for the S24 Ultra display, I'll add that information to the article linked in the description. The 15 Pro Max has a 6.7-inch OLED display with a 2796 by 1290 pixel resolution at 460 ppi, and also has a variable refresh rate of 1 to 120 Hz. The S23 and S24 Ultra don't have a notch, just a hole punch camera at the top of the screen. The 15 Pro Max does have a notch in the form of the dynamic island, a little shape-shifting cutout that allows you to view updates from apps like Maps and Clock without needing to have them open. As for how these phones will feel in your hand, the S23 Ultra is 8.9mm thick, the S24 Ultra is 8.6mm thick, and the 15 Pro Max is 8.25mm thick. The S23 Ultra has an aluminum frame and weighs 234 grams. The S24 Ultra and 15 Pro Max have titanium frames and weigh 233 grams and 221 grams, respectively. So the S23 Ultra is slightly thicker and heavier than the S24 Ultra and the 15 Pro Max, and has an aluminum versus titanium frame. All three of these phones are rated IP68, so they're water and dust resistant. The S23 and S24 Ultra cameras are pretty similar. Both phones have a 4-camera system. There's a 12-megapixel ultra-wide camera with an f2.2 lens, a 200-megapixel wide camera with an f1.7 lens, and a 10-megapixel telephoto camera with an f2.4 lens and a 3x optical zoom. Both phones also have another telephoto camera, but the one on the S23 Ultra is 10 megapixels with an f4.9 lens and a 10x optical zoom, while the one on the S24 Ultra is 50 megapixels with an f3.4 lens and a 5x optical zoom. The big difference here is that the S24 Ultra's zoom photos should be sharper, and both phones have a 12-megapixel front camera with an f2.2 lens for taking your selfies. So the S23 and S24 Ultra cameras are basically the same except for that new 50-megapixel, 5x optical zoom telephoto camera. The iPhone 15 Pro Max features a 3-camera system. It has a 48-megapixel main camera with an f1.78 lens, a 12-megapixel ultra-wide camera with an f2.2 lens, and a 12-megapixel telephoto camera with an f2.8 lens and a 5x optical zoom. And for your selfies, there's a 12-megapixel front camera with an f1.9 lens. So both the S24 Ultra and the 15 Pro Max have a 5x optical zoom, but the sensor on the Ultra has a higher resolution. Of course, stay tuned for our camera test to see how the S24 Ultra camera performs in real life and how it compares to the 15 Pro Max camera. The S23 Ultra can record up to 4K 60 on the front and back cameras, as well as 8K at 30 frames per second. The iPhone 15 Pro Max can record up to 4K video at 24, 25, 30, or 60 frames per second on the front and back cameras. As I'm filming this, we don't have video capture specs for the S24 Ultra, but I'll also add that info into the article in the description once it's available. Finally, let's go over another very important aspect of these phones: colors. The S23 Ultra comes in cream, lavender, phantom black, and green. There are also Samsung.com exclusive colorways: red, sky blue, graphite, and lime. The S24 Ultra comes in black, yellow, violet, and gray. And the Samsung.com exclusive colorways for this model are green, blue, and orange. The 15 Pro Max comes in 4 colors: natural gray, blue, white, and black. And that, my friend, is how the specs of the Galaxy S23 and S24 Ultra, as well as the iPhone 15 Pro Max, compare. Once again, subscribe to CNET for more on the S24 Ultra once we have it in hand, and thank you so much for watching.
You paid for a membership, right?
I just watched it.
Are you going to train? And I will take you and teach the training if you want to.
Okay.
You made it. Well,
Yes. Sir. You gotta wait, man. Come on. Oh my god.
No, but he said that you would come if I either work out or clean old gym.
Emmy, have you met Fan Fan?
Match found.
I clean up more stuff, you know, the whole thing. Yeah.
We thought you was Fan Fan.
GTA nerfing. No, yeah, the kids are nervous. Like, me and Fan have the same hair. That's like, I mean, no, me and you do. Okay, not me and Fan. You have the same bangs. I mean,
Look, there's more customers. Come to me. Oh.
hey, do you have a t-shirt? What? Do you need a spider? Yes. You need a more.
No, the weed. That's for
You're not
members.
trying to give me the handshake deal, right?
So I'm a member.
No, you shouldn't have to sign out. You should not have that shirt.
Never sign up.
Wait, that is a limited edition.
I'm 59.
Should not have that.
Pretty good, right?
There we go.
Yeah, so say, next time when the people that like do boxing, I'm
Why
gonna.
don't you box Emmy?
You're probably stronger than me.
She was punching the crap out of you.
Really? Yeah. You can punch me. You're good. You can punch me. I don't want to.
Oh my god, you're such a sim. Emmy, reps now.
I am pursued and we have the
Yeah, we're like,
less than
anyways.
hardest I can in your face.
Thank you. Nice.
You just made it easier? Is that what you're going for? No.
Now the lower makes it easier.
The hydro, the more weight means it's taking more weight away.
Wherever I go, obliteration follows. It is my legacy. Reloading.
She gets so mad for no reason, like
Nobody
answer without all the sass.
saw this.
Like, yeah.
Reconstruction of a lot.
I'm gonna make noise on Ace, right? If that's okay with everyone.
Let's do them. Actually, you can pull up.
Classic game.
Shadows. That's the first thing I do is I isolate, then I activate, like you taught me. So.
Find March 1. Element reloading.
Kick their head off. Who's gonna plant?
Plant the spike.
Cypher and KJ are still on A.
Cover me. One top side B.
He's up top.
Here.
Neon slid around. Whoa, she did me bad.
Last player standing.
90 on KJ. She's rotating from A. Nice try.
It's a matter of time. This is an iron horse gem. You're here to get swallowed, you get out.
Just let them try to catch me.
To go on that?
Saving.
That's way too much.
I don't know if she's going. So, this gonna assist you, so that's okay.
But it's also like a lot of extra. Yeah. Just go down. Yeah, okay. Easy.
Don't tell me you please.
Yeah. Let's use less weight.
Careful here.
Don't do it again. Who is doing the workout? I can't tell.
You're not gonna fall. It's okay.
Die.
Can I stop? I'm so cold.
Nice job. That was big. How about you just work out by holding it? It's pretty much.
Oh, what happened? You all died?
Right?
I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Where did you plant?
115 raid.
One enemy remaining.
Okay. But you paid for a membership, right?
Last player standing.
That was my ace. 55 on KJ.
Did you plant behind or did you plant in front? Can I shoot it from here?
I planted behind. No, you can't shoot it from there. You gotta go for it. Sorry. I fucked up my plant.
I got it.
Oh no,
I'm trying to put some screws back in the laptop.
We have come back from worse. Let's
I
go.
told them that you were my roommate.
And
And
if
they
it's
were like,
a security guy,
Damn
we
it.
should probably
Wish I would have aced. That would have been
Yeah.
fuck. I'm trying to.
yeah, we
These
should
are
probably
my
make
rank.
No one
match.
can just walk in.
Of course. Of course. Why would that be?
They don't get like the
How could that be?
Okay.
For you.
Enemy spotted B. Did you make the wall sign off?
Holy shit.
Spike down B.
You paid for a membership, right?
I just walked in.
I make you pay.
Multiple enemies B.
Well,
Blocking sight.
And maybe you think it was
Last player standing.
you think it was a legitimate picture?
Yeah, I'm gonna buy 10 memberships.
10 minutes.
Like 20 memberships.
Thank you.
Look out, look out.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
You know we need it. Can you please do it again? So we can get that number up.
We should go talk to Rob about giving Lydia a crop top for photos.
Yeah.
Let's go.
We can take some of some extra as well.
Yeah, we should probably.
30 seconds left.
Are you going
Yeah.
to train? And I will take you and teach you training if you want to. We can
Stand tall.
slow.
We are Valorant.
No,
We are
no,
fighters.
no,
Once a week,
overdue.
you're training Emily, right? You're training Emily, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard
They are not going slow.
Yeah, she does a 30-day workout, isn't she?
Yeah, we're going to do that.
What the fuck?
But that won't be nice. That is for.
You could be mean?
It's not mean. It's
Through
just
the calm,
doing it
I
like it
see.
should be done.
Through the
Yeah.
storm,
For
I
professionals.
fight.
She's going to be a professional in
She'll be good.
Yeah.
She's doing like building her yacht. Yeah,
She'll
yacht.
build arms and back and everything,
But
shoulders.
you're gonna do full body?
Of course.
Oh.
There's no
You
way
never
around.
know that. I heard her only talk about her butt. She's
She can talk about whatever she wants. I'm deciding.
I don't want to body block you. I'm gonna go up the rope.
Yeah.
There's a camera.
Can we see a fight? The jaw. Take the jaw.
Where are you?
Okay.
Bring them down.
Already planted.
My knee dropped off. I can find the other one first. Like that.
Bring them
I
down.
haven't seen the other one.
3 minutes. Yeah.
Oh,
There.
They might not be.
There. Last player standing.
99 on raise. Back. Oh. Fuck.
CRT tube TVs have been irrelevant for so long that I had people working for me who had never used them. But in a lot of ways, they are still number one. I mean, look at this little buddy right here.
Race into the spike
Zero
sites.
latency, stellar motion clarity, and inky blacks. Not only that, but look at the way its unique properties blend blocky, ugly sprites into art. Take a mere
Let's go
256
mid to
colors
B.
and turn them into a digital rainbow.
Okay.
Just sucks they come in such giant, heavy packages that... Wait a minute! That's not a CRT!
I'm gonna make noise on A. Ooh, never mind.
This is
Don't
just
spread us
an
too far out.
OLED in disguise!
Yeah.
Pretty convincing.
Come
Dark
on.
magic incense. Red 13 4K dark magic! Hey look, it's that guy! This is admittedly a pretty niche product, but it gets views. It's really cool. Or at least on paper it is. They claim it's the best ad.
140 on fucking Neon. Take this fucking bucket. Oh my god, I can't. Someone kill this fucking
And after using
Neon.
it for a few weeks,
I'm saying,
we're
bro.
left wondering, is it finally time to stop?
She's so low, please.
Come back to me, I'll heal you.
Ignoring all these messages we could give you from our sponsor.
Build Rita. They make it a breeze to customize.
Sorry,
your
I
own
dropped a screw and I
personalized
can't
build.
find it. I'm
Support
losing my
guides
mind.
And a bunch of configuration options. Throw stuff in there. We put a power supply in there. Head to buildredux.com/Linus and start your new build
I'll
today.
find you.
You know
Oh, we don't have the spike?
No.
One input resolution.
Probably in fucking tunnel where the... Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
Neon's definitely in tunnel.
Yeah.
Careful of your
But
corners.
If anything, not all scalars are created equal, and this is most apparent when you watch your modern TV.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Nice, nice.
30
Okay,
seconds
140
left.
on Neon.
Coming out of this Sega Genesis. And I mean, I kind of get it. Why would
Oh,
you
thank you.
bother to invest in a feature that most people won't notice? But come on, guys, to show you just how bad it is. Let's have a look at how a $1,300 OLED TV fares, using internal scaler, against a random CRT that we got for $50 on Facebook Marketplace.
Need a drop.
Hey, finally.
Scatter report.
Yeah, okay, we're good.
Look at his face. Like that.
Looks like a picture.
Almost like a TDP from that era. Whereas that's just like a mess of reddishness.
Why did you leave that one stretched?
It's you don't have much options when you use little boxes like this.
Oh no.
They're kind of in and out.
I found my screw.
This entire video is just a slam dunk on this.
Something you would expect this game to affect based on its name.
Neon's down first.
But it is amazing, knowing that these are accurate displays. How far
Rotating
off
the
they are.
B.
I mean, the icy green.
Yeah, Brandon's even calibrated these.
Are you free at A?
So we can trust that they're exactly right.
I don't.
Oh my
know
god.
I would go A if Omen's got A.
CRT, obviously, it's
Yeah, facts.
lightning fast.
Clear.
No, I wasn't going
There's
A. I was just
definitely a bit of
clearing
lag on
over there.
this top left one.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's three of us here.
Swap
We
the
might
direct
as well
one.
punish.
There's 2 men now.
Ooh. Oh. Wow. I didn't realize how bad the latency was on here because I just kind of compensated
Marked
for
one.
it.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden it's playable.
Ah. Now the power line is
Planting.
not matching our CRT at
Oh,
all.
never mind.
Last
Really
player
hard to
standing.
match the CRT on every game. We can mess with it, and that's one of the joys of the retro thing, is that we can mess with it all day long. There are so many settings that we can get into, including color correction and stuff.
Whatever deficiencies or even just differences that it might have in color though, there is no question in my mind that it is a super clean image, and yet
I'm amped.
it
Let's
still
go.
looks
I got things to do.
CRT.
This is just a quick and dirty mask and filter that I set up for this,
Have we tried
the Genesis.
everyone at A yet?
This is also kind of the worst case scenario for the retro tank.
No, we have not, but I can take Spike because I have to save.
Likes
So I will
composition
need
image,
to
and
get
it's kind of
it.
like a mystique to the blurriness of composite. But as a general rule, everything else is better. And so the fact that it can make this look
We go.
as decent as it does is kind of incredible. You gotta get a goal.
I don't think I can. I don't think I can score behind this game. Otherwise, we riot.
No. Oh, they cut it, cut.
It's impossible. for
Face
everyone
your
to agree
fear!
on what looks best, but I think what we can all agree on is that both of the larger OLEDs look awful, and they feel awful. We measured about 45 milliseconds
I'm
of
pissed!
added input latency when connecting a
A spike is
composite
down.
source
104 on
directly to the
Spike
screen.
down
sound.
A.
Neon.
Last player
For
standing.
context, the highest input latency that we
Damn it.
measured from the rest of the streamers that we're going to be talking about and showing today is 1/5 of that. There are a surprising number of options
Dreams are a
out there,
funny
and
thing.
many of them are
One
excellent,
little twist.
but they've
and
all
every
the
time
problems,
it starts.
like no support for 4K. So the RetroTink 4K's claim to fame is, surprise, surprise, it's
Sage,
the
you back?
world's first 4K scaler for retro games. In our opinion,
Age, please tell me you're back.
even the best thing about it. Powered by a
weren't
Cyclone
last
5
round.
series FPGA, the RetroTink 4K has cutting-edge
My thing is that they
CRT
keep
emulation
disconnecting and reconnecting. How are they not getting
processing
kicked?
delay, and it has some of the most robust I/O on a single consumer device.
I'm not disconnecting and reconnecting. I'm putting a screw into my laptop, and I had to steal one from somewhere else, and I dropped one on the ground and lost it.
Bring them down.
missing from previous Top Dog Retro Tank 5X. And each of these handle a variety of Columbia standards.
That neon, let's go.
Composite and S-video to the front, which means you don't have to share your RCA maps between your component and your composite in.
Do I need to pick someone up? Who's gonna plant? Who's got the spike?
I got you. Never mind, I don't got you.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
No charges left.
Would a retro gamer need an HDMI in? Well, not to make you feel old or anything, but the PS3 with its HDMI output came out.
Last player standing.
Oh, I jumped right out in fucking front of her. Oh my god.
Your mind. Increase
Nice
in
shot.
HDMI equipped older consoles.
Thank you! I'm back!
Form of mini re-releases. Some are third-party recreations, and some are just aftermarket mods to original consoles.
I'm back!
The bottom line
In the
here is
satellite
HDMI
game.
is the standard, and it unlocks a lot of new possibilities, like pairing up your retro tank with a Mr. FPGA for the ultimate in retro gaming.
Back in the saddle
I'm about to try it.
Yeah.
Hope you cry a little bit. But first, I actually want to show off our retro battle station here. It might not look like much from this side, but this monster is capable of playing any of our systems simultaneously across 4 TVs without any loss in image quality. And a big part of that is thanks to this guy. When we told AV Pro Ed what we were trying to do, we sent over this ludicrously overpowered 8K HDR, 8 input,
You should run.
He's got the spike mid.
matrix switcher. Huge thank you to those guys. I'd love to talk about all the other releases that we have going on here, but
Spike down
it
B.
gets really, so instead we're going to have a Float Plane exclusive where David is going to walk you through the whole setup. LMG.GG/floatplane. For now, let's go.
This is the part of the video where if you're anything like me, you're going to fall deeply in love with a retro tank. When you have a chance to
I'm not
customize
gonna
your
waste the
maps
rest
and all
of
the
this round.
settings to your preference, you'll start to see how powerful this thing really is. This is how I set it for my own eyes, and what I found with people kind of walking around and giving their perspective is people have very different preferences. To me, this looks so much better
30
than
seconds
the raw
left.
mister, but some
Last
people like
player
that pixel
standing.
perfect look. No, right? It looks so much better.
This has that TV look. That looks awesome.
It looks great.
Why would I ever even look at these? And you can really see the age of these CRTs and some
Cypher
of the
removed.
just
One enemy remaining.
Three down.
10 seconds left.
I can't even see any of the detail.
Damn, nice try.
This is clean, but also still has that CRT look to it.
It's a tragedy that CRTs are just going to kind of fade away, and they're going to only get worse and worse every time they're used. And it's kind of nice to know that we're finally getting to the point with
I
scalers.
say we switch it up
where
and stop
I don't
pushing
have to
mid.
be sad. Yeah, we don't have to be sad. Well, I mean, the fact that you just want to keep playing on
Even
the
though, like,
you
I'm
even
not
look
sure.
at
I
the
think mid
CRT.
control was good on this map, but it's
no, there's no reason
for us.
to them. Like, this is just freaking awesome.
And what I find is
Save
so
and
nice
buy
with
for
modern
infinite
devices
money.
is just the consistency. I know when I turn it on, it's going to be good. With that cheap CRT, every time I came back to it, it would look different. Sometimes it would have like scan lines going up. Sometimes it would be like the capacitors are going. Right now it's a little flickery. It's actually doing pretty good. But it's like the temperature, you know, the way I look at it, it changes what that image is going to look like. Whereas every time I turn on a red, I think in the color, it's going to be exactly how it's set.
I have never gotten L5 in my entire life.
Killjoy behind.
104.
Spike down A. Last player
Fuck me in
standing.
the asshole.
Well, here's the 4K remote versus the 5X remote.
So they did a remote this time.
They did a remote this time. It's actually so useful.
I could just be like, nah, dog, how about 1080p?
Well, it's actually, well, that doesn't look great, but it's kind of a huge deal. When I first got my RetroTune 5X, it was defaulting to 1440p, but I had a TV that didn't accept 1440p image, and so it's like
I don't have enough for you.
One frame every
You're
like
good, you're good,
3
you're good.
seconds.
So this would have saved you.
Just one button press, boom.
That's just through the Mister without the
That's
FD
just the
gates.
Mister.
Yeah, so it's got that super, super clean, sharp. I mean, Honestly,
AJ
sure.
Fade
I
already
can
on
play
A.
that too.
Cypher.
But it doesn't look like a CRT.
So we don't need to change the intro.
Face your fear!
The profile right now it's my like Mr.
99 on Neon.
profile.
Spike down mid.
The one where I would start, where it's the most fun, is the image
She has a fucking.
processing. So there's a scan line and a mask. The scan line, it's
I have
emulating
this
scan lines,
fight.
but there's quite a bit of control.
Your
with
duty
them.
is not
The
over.
masks are like that simulation of the aperture grill and the phosphor lights.
One enemy remaining.
Which I think is actually kind of like the little salt that you add at the end.
Nice job, guys.
To make it all kind of come together.
Oh yeah, otherwise it just looks too sharp.
Last round
And this
before
is
the
why
switch.
4K is so
Buy
important
what you
for
need.
this, because you actually
Otherwise,
have
we're
the
going to look
pixel
very
density on
Spikes
this
here.
display to use pixels as individual phosphor colors. I mean, if you look at certain diagrams of how Shadow Mask versus Aperture Grill worked,
Do you guys want to try a quiet
it's
play
basically it.
to
It's
be
either
from here?
a grill, a vertical lines like this, or it was like a perforated.
Anyone need
plate.
anything?
We've had Shadow Mask before, like even the Mister has Shadow Mask, but they've never been this detailed because, like you said, we've never had 4K, and you need that amount of pixel to be able to push that detail that you would see on a CRT. HDR is already on. We can turn it off just so you can get an idea how much the RetroTink is designed for HDR displays. When you add the scan lines and the mask, it adds a lot of black. And so without HDR, it becomes really, really dark.
Raisin's coming from behind.
140 on fucking Neon.
On the display, but without it,
that
it's-
Neon.
But with the masks, you get that it really does look like a phosphor glow.
I really liked on the 5X that it was kind of just plug and play. I never really thought too much about it. I kind of said it once, you know, it worked. But the amount of fun I've had messing around with these things
Spike down
is so
B.
fun. One thing to mention before someone in the comments does is
Where
the
was she?
direct video where you get the actual
One enemy remaining.
of the game outputted natively. We could unplug and plug directly into a RetroTink, but it won't work with our matrices. It's just not going to play nice. Direct video generally has bad compatibility.
30 seconds left.
You've got smoothing on.
Yeah, so that's basically what you don't like it.
That's a yikes.
I like it. I like so there's a more sophisticated one you can get than this.
It looks like one of those cheap AI filters that you can apply to graphics and make it look like a photo or painting or whatever.
It's a little more sophisticated than that, but I definitely understand why people don't like it. There's no wrong options here, except whatever they said that.
Now I noticed there's an SD card, but unlike the Mr. FPGA, this is not a console, so you're not keeping ROMs or anything on there.
No, it's primarily for updating firmware, as well as putting profiles on it. You can create profiles on the record.
Last player standing.
She's on Spike. She's on there. She's on there.
But you can also download it online. The RetroTink community.
Playtime now. Playtime. Playtime. Playtime.
Playtime. See with this bitch.
Ideal for console for game settings. And then you can let them do the work and then
We win.
It's there later.
Nice job.
I think a lot.
You like the RetroTink more than even the CRT.
Not even close.
Yeah.
Switching
Yeah,
sides.
no question. It's so bright. The colors are so bright.
Blur artifacting is a little bit annoying. I'm hoping that maybe there can be some filter that's added onto it to prevent that. But most of the time when you're in a busy screen, you don't see
I
it.
don't notice when I'm actually playing. I only notice when I'm watching.
100%.
They carefully kept me away from this area for the last couple of weeks, so I didn't get a chance to check this out before. But now that I have, there's no question in my mind, I would rather play on a modern OLED with these filters than on a CRT, even if it was in its prime, and literally none of them are anymore. Adding HDMI to the RetroTink might be the most meaningful upgrade over the 5X. Solution matters a lot though too. I don't know, they're both really great. But we haven't even seen its full capabilities. Let's test that port even further with an HDMI console that's retro, but also isn't really properly modern, given it not only can't hit 4K, but can barely even do 1080p most of the time. The Nintendo Switch. Now, hold on a second. Is it doing some kind of SDR to HDR tone mapping?
25 Neon.
Spike down B.
Doing that, 'cause this is raw out of the
Reloading.
Switch. But as it is
Raise
now,
is there also. I'm gonna come rotate up top.
That's right. That looks better.
Markedly better.
We can agree. You probably don't want to put like.
I can heal you in
scan lines
34
or masks
seconds.
or
Sorry, I don't
anything
have
on
it
a
yet.
game like this. But what I was curious was, is the
Playtime,
scaling
stay
of
back,
the
you
retro
two are
One
hurt.
better
enemy
than
remaining.
What the Switch can do in conjunction with the TV. You can't really tell from this far back. It looks basically the same. But if you get up
Watch your left stage.
you can actually see that the recipe one
Nice
will
shot.
be a little bit sharper.
You know, I don't think I'm a fan. You get an increase
their
in
shield your
sharpness
weapon.
using the retro
Or
tank to
use a gun.
scale,
Whichever.
but you also get a bit more stair step. Depends what you're looking at. This is one of those ones where I really don't think there's a right or a wrong answer.
I totally agree. It's going to be a preference thing.
Yeah. Like, this is a bit shimmerier in its dealing with aliasing, whereas this is a bit blurrier in its dealing with aliasing. And neither is desirable. Obviously, it'd be great if Nintendo just released a console that could run their flipping games at a decent resolution. But I find this less distracting. I wonder if part of it, too, is that we're sitting a little bit too close to these for how low-res this content is.
That's totally.
And the smaller display with that pleasing blurriness and round pixels, guys, it makes a big difference. Makes this look not sharper, obviously, but more natural. Yeah, like you can see.
Don't resist.
Watch your left for fade.
It's honestly there, but
Raise fade left.
Player standing.
that I actually
Spike planted.
The
I thought she was ducking because she was planning.
Stutter and that super high motion clarity at 30 FPS.
It's not, yeah.
It's a little distracting.
That was probably the one slight disappointment of my experience with the RetroTink is that it doesn't save 720p to me. I thought it was going to maybe like bring it into the next generation. Not quite, it's a little bit excessive, but yeah. I think 40p is a big mistake. And it does make 720p sharper, but
fuck, I don't know what I was thinking.
Gaming on the PS5 through the RetroTink. The RetroTink can only handle 1080p, so if you give it 4K, it just won't work. And if you send HDR through it, it'll strip the HDR, even if it tries to put it back in after, and it just loses all color, looks terrible. And so you want to send it 1080p SDR, and then it can do its thing at the highest.
It's almost like it was right in the name. It's the RetroTink, plug a modern console into it, you're gonna have a pretty bad. One thing we noticed, regardless of the generation of console, is the input latency, or rather, the lack of it. We measured the RetroTink in a variety of modes, and we saw less than a millisecond in the 60 Hz mode, and about 8.5 milliseconds in the 120 Hz mode, which, funnily enough, ends up being almost identical end to end, because Hertz is about 8 milliseconds faster than 60 Hz per effect. But wait a second. Did we just gloss over the RetroTink 4K support for 120 Hz in both 1080p and 1440p? Well, we have it now. It even has support for variable refresh rate and support for black frame insertion for better motion clarity. So now there's
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Maximize our resolution, or do we go for a higher refresh rate, but at lower resolutions?
Reloading.
Oh, and that's why we're gonna do Gamecast.
We know the drill.
Yes,
Stick
that
to
looks
your
much
roles
better to
and
me
we'll crush it.
than Switch did at 120.
No question.
Yeah, like that looks totally great.
That looks awesome. Honestly, I don't even like this on the HD CRT.
Yeah.
It doesn't look right. It looks smeary. It looks like an LCD.
Yeah. This looks great. It looks better than the CRT.
Yeah. The real test,
Time to
honestly,
work.
is just to put people in front of the floor. Different games. It's not purely economic. Different games, I have one.
Yeah, I think we're both just always looking at this one.
Just not interested in looking at anything else.
Because it's still got that clean look. Like, it doesn't look blurry at all, but it softens
Raise
it.
dead.
Right.
When my opponents go high, I go low. Oh no! Oh no!
Enemy spotted.
Oh my goodness, rude. If your preference is absolute maximum
Spike
motion
down,
clarity,
B.
then 120 Hz with black screen insertion might be a good option for you. But I think both David and I are aligned on that if you're planning to use CRT filters, which hopefully you are because you just spent a lot of money on a device that is solely designed for that, then you're probably
One
better
enemy
off sticking
remaining.
with 4K. The mask
Spike
details
down
just
B.
look so much better at that high resolution, and there's no question, this is the closest.
Hello and welcome back to Weirdos in the Wild. The best way to start your morning is with a big frown on your face, so get ready to wear that with pride.
Prepare
We've got
yourselves.
some really
We fight
interesting
once again.
specimen here today, so let's go ahead and take a peek at our first one. Our first journey begins with a cold call here like a telemarketer. This guy reaches out saying, "Hey, remember me?" And get used to seeing me spelled that way, because he only speaks about himself as if he's talking through the We Me channel from back in the day. And she responds by saying, "Hey, I think so," from blank, which is middle school. So they knew each other in middle school, and I'm assuming it's been quite some time since
You're
then.
welcome.
Because then, a couple months later, he reaches out again saying, "Hey, you have kids yet?" It's already off to an odd start. They're clearly into their adult years here, and this guy's thinking about her from middle school. And then reaches out a couple months after making initial contact, just to ask if she had kids currently. And it only gets more strange from here. He responds saying, "Hey, I don't have kids yet, why do you ask?" He goes, "Just asking, you have a boyfriend?"
Let's
"And you
go,
have a
let's go,
boyfriend.
let's go,
You
let's
have a
go.
girlfriend? Can I tell you
Never mind.
something?" And that's how you know this is about to go straight into the shitter here. That question, "Can I tell you something?" always seems to precede the most foul thing you'll ever hear in your life. I've read so many of these texts and watched so many bad romance videos recently that this is one of the more concerning questions you could be asked. Can I tell you something? Or some variation of it.
Where'd they go?
Just never understand the
I got one that
purpose of
splashed me over here with a shotgun that I don't know where he
Spit it
was,
out.
but
Say
I'm
it with
not
your
going
whole
back
chest
that
here.
way.
What's the point
I
in
think he's
acting
hiding
like
on
some
this
kind of
bridge, and
shy
I'm gonna
anime
fucking
girl?
30
myself
seconds
and
left.
go get it.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god, fucking
Spike
Kane.
down B.
She's in our,
You see
she's
her?
in their spawn.
You've made it impossible for someone to shoot that down.
Behind
because then
you.
the conversation
I would just
immediately
play
gets
time,
hostile.
honestly. I don't know where the spike is.
Everyone
She might have it,
is
though.
like, yeah, I guess you could tell me something. So just do it. Rip the band-aid off. You're gonna say something ridiculous, and
Oh.
just say it without.
10
Well,
seconds
me and
left.
Allie are far enough
permission,
apart.
because
There's
we
no
all
issue.
know you're just going
Got
to
it. Nice job, guys.
blabber about it anyway. She says, "Yeah, what's up?" However, even if she declines saying,
Got my info.
"No, you
Keep
can't tell me
fighting.
anything,
Rest is
leave me
over.
alone,
Who
bozo,"
needs a
it
weapon?
wouldn't have stopped this maniac. He goes, "No grill friend." So I believe he has entered this
No grill friend!
horniness, and it's clouding his vision, so he can't type properly. When we was in middle school, I wanted, period, to do this to you. And accidentally drops like a fucking hyperlink here. Do what? Like, when you were in skirt, I want to make you mine. Hope you don't get mad. What an outrageous creep. Hey, I was just thinking about you in middle school, and how in middle school I wanted to make you mine. Don't get mad at me. Hee hee. Clearly caught off guard and
Rotating to you guys
uncomfortable,
right
she goes, "Oh, it was a long
Face
time
your
ago."
fear!
Through mid?
And I think this
mid?
emboldens him because she says,
No, I'm at.
"There's no reason to get
That was a
mad."
question.
I was
She
trying.
starts
Yeah, I
to
was
rub
trying to
their hands
ask if you
together.
were telling me that they were
Oh,
rotating through that.
And then
No,
he
I have
sends
no
a
idea.
message
I was
that
just rotating
he
to you guys.
deletes. He
They're planting on A.
unsends it. So there's something
Spike
so
planted.
bad there that even this shameless sack of cringe is like, "Ooh, no, that's too far. I'm using my mulligan." So he unsends it. But the
Jesus
original
Christ, how many times am I gonna get hit with
person who
tracking?
saw it, he said that the message he
Shush.
unsent was saying that he wanted to
You
pull
shush.
down her panties and put his fingers inside of her. And then he goes, "If I were to do this to you,
Underneath, two underneath.
Last player standing.
I know.
They're both under there.
so broken.
Raise and Cypher.
Such a generous offer, saying no. I have
I'm
a
so
boyfriend.
sorry. That was my
I
fault.
mean,
My bad.
back in middle
I hit
school,
Cypher for
I
70 though.
wasn't interested in dating or sexual activity when I was in middle school. I wanted you really bad. Oh, okay. Gets him with the Eeyore really sad. Oh, okay. This is the craziest red flag conversation ever. This should be like a self-report script for the authorities. This man is like dangerous.
I don't even know what you're talking about,
Grant
Charlie. I
that
didn't even pay
hyperlink
attention.
he accidentally dropped.
Today we're going to be looking at the 3070 Ti versus the 4070 Super in a ton of new games, in a ton of graphic settings, not just ultra, not just native resolution. We will use DLSS, we will use ray tracing, we will use map tracing, we will use frame generation. We're looking at all of that, tons of new games, config games, different game engines, Unreal Engine 5, all sorts of things. But why compare these two GPUs right now? Well, a couple of reasons. It's really interesting to me. The 3070 Ti was a $600 GPU from the previous generation, and the 4070 Super is now a $600 GPU from this generation. Now, granted, it's replacing the previous $600 GPU that wasn't Super, but which has been demoted to
Killjoy a little bit.
$50 price point.
One enemy remaining.
3070
Nice shot.
Ti was also a GPU that came out a few months after, the 3070.
Team A.
Nice. And the 4070 Ti is a really good comparison point to the 3070 Ti from an actual market standpoint, considering the price points were so different. So this is kind of an interesting look at the generational differences. It's also important to note that the 3070 Ti is not was not well received. It was only like 10% or less, maybe even like 7% faster than the 3070 non-Ti, but came with a $100 price increase over the $500 3070. And that was not met with great reviews, but this came out during the crypto boom, where, honestly, people were paying in the actual market $1,000 or more for 3070 Ti's. It was crazy times. Anyway, from a specs perspective, I think this review will be especially interesting because the 3070 Ti is an 8 GB graphics card.
Oh, okay, they're all there. Alright, I'm coming. I'm sorry.
12 GB graphics card.
And fucking a machine gun's just spraying me down.
See in a variety of games, especially games that want to use more than 8 GB of VRAM. I'm looking at how that affects.
Oh my god, no way. 35 on. Yeah. That was bad.
You
got
Spike down
A disclaimer.
Raise ones out to the back and side left.
You'll see when I actually start the benchmark run.
There.
That you should
One
judge
enemy remaining.
the smoothness the game is running at by what you actually visually see on your screen, because
I get inside your head.
locked 60 frames per second, and I'm capturing gameplay that is not running at 60 frames per second. I have VSync turned off. If I turn VSync on, you would get smooth-looking gameplay, but the GPUs would be locked at a certain frame rate, which means they're not showing their full potential, which is not appropriate for a GPU review. However, if I unlock the frame rate, the footage can have screen tearing and it can have some judder, and sometimes even the higher frame rate will look more juddery or stuttery. But I think that just has to do with how out of sync with the 60 frames per second, capture what we're doing here. So basically, the frame time graph is what you should be using to judge the smoothness. The 1% loads are the best number to look at for that. Anyway, I think let's just run the benchmarks, and I'll give you some final thoughts.
They're B.
Let's kick things off with Avatar Frontiers of Pandora at 1080p ultra settings. This game does use ray tracing, and it is definitely one of the best looking games out there. And we're
one enemy remaining.
46% in the averages and 43% in the 1% lows over the 3070 Ti.
I got you covered.
Over the 3070 Ti is able to put up a respectable
Does someone want the other half?
Yes, albeit at
Oh, there's no one alive?
ultra.
What am I covering you
Go
for?
down to 1080p high settings, though. We are now seeing 3070 Ti per second, even the one
Match
lows
point.
are over 60 now. But the 4070 Super is
Remember when I wasn't playing?
That's good numbers, 45%
Yeah, I remember that.
averages.
Remember when?
Did you guys report me? Did you guys all report me?
7% lead in the 1% lows.
Nah.
I didn't report you.
Be honest.
I think most people are buying cards.
It's okay
of
if you
class
did.
For 1440p resolution. So if we take a look
I'm not
there,
gonna lie, I don't know
now
how.
we see the 3070 Ti struggling
Jesus
quite a bit at
Christ.
39 FPS, and we see a large.
Well, then it's a miracle we gotta win.
59% advantage. It's hitting 62 FPS. What would explain the larger performance lead here? Most likely we're going over 8 GB of VRAM usage
Dude,
on
fuck
the 3070
Neon.
Ti,
Young's
but staying
Neon.
under 12.
I'm saying
The
we're the
4070
off
Super
too.
doesn't have to reach into system memory, and the 3070 Ti does.
Can I at least get one
We
more
noticed
kill?
that at 1440p ultra,
One enemy remaining.
quality enabled. Now
Spike down A.
is good for 66 frames per second.
My eye.
Graph does look a
Let's
little bit
fucking
spiky.
go.
4070 Super
GG's, guys.
Oh, I win!
Lows for 4070 Super with 53% lead in the 1%.
I'm a winner!
44% lead in the averages. Well, the averages are now 95.
I'm a winner.
66,
I'm a
so putting up some
dinner.
decent numbers there. I don't think too many people are thinking, should I buy a 3070 Ti or a 4070 Super? That really wasn't the point, although some people might be just curious, how does a 3070 Ti do right now? And I was, like I said, mostly interested in the generational performance uplift, and some people might have a 3070 Ti or a 3070. A 3070 isn't too far behind the 3070 Ti, so just subtract 7% or so off what you're seeing from it here. Anyway, and a lot of people would probably just be interested, is it worth that upgrade? So addressing that, I mean, my personal feeling is that an upgrade is borderline worth it if you're getting a 50% performance boost, but personal preference, think it's more of a night and day difference if your new GPU is double the performance of your old one or better. And so I would probably hang out another year and hope we get a 5070 in about a year's time at hopefully not like $900, you know, right? We'll see what happens. Anyway, but hopefully, you know, a year from now, you could maybe get closer to doubling the performance at the same price, rather, which I think would be a lot more exciting. And I think the 3070 Ti is still definitely something you could live with, right? Let's actually look at some of the performance numbers we were getting here and talk about that a little bit. Because when you look at a lot of GPU reviews, they a lot of times just test out ultra settings at native resolution, right? And when you see that, you might feel like cards like the 3070 Ti are just no good anymore, right? It's 39 frames per second. But, you know, when you try out, well, if you just kick on DLSS quality, which looks great at 1440p, you're now averaging over 60 frames per second in probably the best looking new game out there with Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. So, like, it's not bad. You might be like, well, I want a higher refresh rate experience. Okay, turn down to high settings and kick on DLSS quality. You've now got an 82 frames per second average. Are you spilling over VRAM in some games? Absolutely at maximum settings. So, like, if we're looking at something like Resident Evil 4 Remake, we saw 1440p max settings. The 3070 Ti was a stuttery mess on the frame time graph. The 1% lows were awful. And the 4070 Super was just crushing it. And you might feel bad if that's what you see in your GPU reviews. But again, what if you just turn down to the prioritized graphics preset, which disables some honestly not very good looking ray tracing in this game. I turned RT off on my 4090 because I just thought it looked bad. I also hate the screen space reflections in this game and turned those off too because I think the cube maps actually just look better because they're not grainy, noisy, messy. But now I feel like I'm kind of off topic of the video. Anyway, my point is, hey look, now you're averaging 106 frames per second with 1%. So, and that's native resolution 1440p at one of the highest graphics settings in this game. So I guess what I'm saying is the 3070 Ti is still a perfectly good GPU, and I think most people could definitely ride out another year on it before upgrading. I'm not saying don't upgrade if you want the additional VRAM to run those higher settings, you want the additional performance to run those higher settings, that's totally fine. I'm not going to stop you, but I'm just saying that, like, I think most modern games at the right settings are perfectly acceptable. Here we are playing Starfield at ultra settings with DLSS quality at 60 frames per second, right? So that's kind of my thought on the upgrade situation. Sure, the 4070 Super might double the performance in path tracing modes, probably for a combination of reasons. One is spilling over 8 gigabytes of VRAM and accessing system memory while you're ray tracing really kills performance. But also, I think the 40 series did get some specialized upgrades from NVIDIA, like things like shader execution reordering, which certain games, I think these path tracing modes, and in Cyberpunk at least, I think possibly also Alan Wake 2 take advantage of those. So, you know, there's definitely some big upgrades on the table here. But again, what if you just played at the high settings with, you know, DLSS quality? And now, hey, 60 frames per second on your 3070 Ti. Now the 1% lows are still a bit choppy here, so you might want to actually turn down settings a little bit further to get those under control. But, you know, my point is, yes, the 4070 Super is a lot better, and it's nice to see this kind of healthy generational uplift. I think this is the kind of generational uplift that people wanted out of the 40 series from the original 4070, not having to wait for this super variant to correct things to about where we want. And I will also mention that, well, you know, so what would I measure the upgrade as? Well, again, that's difficult to quantify, because when you are not running out of VRAM, it seems like we're often at about a 40% generational uplift. But we are frequently running out of VRAM when you're playing at max settings, and then, you know, in those super heavy ray tracing workloads and things like that. So I would call it, from a raw performance, it seems like about a 40% uplift. But in many situations, it allows you to play at graphics settings that would otherwise cripple the 3070 Ti. So there's something more to it than that. And you can start to see that in larger leads in the averages and 1% lows as that VRAM becomes a larger problem. Anyway, Yeah, so I think it's mostly what I wanted to look at here. The 3070 Ti, how does it hold up in modern games when you're willing to tweak some settings? I think fine. And, you know, I think the 4070 Super is delivering a pretty good generational uplift that I would have liked to have seen at the beginning of the generation. I think that's kind of the summary of what I got out of this video. Hopefully you guys found it useful and or interesting. And also a huge thank you to channel members who have clicked the join button to directly support the channel financially. That is absolutely huge. It's nice to just feel the support, and especially when I'm running this is a lot of benchmarking. I get a lot of GPUs. And you know, so that little extra motivation there is certainly certainly nice. But I totally understand not everybody can afford that financially. You might not be in that place, and that is totally fine. Viewers, subscribers, all of that, you're all beautiful people. Huge thank you. And if you've missed it and you're like, this is a weird 4070 Super review, if you're comparing it against the 3070 Ti, just a reminder that my main 4070 Super reviews, I do multiple comparisons, not one single review. I've already done it versus the 4070 non-Super and the 7800 XT, which I would consider the primary review content because those are the...
What in the absolute fuck was that?
I'd also want to get to comparing it against the 7900 XT to look at what if you stepped up a bit from AMD and we're starting to see prices come down on those. I want to see if that pricing holds before I make the video. And I also want to look at some more comparisons with the previous generation. For example, NVIDIA claims that the 4070 Super is faster than a 3090, and I did run the 3090 through the same set of games, and that'll be interesting too because that's a 24GB VRAM card. So it'll be interesting to see if there's any places where the 12GB is holding the 4070 Super back a bit compared to the 24GB previous generation card. But anyway, I think that's enough of me talking at you in this video, so huge thank you to everybody. Hope you have an excellent day.
So today is the retail launch date for NVIDIA's RTX 4070 Super, and it's a day I've been eagerly waiting for in order to finally get a chance to assess if NVIDIA's new pricing structure is actually going to work out for them. And if you want to hear my review day thoughts that go into performance and the value of the card itself, well, you can just watch the last Broken Silicon episode that I decided to put out a day early in order to leave some breathing room for today's video. And well, also because, as exclusively leaked in that episode, I was told last week that AMD was preparing a price drop for at least the 7900 XT imminently. I didn't want to risk releasing a podcast on the same day that AMD dropped prices and then have some of my opinions be outdated. And I feel like it was a good decision that I did that because AMD did not drop prices on Tuesday, but they also did not disappoint, dropping the 7900 XT to $749 officially. And, well, this price is already showing up in practice on retailers, and actually it is even going as low as nearly $700 already, which, well, let's start this video with what my thoughts are on that. Well, to be honest, we all knew that the 7900 XT was the RDNA 3 card that would definitely need a price drop eventually. To be honest, I feel like the 7900 XT should have been $749 officially since the day that it came out, and this was, in many ways, removing people from the equation. It's a long overdue price drop in general. So I'm not surprised that this happened to this card. But with the 7900 XT officially below $750, finally, I do think that price point is probably going to do fine against the 4070 Ti Super. That's because, well, I think a lot of people are forgetting that in most rasterization averages, the 7900 XT is usually double digits faster than the 4070 Ti already. And so if the 4070 Ti Super is also double digits faster than the 4070 Ti, they're going to be pretty close to each other in rasterization performance. Probably within 5% of each other in a lot of reviews. And remember, that is not the same as a 4080. 4080 has 15% more CUDA cores and more bandwidth than the 4070 Ti Super. It will be faster than both the 4070 Ti Super and the 7900 XT. And so, yeah, with the 7900 XT now having street pricing that should be 5 to 15% lower than the 4070 Ti Super, despite having similar raster and actually having more VRAM, I think that's just about where it needs to be to keep selling okay against NVIDIA's new Ti Super products. Although it's not quite at that darling level that I outlined during the 7800 XT launch, but still probably good enough to keep selling all right. But speaking of selling all right, there is a graphics card in the title of this video, the 4070 Super, that is not selling all right today, according to the data that I've been accumulating all day before putting this video out in the evening. And I think that that $749 price point that AMD has decided for the 7900 XT, I think that's also an indication that AMD doesn't feel as threatened as a lot of the vocal minority online thinks they should be. I know that AMD could have gone to $699 with the 7900 XT if they were worried. $749 tells me they're not that worried. That's what the price has basically been selling out this whole time. And well, based on what I've gathered today for the 4070 Super, they seem like they were right to not feel that. And I want to tell you the incredibly bad sales quotes that I have for the 4070 Super that is compoundedly made worse by the low volume that has actually been supplied, according to my sources. But first, an ad from a sponsor. My Pets, the Pets One, the app that taps bandwidth at your house via an internet connection that doesn't always need to be utilized 100% to stream Netflix, or you have a PC that ideally has an RTX 3060 or better, you can get rewarded for simply sharing your computing power or your bandwidth with the rest of the world while you're not using it. So when you're not using your PC or your internet connection to game or stream Netflix, start up the Salad app, become a Salad chef, and cook up some rewards, and also cook up some support for this channel. Seriously, it's entirely free to click that link in the description and download the app. And if you do so, you can just use your gaming PC to earn rewards while you're not gaming, or your modern veteran PC. Any powerful hardware you have, including its internet connection, can be made much more useful. And again, if you go and click on that link in the description and download Salad, it helps this channel so much. So support yourself earning some rewards on the side, and support this channel by downloading the Salad app through the link in the description today. Now, before I get to the sales testimonials, it's important to discuss the supply information that I've received for the 4070 Super on launch day, just to put things in perspective. Now, about a week ago, I put out a video that stated that while the 4070 Ti Super especially seemed to be getting very low volume for launch, the 4070 Super would have light but okay-ish volume according to the people I spoke to. And as of this week, I can actually report that, if anything, it's a bit lighter in supply than I expected last week. If I put these quotes on screen, I want to start with my first source up there, who is from a US retailer that said they aren't getting as much supply for the 4070 Super as they got for the original 4070. So that's less 4070 Supers to be available for sale on day one than they had for the 4070 a year ago, but that it's not what they would call a paper launch. It's not that low in volume, just a light launch. Meanwhile, the 4070 Ti Super still sounds like it's going to be a very light to near paper launch until March, when real volume may occur, and that the 4080 Super sounds likely in between the two in volume. Now, the second source from a major online retailer says that they got less supply than the 4070 as well, but not nothing. About a third of the volume is MSRP as well. Now, this person would call this a small launch, but again, not quite paper. However, this person did want to warn me that if these were to have sold out on day one, which we'll get to sales in a second, that future shipments all seem to be above MSRP, meaning that the MSRP models were for day one and really for perception reasons only. Now, the third source told me, this is someone who works for a non-US distributor, they actually have a decent amount of supply. That's not huge, but it seems like NVIDIA thinks this may do better outside the US due to its efficiency, and honestly, that wouldn't surprise me. I've seen reports, both from my own sources and others online, the 4070 sold better in Europe, even on day one, than it did in the United States. I'm also expecting the same thing for the 4070 Super in this case. But getting to the final source on screen here, this person works for an international distributor, one of my best sources, estimated that there's about half the volume for launch day with the 4070 Super compared to the 4070. And I really do feel that it was important for me to break out the supply separate from the sales quotes, because, well, if something sells out quickly but only 5 of them were supplied, it doesn't mean it's a hot seller. And you all need to know then that the 4070 Super had about half the volume on launch day that the 4070 did. So it should have sold better, relatively speaking. And if it didn't seem to sell out any faster, or it actually seemed to sell out slower, that means that its sales are not similar to the 4070, they're significantly worse. And, you know, before I actually get to the sales quotes, we can just say that anecdotally, when I looked around today at around 1:09 p.m., I saw that not only was there still a truckload of supply available on Newegg, but MSRP models even were still in stock there as well, despite from what I'm hearing, only about a third of the supply actually even being at MSRP. And then to my surprise, NVIDIA was also selling this thing from their website at MSRP. And I didn't have to wait more than like 10 seconds to get in my cart, meaning even the Founders Edition at MSRP, hours after launch, wasn't selling very quickly there. I think I saw like 4 people ahead of me in line, and then I was just the first person in line within seconds. So, you know, I checked in later though, at about 4:49 p.m., and yep, still in stock on Newegg at MSRP, but not on NVIDIA's website. Although, even right before recording this video, late in the evening, you can still find 4070 Supers in stock on Newegg in the US and Overclockers UK in the United Kingdom for MSRP. So, at least from what I follow from myself, this thing ain't selling. And it's a low volume product that seems to not be selling. And well, the quotes I have from my sources are even more damning. If I put these quotes on screen here, my first source, who works at a large US retailer, told me that they had very low sales today. It sold better than the 4080, but that's really not saying a whole lot. Oh, and this person wanted to emphasize that only the MSRP models are selling. That when this person asked around specific people at physical locations for this retailer, they were told that basically nobody was coming in and accepting this card above MSRP. They would come in, and if the few models at MSRP were sold out, they would leave, maybe with a different graphics card or with no graphics card at all. Now, the second source here told me that, no joke, they didn't have a single person come in or call about the 4070 Super today at their location. However, they will say that for their location, about a dozen people have pre-ordered the 4080 Super already, but that was about a dozen people that wanted to pre-order it the day it was announced, and that list isn't growing anymore. So this person, and I do agree with this person, seems to think that the 4080 Super, $200 cheaper than the 4080, and a little stronger, that's about the differential that it takes to get the people that were just trying to wait for the 4090 to come down in price to $1,600. This is just cheap enough and strong enough that they will just accept a $1,000 4080 Super instead of a 4090. But that's all. Like, no one came into the location and was like, oh, the 4080 Super 16 gigabytes coming out. I no longer want the 7900 XTX 24 gigabytes. These were pretty much only people that were waiting for the 4090. That's a limited number of people. But anyways, moving on to the third source here. Someone who works at an AIB. This person told me that what they were hearing for day one sales was a disaster, but they aren't surprised. And then we'll quickly change the conversation to talk about how mad they are getting at NVIDIA for not only selling a Founders Edition card with a really cool cooler at Best Buy, but now selling it at MSRP from their own website while telling AIBs to take most of the non-MSRP volume. They just don't think it's fair, and, well, again, they're not surprised the sales aren't very good. Now, moving on to source number 4, this was for a small U.S. retailer. Won't say which one. This person told me that they actually rejected an offer from one of the AIBs to receive about 200 4070 Supers. And that's because 66% of the shipment would have had to have been priced between $620 to $650. That they had a feeling it would be nearly impossible to get gamers in 2024 to buy a 12 gigabyte GPU above $600, and so they rejected stocking the card at all. And now, source number 5, working for a major online retailer, told me that day one RTX 4070 Super sales were worse than the 4080 for their company. Shockingly. And then finally, source number 6 here. I talked to a lot of people today, and these are the ones that were willing to be quoted, told me that it was really easy for their scalper collective, this is someone I haven't quoted before, to buy 4070 Supers today on BestBuy.com and NVIDIA's website. They said if you saw a spike in the line from 4 to 400 randomly, that was their buy. However, they'll be canceling most of their orders after seeing the bad sales, so don't be surprised if all of a sudden more Founders pop up on Best Buy or NVIDIA's websites in the middle of the night or something. And so there you go. The 4070 Super seems to be selling pretty god-dang badly for a card that, I've seen a lot of vocal people online say it's about to kill Radeon. Now, to be fair, it's going to hurt Radeon sales short term because any improvement in competition is going to improve Radeon sales. Of course it would, at least a little bit. But long term, I just don't see the 4070 Super as being that big of a worry for AMD. I think really all AMD has to do is adjust partner pricing to the 7800 XT. That means behind the scenes, the below MSRP price that they sell the cards for before the partners mark it up and sell it to you. They probably just need to adjust that down a little bit and make it easy for the 7800 XT street price to be about $500 on average and probably have some of the models hit $480. If they do that, then the 4070 Super on average is going to be at least 20% more expensive with less VRAM, and I think that's all that's required from AMD to keep some momentum against this new launch from NVIDIA. But alright, so let's ask the question. What's going on here? How can the 4070 Super in 2024 sell worse than the inferior 4070 did in 2023? Well, I think it's quite simple. I think that in 2024, 12 gigabytes feels smaller than it did in 2023. If you look around at the comments sections of videos and article reviews, you can see many people saying that this is just what the 4070 should have been a year ago, and it still needs to be cheaper for them to consider buying a 12 gigabyte card in 2024. In addition to seeing a lot of outrage, by the way, online I've noticed, at the acceptance at 12 gigabytes, $600, that's okay, that's what the mid-range is becoming. A lot of people are not okay with that. A lot of people are saying that 16 gigabytes should be the minimum VRAM capacity for any GPU that sells for over $500. And I've seen more than a few comments, and some of the top-rated ones in YouTube's comment sections, saying that the 7800 XT still looks like better value at $500 against the $600 4070 Super. And so I don't know what some people are smoking when they try to defend the 4070 Super, a 12 gigabyte card selling for $600 in 2024, but the sales and the comments are damning. NVIDIA fixed the wrong problem, in my opinion, with the 4070 Super. It didn't need more performance, it needed more VRAM and a lower price. And NVIDIA's arrogance and stubbornness has led to them fixing the card in the wrong way, and the sales reflect it. Gamers have spoken. Any graphics card that wants to self-identify as a high-end graphics card is bullshit if it doesn't have at least 16 gigabytes of VRAM above $500, and it's insulting that anyone would accept that the mid-range would hit $600 without at least giving us the consolation prize of having enough VRAM to game with textures turned up. And so, well, where do we go from here then? Well, I do actually think it's worth mentioning that the 4070 had pretty bad sales on day one, but that they did pick up over time. It was never a great seller, but it was one of the best-selling Lovelace cards over time as time went on and its price drifted down a little bit. So I think that we could see that start to happen with the 4070 Super as well. Maybe it had horrible day one sales, but it won't have the same fate as the 4080 did, even if some of my contacts are saying it's selling worse than the 4080 on day one. Well, that is, of course, unless AMD doesn't do anything else to respond. I want to be clear. This $750 or lower price point for the 7900 XT, it can't be temporary. That's got to be where the 7900 XT stays, and the 7800 XT does need to drift down to at least $500 or slightly lower on average. That does need to happen, I think, for NVIDIA to not eventually start getting more sales over time with the 4070 Super. But if AMD does do those things, I think they'll be able to mostly keep the momentum that they've been getting over the past 6 months against Lovelace. Oh, and I guess one more thing from the NVIDIA side of this conversation. You know, I've been hearing now and reporting to you that NVIDIA doesn't really want to sell the 4070 Ti Super 16 gigabyte at $800. That the supply for that particular Super launch sounds very low at first, that they're kind of hoping that once that instantly sells out, people will just accept a $750 4070 Ti, or eventually go for the 4080 Super at $1,000 instead. If the 4070 Super were to keep selling badly, I would suspect that by quarter two, NVIDIA would just have to adjust their plans and start supplying the 4070 Ti Super 16 gigabyte, what a long name, actually for $800 on average and in high volume, as again, that's what I think they're gonna have to do if what they see is that gamers just don't want a 12 gigabyte card for over 600. They'll probably just prioritize the 4070 12 gigabyte going to 500 and actually supply a lot of the 4870 Ti Super 16 gigabyte. Oof, almost messed up the name. Well, and then I also suppose it will be interesting to watch 7600 XT 16 gigabyte sales next week. This is a graphics card that's going to give a notable speed bump over the 7600 and then give an extra 8 gigabytes of VRAM in a time where VRAM prices are going up. Don't look at last year's quotes for GDDR6 pricing right now. From what my sources tell me, a gigabyte of GDDR6 costs $5 to $7. And if we assume it's $7, well, then that's almost a $60 markup right there. And then if it's $5, I mean, it's still $40. Then when you consider that they needed to use a clamshell setup where they put the VRAM modules on the back of the PCB and then cool those modules, that's extra cooling costs, extra PCB costs. It's obvious that if you actually just do the simple math, AMD didn't really mark up the 7600 XT to get to the 16 gigabytes. I've seen some confusion about that online, by the way. Anyone, though, again, who can do basic math can see that AMD isn't charging an extra premium to get to a 16 gigabyte version of Navi 33, unlike the 4060 Ti 16 gigabyte. So it'll be interesting to see, actually, if gamers reward a card that just linearly gives you more VRAM for the cost it takes to add it. But ultimately, though, that will be a discussion for another video. And I really hope that you enjoyed this one. If you did, remember to like and comment on this video. That really helps the algorithm a ton. And then double check that you're subscribed to the Moore's Law is Dead YouTube channel and ring the bell button so you don't miss that upcoming content out of this channel. And additionally, if you have an extra, I don't know, $2 a month, consider supporting Moore's Law is Dead on Patreon. You'll get access to the Discord where you can discuss this video with me and thousands of other fans who would love to have a civilized discussion that's not in all caps with you about the contents of this video. And you'll also gain access to hundreds of pieces of premium ad-free content. We just had another Die Shrink episode come out talking about the Insomniac hack. We also just had one come out talking about the future of Intel's fabs and about the longevity of AMD's AM5 platform. There's tons of bonus content out there for you if you just cough up not even enough for a cup of coffee a month, but a can of tuna a month. But you know what? To everybody else, if you made it this far, thank you for watching.
The way they put my fucking name in the movie credit. Like, I did not ask. Did every single one of these people that were in the movie credits go, actually, could you not put my middle name in there? Insane. Okay, to be fair, multiple business things have doxed me multiple times. So, yeah, this is the first time my middle name has been doxed, and it's in the credits of a movie. And then my last name was doxed when I did it like an interview a long time ago. What was it, Forbes? And also, I think one of them doxed that we lived in Malibu that one year. Like, bitch, who asked it?
Today's video is the most serious I might have made in my entire career on this platform. It's a video I don't want to make because it's personally so uncomfortable. It's a video about someone I and many in the community considered a friend. Today, I personally don't consider this person a friend. I consider them a liar, both professionally and on a personal level regarding very personal things. But that's me going into things that I shouldn't need to. I also didn't want to make a video on this because I'm not an expert on the topics that we are completely discussing today. As you know, when I upload things to my channel, it can be about computer software, it can be about creepy games, it can be browsing the weirder side of the internet, like the deep web. It can be looking at trending things. It could be a bunch of stuff, mostly lighthearted, and yes, I do occasionally dip into things that are very serious. But when it comes to situations regarding, situations regarding trafficking and whatnot, I am not an expert. That is something for the law enforcement, for lawyers, for professionals to appropriately handle. I don't even think YouTubers should be the ones that are running cases like this because in a vast majority of cases, most of them aren't well equipped. But in this situation, this creator specifically that we are talking about is Mama Max. Now, Mama Max is a channel with 746,000 subscribers, a filmmaker dedicated to empowering children. Throughout his career, Mama Max has covered topics such as his Life Sucks series, anime reviews, but what most people know Max for is his Predator hunts. Videos where Max claims to infiltrate dark corners of social media. He's made very popular videos and gained a lot of respect in the larger YouTube community. Predator hunting is a popular topic on the internet and YouTube in general, and it's seen a bit of a resurgence in recent years with very high-profile cases such as EDP-445, caught in a massive YouTube sting operation, in an alleged meetup of a minor. Nowadays, the predator poaching channels that exist are a dime a dozen, and a big fear of these channels that a lot of the community has is that in the grand majority, for clicks and revenue, basic investigative and evidentiary rules aren't met, and law enforcement in many cases is not even involved until well after the fact. And it's caused a serious problem in letting actual evil people walk free because of technicalities and failing to follow basic evidentiary patterns, when in realistic fashion, if law enforcement was involved, these people would be tried in a court of law. That said, Mama Max has committed almost every single sin in the book in the hunt for who he believes is one of the most evil predators currently walking in the world today. So why am I talking about him so negatively now? Because again, like I said, Max has recently made several videos, 3 in particular, making what I believe to be a mockery of these types of serious investigations. Max has covered a story he claims is peppered with human trafficking, cult worship, and brainwashing, and violent abuse, topics that are incredibly serious, and as I've said, I am not a key expert on. Topics where real victims exist and continue to exist on a daily basis. So let's get started. This is the story of how Mama Max has failed what he considers a very serious investigation, and a prime example of how YouTubers should not be involved with serious situations like this. So let's start off with the story. The story begins on October 3rd, 2023, where Max sends me a message on Discord. Hey Muda, I hope you've been well. I don't want to bother, but I thought you might appreciate a heads up about an upcoming project of mine. I'm on the verge of releasing a video for Halloween that is likely to generate significant drama. While it may be deemed controversial, the intent behind it is for charity. The video is designed to be a trap for Reaction Channel. Knowing your integrity and the quality of your content, I would hate for you to be caught off guard. At the same time, we would be honored if you would consider covering this in a thoughtful manner. To facilitate a deeper discussion, may I include you in a group chat with other influencers who are also considering covering this topic. If confidentiality is not an issue, I'd be more than happy to send you the video under a non-disclosure agreement. This will allow you to become familiar with the video's content before it goes public, enabling you to navigate any provocative elements we've included. Look forward to hearing from you, Max. Now, to understand, initially I read this and said, I'm down to hop in, man. Good to hear from you. Hope everything is well. And again, Max says, it's good to hear from you as well, bro. I'll add you in a few moments. Hey, Muda, just wanted to know your current thoughts within the group chat. Now, if you notice the exact dates of these messages, you'll probably pick up that around this time in October, I was already busy with a massive investigation under our belt. In the following weeks from my response to Max, I would release a video on the completionist and further investigate that situation with a fellow YouTuber known as Carl Jotz. I was also in and out of the country for personal reasons, and I wasn't really able for anything else, as I wasn't really available for doing anything, as you can assume during this time. I was mostly away from Discord, and if you really wanted to contact me, using Twitter to directly message me or calling me on my personal cell phone is usually the best tactic, which a lot of people in this scene, if you need to absolutely contact me, have. That said, I can't confirm what happened in the group chat Max invited me to, as I honestly don't remember checking it, nor which creators were in that specifically. So a few days after inviting me to this group, Max inquires and asks, Mudahar, it's been a bit since we've caught up, and I get that your plate is probably overflowing, but I wanted to touch base again. Sorry if our previous chats have been a bit heavy. These issues are really close to my heart, and that's exactly why we need to keep the conversation going. You've got a seriously powerful platform, and within your reach, we could really make some noise for the betterment of children's lives. Just a little bit of your time could go a long way. No pressure to dive into the subject, but if you could spare a couple of hours for an interview, I believe we could spark some real change. Is there a time that works for both of us to sit down and talk for an initial engagement? A few days later, Max says, I'm reaching out again because the voices of child survivors cannot be ignored. I've shared their stories with you because I believed in your capacity for empathy and action. Your silence so far has been disheartening, but I still remain hopeful. Please understand, we are determined to be heard, and will continue to seek influence.
Thank you to SK for sponsoring this video. My 13 years at CES, I have never seen anything like this. So before I take you on a tour of this insane booth, whether I'm at CES or not, I want to do my favorite thing and thank you guys for supporting the channel all these years. New chance to win $500. Let me know in the comments down below what your favorite thing you see here is. Tell me a fact about yourself, a dad joke. Tell me whatever you want. Sure, there's a way to contact you. So either leave your social handle in the comments, let it run for 10 days, open to anyone in the world. All information you need that will be down below in the description. I've been in a lot of booths, and I've seen a lot of things. I have never seen LED globes, flying cars, dancing cars, hydrogen trains, and a lot more. So let me introduce you to SK Wonderland. We're not like following a white rabbit down a hole. SK's taking a whole different approach to CES. They're not like, hey, welcome to CES, like, buy our thing here, we're showing you at the booth. They're trying to showcase a new way to view the world, which sounds awesome, but SK is a big enough company, they can actually change the world. So in case you didn't know, like, SK is one of the largest makers of EV batteries globally. They actually make the batteries in the F-150 Lightning, and the second largest conglomerate in South Korea, and they are a huge player in the EV space. SK Signet manufactures more than 10,000 EV chargers annually, and SK Geocentric is building Asia's largest plastic recycling facility. These are real technologies that reduce greenhouse gas and support green energy. They're pledging by 2030 to reduce 200 million tons of carbon emissions, and they have some crazy bonkers technology, and these are crazy bonkers view of the future that seems fanciful, wonderful, and kind of awesome. So, let me introduce you to the SK Wonderland. I got a full LED globe behind me. And a lot of times at CES, they have like experiences. You hop in a little car that moves you around. Not how SK is doing it this year. They are reimagining mobile air mobility. They're calling it with, I guess, a magic carpet. And I got to ride this thing up in the air at CES. This was kind of a fanciful version of like the future city like could look like. Using AI, first of all, to determine the best route to take, and also the most efficient route you can take to get there, like while being in the air. So it wasn't like a real magic carpet. I didn't get to sing to Jasmine, but I did get to be lifted literally up in the air, something I have never done at CES, and move around and experience this like virtual city. I'm gonna call it like a virtual utopia, and it was utilizing a lot of things. So first, energy efficient semiconductors are being imagined here, smart traffic signals, sustainable mobility, sort of get from point A to point B in a very fanciful kind of magical way. And it's sort of just a way that SK is sort of showcasing what technology could be and how they're building to a more sustainable future using AI. And what's making this whole like magic carpet experience happen is Saphion. It's an AI semiconductor that is more power efficient and faster. So usually when you hear AI, it's like the stuff of the future and what's going to happen. But SK's got a lot of AI being used right now. It's crazy uses. We saw things where AI is being used in veterinarian's office to almost instantly analyze an x-ray for dogs or cats. We saw it being used smartly in cameras to find lost children in a mall. We also saw it used in crazy semiconductor technologies and a bunch more, all powered with SK. Something else I've never done at CES, I got to ride a train. Now, my 8-year-old at home would be super jealous. I got to ride a train, but this train was special. It wasn't just an ordinary, choo-choo. This thing is capable of being powered by hydrogen. And that's sort of another way that SK Group is sort of pushing towards a sustainable future. If you don't know, hydrogen transportation in general is actually electric, which is a really cool way to sort of be able to refuel quickly and have your only emission be water. So I got to take this train ride through I don't know how to describe it, but you can look at it. It's like a magical tunnel. And so again, envision what a future world could look like, where it's sustainable, it's quick refueling, it's zero emissions, and sort of an efficient way to get from point A
to point B. And if all of that wasn't enough, I actually had to check out a literal dancing car. It might not be able to tell from the video, but this thing was actually moving with the video, kind of dancing along to what was going on. It's been showing what SK Group is capable of doing, not just in the future, but what they're doing now. They are a huge player in the EV space. They make batteries for a ton of electric cars, and they make them efficiently and safely. Most importantly, they can be recharged extremely quickly. And the dancing car demonstration was a way to show that. They were simulating kind of a car race and refueling really fast. I don't know if you can see it, but it's an actual car. It's suspended by two, almost look like automotive factory arms, making this thing dance and move along. It was really cool to see. And if the dancing car wasn't enough, I also got to learn what my future holds. And it's pretty cool. So SK is also involved in memory, and not just any memory, high bandwidth memory. Sort of more and more data is coming in, we need more bandwidth to sort of absorb it, and they were showcasing that using an AI fortune teller. And I was able to pick a card, add some information, and see what my future holds. So evidently something pretty exciting is coming my way. And I gotta look like that guy while doing it. You hear talking about AI as a general buzzword, but SK is using AI and sustainable energy to kind of drive the future forward. If you don't have companies that have a vision of where we're going, oftentimes you kind of stumble forward. And SK is really trying to sort of lead that AI and sustainable energy charge. So I hope you enjoyed the tour of Wonderland. I hope the video did justice to like everything that is here. Again, I've never seen anything like this in my 13 years. SK is a company that's trying to make the world better, has the resources, and more importantly, the sort of footprint to do it. If you want to learn more about SK, check out some of the great technologies they have. Check out sk.com.
Guys, capture cards have been behind for over 3 years, and they're finally good again. AverMedia just released 2 capture cards today. I knew this one was coming out. This is their HDMI 2.1 internal capture card. This one surprised me. Look at this little guy. Can you see this little, what is this? I had no idea this little dinky thing was coming out. But it's interesting. Until recently, there was no way to play PlayStation 5 or Xbox Series X at 4K 120 and capture it at the same time. So let's go over these 2 new cards, and then let's talk about which capture cards you need. And if that's all you came for, answering that question, I'll put a time code down below. You can skip the part on these 2 things, but I'm going to talk about these 2 first. Hey guys, have you ever wanted to update your stream designs and then gone to owned.tv to see what they have in stock? Because if you weren't aware, they are your one-stop shop for all your stream overlay and alert needs. That line's like 4 years old now. It's getting good. It's aged like fine wine. But I was just looking at them today. I'm always looking at them. And I was admiring some of their more like flashy neon looking ones, like the series Skyla, which reminds me of those like 90s, early 2000s kid like Nickelodeon game shows that make me so happy. Neon Verdansk is a super cool like surfer neon sign looking one. And I shouldn't have said surfer because then I was also looking at just the surfing one. Those last 2 are actually officially licensed Warzone ones. But all beautiful overlays. These guys have like hundreds of overlays. So if there's any part of you that's like, hey, I've wanted to update my designs, make my stream just look a little bit updated, a little bit flashier, go check out own.tv. They've got overlays, alerts, panels, banners, anything you need for your stream, it's there. And right now they're having a 65% sale for the new year. So new year, new you, new stream design, makes sense to me. Check them out in the link down below. So let's jump into this thick boy first. This is the LiveGamer 4K 2.1. This is their internal HDMI 2.1 capture card. Like, if you're looking for the beefiest of the beefiest capture card on the entire market right now, this is the one. And it's super exciting because now they have internal HDMI 2.1 and external HDMI 2.1 that they released back in September, a couple months ago. It's been out for a bit, and so it's officially a good time to update your capture card if you've been needing to for a while. You've got anything you need. So what's new here? Well, technically, nothing. If you're comparing it to their HDMI 2.1 external capture card, these 2 things, as far as I can find, have the exact same specs, the exact same features. But let's list off those specs right here. In terms of capture, it can do 4K 60, 1440p, 120 frames per second, or you can capture 1080p at 240 frames per second in case you need to capture some Real buttery slow-mo stuff. And then in terms of pass-through specs, so what can actually go through the capture card and out into your TV or monitor, it can do 4K 144 Hz, it can pass through 1440p at 240 Hz, or it can pass through 1080p at 160 Hz. And the best part is all of those pass-throughs are both HDR and variable refresh rates. So if you're using some kind of adaptive sync, you're good. It even does ultra-wide at 1440p. That's 3440 by 1440p at, what was it, 144 frames per second. So if you're an ultra-wide gamer, again, either of these can do that just fine. So if you game on a PlayStation 5 or on an Xbox Series X and you've been looking to either record your gameplay or stream your gameplay, you're all set. You're good now. You have what you need. A good day. Well, how about this little dinky guy? What is this thing? It's so tiny. Like here, look at the difference this way, and then look at the difference this way. Are we in focus? Can you see that? This is literally just a tiny little PCB. I love it. Well, alongside their two newest cards that they're selling for $269. That's crazy. They're both the same price and the exact same features, which some people might be disappointed that the internal one's not a little bit beefier, but there's kind of a beautiful simplicity to like knowing that when you're choosing between the two, all you're choosing is form factor. That if you want an internal